Here we go. Oh, wait, I should probably make the... Hang on. I had to spend like a couple of seconds getting this thing to even launch because, YouTube was like, yeah, nah. It'd be like that sometimes. Alright, 1 second. There we go. Alrighty, here we are. How to get that going? That took a bit. Hello, cat. Yes, it is the cat. Still probably one of my more favorite characters after all. Vivi sometimes fights her Molotovs as usual, huh? Well, is that because you... Isn't that the name of her skin or something like that? Hang on. What it was called or something? Yeah. Sometimes hides her Molotov. What? This is such a goofy name. Oh man. Oh, did I not finish this? I thought I finished this. Yeah, I did. Oh, it's just because I've got stuff to collect. Yeah, I see why. I should probably grab this actually. Let me just go ahead and grab all these. I can max her critic. Oh yeah, that is right. I can do that. With like the, what is it, extreme calibration? That thing like eats up your, like, it is scary how that thing works. I could absolutely make her crit rate maxed out. It's just, I don't... Have you seen how much money that stuff takes? Like, hang on, let me just do it here so you guys can... Oh wait, no, not everything's under 100. What is one that is over 100? This one probably? That one looks like it's over 100. This one does too. Any of these, really. Well, let's just look at this one for the time being. But it's like, doing this, like if I wanted to just go, I probably need like I already need 300,000. That is crazy. I mean, on the bright side, I think you can do like unlimited amounts of the Stardust Gold, now. And this is like, this is the other thing. Like, if I were to max this out fully, I need 22 of these chips and 1.1 million. Like, jeez. Okay. Holy crap. Hey, SKK Sensei, how you doing, man? The streamer, it really do feel like that, like, jeez. All of that for just that little bit of power. I mean, it's fine if you really want to get like that maximum roll. Yeah, exactly. That's why you gotta get good rolls. I think my current build on Mosin is more likely to be closer to something, because some of these rolls are pretty like well, okay. I mean, you can look at the health on that one. It really did not fare well there. But like some of these are actually pretty solid. The health boost on this one, holy crap! Actually, how much would that actually be? If I do extreme calibration on this, how many rolls is that? It's just 2. How many is this needing? I'm actually curious how many rolls it would take to max that out. That's 20. Oh. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being like kind of something that's worth doing, but at the same time, that's definitely not worth looking at that yet. I don't mind, like, considering it, but... I mean, especially for Mosin at this point. I want to roll towards the electric set now, because like, unless I'm specifically doing like this without this skill or just normal fire, like everything she does is electric at this point. So, oh yeah, there is the free skin for Colgate. I don't think I have. I'm close. Maybe no, I'm definitely not close. Not close at all. Just got the first milestone today. 2 milestones, okay. Need to do combat simulations today, log out a few more days, and then consume 300 more intelligence puzzles, and then take out 50, around, well, 33 people. Sounds about right. Then it's at 800, so it's almost... I mean, if I did all of this right here, that would knock out a majority of it. Yeah, it'd be at 340. That would put me at 750. So I literally would... It would be, if I did all of this, I would get, like, probably tomorrow. Because I think I easily get 50 tomorrow. But that's assuming I wanted to do all that at the same time, so. Oh, boy. It might be another 8-hour stream. Are you good with this? Is it that long? I highly doubt. Oh, right. I forgot about that. That's nice. Wait, what? Are you screaming too? Because you're the same thing. It's like, okay, you can covenant your Dushevnaya now. Yes, I can. I can covenant the dork. This is so goofy. Oh, right, I forgot it does this. Goodness. Oh yeah, like, it's so weird seeing all of these changes that they've done now. It's cool to see, like, all the stuff that they're adding. Because it's like, there's so much. Like, it doesn't feel like a different game, but it definitely is weird seeing this many tabs and this many things to click on. Is this just because of the girls? Yeah, I've not done Gunsmoke. I missed it yesterday. Because I sometimes have to remind myself that Gunsmoke can start on Sunday, not on Monday. So I completely forgot the first day of it. Yes, I did look at the achievement. I did look at that shop. The main reason is because, just so you all know, Crawling will now be beating people with a stick. And I know I have been told about the reference, so it is kind of funny. Kralik now has the world's most deadliest stick. She will now bonk people. I like how you can still hear like the metallic whoosh sound that it makes. Wait, what is that reference? It's some... I really don't know the exact name of it, but it did look like it's the flavor text for this thing. Where do I see that again? How do you see the flavor text for it? I actually don't know how you see the flavor text for it. Can I just go to the, is that a battle pass sword? Yes, it is. It's a battle pass sword. How do I see the flavor text for that? That would be... right here. We'll look at that in a sec. Oh, no, not you. Where's story? Can I check this here? Yes, right here. Yeah, this is like the whole reference. I don't know what the actual show is called or something like that, but it was a, it looks like some kind of like, what do I call it? Stop motion animation or something of that nature. Because it, like, the exact lines referenced here are the exact matched perfectly. So I don't remember what it was exactly called, but I heard it was pretty funny. It's like you either knew it or you didn't. Thunderbolt Fantasy, maybe? I don't know what the name of it was. Because I will definitely admit that I know it's a reference, I just don't know much about said reference. It is really funny though. Also, this curio stuff is kind of cool too, because it's like a nice little monkey. It's the Taiwanese pup. Yeah, it is, okay. I thought it was like stop motion, or I guess it's a puppet show. That makes sense actually. But it was really funny to see it. But yeah, that was the good old laugh I had about that though. Oh yeah, I did get the. Did I level that up? Hang on. A, where are you? Yes, it is leveled. Okay. I have her little gun now. I need to put the skin on it because as much as I do like the gold weapons, I kind of honestly like the purple like actual designs better. It doesn't like it feels more normal, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word to use. I mean, granted, I say that and she's using a stick, but like I would, if I can, I'm gonna prefer to use like the actual looking weapon over the futuristic-y looking one. But this isn't the cardboard. I could put the cardboard gun on. It is kind of a goofy thing. But yeah, okay, I got Gunsmoke. I'll do that later at some point. But yeah, anyway, there's a whole event that just came out relatively recently, like the last couple of days or so. I don't remember the exact release of it. But from what I understand, this is like Group B of 404. I have not played GFL 1, so I do not fully know much about this yet. Start of the month, basically. Yeah, so a couple days ago. I did log in earlier today just to kind of clear out some of this. I really like this. The fact that we're not limited to just. I saw this. I was just like, wait, hold up, wait. I can do more than okay. I was actually really happy to see that still, but it is so nice to have that. I just need to do 2 though, because I don't know where to spend the rest of my 120 right now. Purple over gold while showing Suomi is funny. Wait, what? There's no Group E in original. These guys joined up between games, and they were all regular GMK members instead. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Gotcha. These 4 weren't originally OG 404, but they became G. Okay, so Griffin. Yeah, okay. So they kind of merged into a new group entirely. I mean, there was like a whole, I guess a whole bunch of stuff did change after all when you think about it, because it's like it's a pretty big change they went. Ooh, hey, 3. It's a pretty good amount of change they went through after the in between those 10-year gap that they had. Yeah, I keep looking at that. Okay. There definitely is one thing I did want to do first, though. I found the reference clip about the Stick and Thunderbolt Fantasy. I'll post it in the relevant channel for those who are interested. I think somebody posted it already, back like 1 or 2 days ago. But I mean, I think some people would probably be interested in what that was about. Remember Google and Vivi met playing the Division. That would be really funny. They're met playing video games. Cool K, the one that's like, you need to work harder. You need to do your best. Oh, I don't have them. This is where I would use my Vivi emote if I had her yet. Cat ear Vivi, okay, interesting. Get poyed. I got poyed. You know what? You get this, and then a thumbs up. Wait, hold on. There we go. There goes Frontline stream another day. I was reminded that you can't sit. Oh, jeez. Alrighty. So, there's 2 things I wanted to do before we start diving into the event. The first, obviously, is the girl is out. Vivi is here. I've got a good stockpile. I have enough to guarantee the elite once. I don't necessarily know how well this is gonna go. But I do kind of like to collect these characters, so we'll see how we do. We'll see if we can get at least a little bit lucky. There was a collab in Girls Frontline 1 with the Division. Wait, really? You're talking like Tom Clancy's Division. I actually worked with. That's interesting. I mean, I guess that's not the first time. Rainbow Six Siege does work with Arc Knights. So I guess that wouldn't be. That wouldn't be too weird. Huh. That's cool. Alrighty. That said, though. Bunch of collabs. I've never met a few people. Bring fire extinguisher and have a lot of fire extinguisher. Nah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. We don't need to worry about those. Random pulls out for VV at V0, then they released a new boss fight level. The rewards got me enough for 1 more 10 pull, and I got up to V1 in the last one. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. I know nothing about her kit. I just know that I think she's a fire girl, right? Yeah, she's all fire. So she'll play well into the fire teams, which is really, really nice. Oh yeah, I need to do her trial at some point. Vivi had cleaner skin, and 416, and Kukui had an LBM or LMB skin. Designs were fire. Oh, okay. I don't know how well the art back then for GF1 was, because the game, it like, when I did look at the artwork for it, it did look quite. This is not an insult to the game. It's just an old, you know, it's a 10-year-old game, so it having like relatively older looking art style is definitely there. But it wasn't. I'm sure, like from what I've heard, it was a very entertaining game nonetheless. So, it's a big mix. Okay, the Club of Valhalla, the cyberpunking. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that game a bit. I have a few people I know that have been playing that lately, which is really cool. So, all right. I'm not gonna delay us any further. I don't know how we're gonna do. Oh, I realized Dusha's on the other half of this banner. So, alrighty, let's dive in, boys. Let's hope we get lucky. How funny would it be if I got a debate? I haven't got one of those since the Kuke thing. I don't think it's gonna happen again, but it'd be funny if it was. Hey, Kralik! I think I still need a couple of fortifications on there. I haven't seen the spook yet. You'll see later. Vivi is arguably the best character for clearing low-level story stages. Really? The Banui. Yeah, we got the Banui. Robot Banui. Ha. She arrived because stick. Ah, I see. We gave her the stick and she's like, yes. Oh, jeez. The double character there. Show me a little star in her head. There it is. You got a Latara. Yep. Kralik and Latara. That's good. I mean, 2 purples already on 1 10 is pretty solid. Like it's already 1 more than I expected. I don't know when these are supposed to be like when you can convert these back into pulls. I don't know how far off we are from that, but I'm excited if that is the case. What spook we bought? I mean, like I said, if it happens, it happens, and it'll be great if it does. Kralik and Wawa interaction win. I actually don't know if they would really. I don't know how those two would interact with each other. Will that ever happen? I've heard in the past that it was something worth doing. Or was that not something? Was I misinformed? Which is possible. I'm pretty sure there was discussion around it. Oh, Ksenia. This is a very burn-heavy group. We have Ksenia who's overburn. We have Kralik who's overburn, and we have Vivi. Get a bunch of people that synergize well with this. Okay, hi. 3 in 1. This is the story very good at the airs especially. Yeah. I've heard about the chance that these could turn into pulls, so I'm like, I've been holding out on them. Because I think right now I could buy 2, right? If I wanted to, I could really buy 2. Yeah, I could buy 2 guns right now. But I'm kind of like, well, if it doesn't do that... Oh, I could get these. I need... How much? 80. Okay. I'm gonna do 1 10 pull, then I get like half the 10 pull off. I have these 2, but I'll do those later. How many of these do I actually have on me? I have 5. Okay. So, and of course I want to grab these too, but that's a different story. All right. See an anniversary soon. Yep, I think it's like a week or so away. Oh! Early! It's early, boys! The question is, did we win? If we don't win it, it better be a Mosin. This is fine too, actually. This is actually fine. I want more Sabrina. The closer I get to Fortification 5, the better. Fortification 5 Sabrina I want so bad. So it's like, I am not at all bothered by that. Holy! Okay. Man, this game is handing me out purples today. Mine is already maxed out. Yeah, I'm close. I think I'm at halfway already. Hang on, where is the... Was it under? It's under No Archives, yeah. Yeah, I'm halfway on this one. So, I mean, next month I will have, I will be able to get the rest of it. But yeah, like, I wanted this. This fortification is going to be huge. Because one of the things I always hated was the fact that I had to do this. And then I would use up the confectants, and then I'd be sitting there just like, well, I can't do anything for the turn. But getting extra command on top of this means I can run in, pop this, and then throw her thing to get her confectants back. So it's like, I really like this. It's just I'm not there yet. I gotta wait an extra month for it. But we are much closer than we are now. So I'm pretty happy. Yes, I already got this month's fragments. I probably missed a month for all I know. But yeah, V5, I really want this badly. So me getting closer to this makes me really happy. So even if I didn't win the Vivi roll, 50 or whatever it is there, that's still a huge win for me. All right, I think we have, no, I need 80. I need another 10. Okay, that's fine. All right, here we go. Boom. When you're done with her. Yeah, I mean, I'll have at least the, V5 is really, like, the best I want. V6 I'm never going to complain about, but I do at least want that 5th, because it's good. What is this game? Hey, Sora. This is Girls Frontline 2 Exilium. It's a kind of XCOM-like version of Girls Frontline. So, how do I put this? They're anthropomorphized weapons, basically. Who's Vivi? Vector. Vector is her name. Vector is her actual name. Vivi is the nickname she has. Yes, the Chris Vector. Yep. Am I at 80 yet? Are we? Yep, we are at 80. Okay, let's take 50% off the next 10 pull here. Lord, people get to me set the thing. What do you mean I set the thing? What do you mean? Let's go, Vivi. Yeah. Hopefully. We're on guarantee now, so I can't really complain about it. Other guns carry their own. Yeah, all the dolls carry their own weaponry. Girls Frontline is finding husband. No, it's more like all the dolls are just waiting for the whatever agreement it is to finally expire, so they could just be like, I'm gonna go find him now. Like, would it be wrong to assume that an announcement goes off saying that the agreement with him has expired and now they can do whatever they want? All the dolls just converge on the man. Like, it becomes this gigantic, massive global operation to locate him and then find him. Nah, probably not. Some maybe. I don't know how motivated all of the dolls would be to find him. They're gonna need a bigger elbow. Yeah, they probably will. They absolutely will. Alright, let's go. Oh, early! Alrighty! We did it, boys! Hey! We good, though! Heck yeah! Alrighty. And I think that was a blue vector, though. And a Crawlick! We'll take it. It took 130 pull for me. Yeah, I think that was roughly what it was for, I think, Mechty for me, wasn't it? Crawlick was terrifying. Or not Crawlick, Kukui was terrifying. Because that was just sheer luck. Do we go for the weapon? Her voice is very soft. That is not at all what I expected her to sound like, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, I could definitely hear her in that voice, which is nice. Alrighty, we've got the Vivi. The Vivi has been acquired. Alright, I'm gonna at least try for that. At least get. I usually like to get their weapon just because it's something I would prefer to get. Yeah, Nagisa, she's got that voice actor has done so many roles. I'm trying to remember. I think she's I'm trying to think. It's Shimakaze? No. I think I'm getting the wrong person. I think it's is it? No. Is it? I think it's Shimakaze that she also voices. I think. Yeah, like that. Her voice is like, it is one that as soon as you hear it, you automatically know who it is. Like it stands out that much. It's not a bad thing at all. It's just like that. It's that It's almost in a way like it stands out that much that almost everyone knows who this voice actor is. Yukino Arigaru. She's the I don't know if we said her name here yet, but she's that one. She's Miyuki, I think, from Chivalry. Is it Chivalry? No, it's not Chivalry. Sorry. She's Miyuki from oh, what is that anime called? It's a good one. It's not Chivalry of a Failed Knight. That's the wrong one. It's Tatsuya Shiba and Miyuki Shiba. I forget what that one is called. Man, it's been a while since I've watched that one. It's a good one though. Irregular, yeah, Irregular. Not Chivalry of a Failed Knight. It's Irregular Magic. Yeah, the Irregular Magic Academy. That's what it was. Thank you. All right, we're gonna try for the weapon. See if we get lucky. We have, what is this? 50-ish pulls. So there's a good chance we'll get an elite item. I don't know. I think we're also on the coin flip here too. So we'll see how this goes. Deadpool, we ball. Yeah, I mean, we ballin' anyway. We're going for it. That's what we do here. We aim to win all these. And if we don't win, we just keep trying. Eventually it works, right? You keep mining away at the wall. You don't stop. Eventually you'll hit the dot. Nah, I'm just kidding. That's the gamblers, whatever it is. So vector voice Shibakaze, you tell me vector is weak when she touches her ears. Maybe. I do want the purple vector. We got the nemesis though. 90% of gamblers quit before hitting big. That's like you pop open like the little bottle of alcohol or something. Just like, man. Quit when you're broke. No, and you don't even quit when you're broke. You sell your kidney and then you get more money. Don't actually do that. Okay, game, chill. Game, chill. Game, chill. Calm down. Jeez. What are you doing? Holy! That was half the temple! Jeez! I think that's the most purples I've ever had! Bro is suffering from success. Is this suffering from success? Is it? I got what I wanted, which was the purple vector at least. I mean, granted, I would like the elite weapon, but getting the purple one is at least good enough because at least it doesn't look like, you know, worn down and feel. At least there's a nice look to it. Purples aren't vector. I mean, this is it. This is it though. I got the what I wanted though. We good. I don't need like 5 or 6 copies of this. I just want it so I have it in the as the appearance. Yes, but the gold. Well, you know what? It's right here. I'm kidding. If it actually was, I feel like I'd be getting beaten up in the parking lot. I've already pushed my luck twice with two earlies. I don't think there's any other really purple. I don't think there's any purple guns I need at the moment. I think I'm out of. Oh, this is probably gonna be a min, isn't it? This is feeling like a min. Man, the nemesis. Do it again just to be sure. Okay, fine, we'll do it again. See, it didn't happen. I think I just need one banner pull and we're done here. Should be able to build up the supplies again though, which is nice. Because I usually just go for V0 and gun unless I get lucky. In which case V1 happens or V2 if it's really stupid. Okay. Yeah, I need to get I need to get 2. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard, I think. Got a whole bunch of these, but those are for the standard. I think I've got some lying around. I'm just trying to think where they are. They might be standards, actually. Oh, now I have my boss fights. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's the standards one I don't need. Okay, I mean, I'll get a bunch of it doing the event, so I'm not that worried about that. What was the last signature weapon? Mechty's. I think this is the first banner I've not actually, well... Oh, right. Oh, this is the first banner I think I've actually not hit the coin flip on the, I don't want to say 50-50, because I think it's not 50-50. It took me getting another character first before I got her. We can zoom in close and boop the nose. Do you have Mechty? Yes, I do. It's a pretty funny one, not gonna lie. Which one is it? This one. Girl was gonna get her coffee and she freaking passed out. I had such a mood. I don't necessarily drink coffee, but man, I get that. Broken neck. She's fine. I'm pretty sure they still would function. Sky, no. Sky, no. Sky, look, just because, no. Sky, no. I need to make it a report, but forgot it hadn't been doing it. Let her sleep. Let her sleep, man. Let her sleep. I don't think I've actually looked at all these. Look how happy she is. That is adorable. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. See this smile? Look at that smile. That is adorable. I can't. That smile, that damn smile, you know it, yeah. That is so cute. Oh man, and now I've got 3 cores, so like every single one of my dolls are like, hey, look, you can give me, you can extend my neural helix. Also, I was not ready for this. The expansion keys. It's kind of cool. I think there's somebody else that has it. Oh yeah, Groza has it. What is your expansion key here? When using the skill, perfect cover, gains absolute defense. Immune to basic attacks and skill damage. Immunity is removed after receiving 1 basic attack or skill attack. This is considered a yeah, that's actually ridiculous. Yeah, I know Kyungji has it too. I'm nowhere near developed my Kyungji though. That's nice actually for her. All red. Man, I don't got all red. She's like she's the one doll I don't have that isn't on, that has no banner up right now. I'm gonna go ahead and give you your purple before I forget too. And I'm gonna go ahead and already calibrate it too. It's got a copy, might as well. This way. Yeah, I forgot to do Gunsmoke yesterday, which is a bit of an oof. Lock that before I accidentally make a mistake. Why are you screaming? Oh, right, I can do that. Yeah, what is hers? Can I read it right now, or am I not allowed to? Let's see what this is. Damage type dealt by action support is changed to burn dam. Oh. Damage dealt to target with burn debuffs is increased by 15 per. Dang! That just makes her like all the more disgusting with a full burn team. I mean, granted, she was already pretty good with the burn team anyway, but oh. Chungyu? I don't know how to say it. Is rich gets richer. Yeah, it sounds about right. Same. I also don't have Ulrid, but had to get Swami for it. Yeah, like, and I do kind of like Ulrid. I do like. She's a lot. The whole thing with her like being very stressed and wanting to have that like squeeze toy to kind of help her with de-stress. I get it. I get it a lot. QJ, fair enough. Chongyu. I'm gonna try to get that right. Because she's like the one person I think I can't actually. I think she's the one doll that I actually can't say the name to. Yeah, because I think everyone else's names are, like, even hers is relatively easy. Look at the papasha. You will level your papa. I'm just kidding. Don't level your papasha if you don't want to level your papasha. Actually, wait, hold up. Shop, come here. Let me snag my my grind on Platoon for the week. Get some dedication towards this girl. Boom. The grind is real on this character. I hate it. The grind is real. God. The fact that it takes 6 weeks just to get one of these is crazy. Is Vector still usable with her 1 copy but no sync weapon? She's probably not as powerful, but I imagine her kit should still be usable. I mean, at that point, I feel like you'd probably need to lead more toward like a better your burn team than what is it? Than like running her by herself or something. Vector on V1 is what is her V1? I have not actually looked at it. So what is that? That is her. That's just her passive. Okay, what does her passive do right now? Immune to negative effects inflicted by burn tiles. So, okay, gotcha. Before dealing burn damage, the target has overburn inflicts overheat combustion. Overheat combustion is. Oh, okay. Takes fixed damage. So basically, it's kind of like a. Literally like a combustion, like he's literally catching, like, blowing up in flames. But it's a very small explosion radius. 20% of her attack, okay. Okay, interesting. For 2 turns, at the start of the battle, increases the number of all support attacks dealing burn damage by... Okay, so QJ will love that. If you give her the key that she has. Start of the turn, if the convectance is at maximum, vector consumes all points and increase attack by 10% by the end of the round. What? Does she use convectance at all? Gains 2 Oh, okay, that's interesting. Her skills work like... Huh. I'm looking at this setup, I'm just like, this gives me total of, like, a total feel with how, like, the skills give 2 points. And then when it's maxed out, she just consumes it and something happens. It's literally just Fire Tololo setup. That's probably nowhere at all the same because, like, one of these, like, this just seems like there's no strings attached on gaining convectance. Which is actually, that makes that a lot easier because Tololo's second skill requires you to exploit to actually get the convectance in the first place. It's basically more of like this one where you just, as long as you have 2 buffs, which to be fair, it's Tololo, she's gonna have it anyway. Unless she somehow gets like completely cleansed of all of her buffs, she's more than likely going to get the 2 points from this anyway. Thank you, and Hawk Tua for the advice. Man, I'm not gonna be able to separate myself from that at all, am I? You're fine, man. Don't feel bad about it. She's more straightforward in terms of gameplay. Yeah, she really is. Like, there's less strings attached to her getting convectance, and then the convectance is very easy. There's no like, you know, you don't have to be like, well, okay, if I use her skill and get the 2 points like we would in Tololo, I'll have another turn or something. No, it's like, it's literally just she's a lot less. It's both a good and a bad thing. It's good because she's easier to get used to. It's a bad thing because it's like, it's not as complex, but the complexity on a character isn't necessarily like that major. I don't think there's anything, I mean, I'm sure her fortifications probably make her better. I didn't even look at what this does. For damage increased by 1, the number of support taxes increased. Oh, so it's now 2 additional points. Yeah, I can see why these could be nice. It's like that's 20%. Oh, dang, that's actually really nice. Get my free box from the shop. Is there a free box on there? Oh, the daily one. What is this? Oh. Right, I forgot there's 2 boxes now. You get the daily one and the weekly one. That's crazy. So, yeah, like that's not a bad thing at all. Where's the shop? What do I have? Oh, I've already bought them. Okay, so yeah, we are just straight fresh out. We need to start doing other things for this. But there is one thing I wanted to do real quick. And I told myself that if either of these characters get their covenant, it is going to happen. Unfortunately, Kat does not have hers yet. One day she will. However, the other one did. Granted, I knew this was coming, mind you, but it is going to happen. The first ring is going to be handed out today. So, we are going to prepare. We're going to go ahead and do that one. Which wife? This one right here. We are now going for canon wife. I do like Rosa a lot, though. But no, like, Oath stream to canon wife. Mei-Ling is so lucky. What do you? I mean, yeah. There's a couple I do like. I actually do like Macchiato. Like aside from Peritia, Macchiato's up there. Mozen is at this point a definite must, because the game is like, yeah, you two are going to be a thing. Considering how many copies of her I have at this point. I'm not used to her not having her hat on. Same with her. I actually don't, I would be happy with Sabrina as well. I think Synthesis is pretty cute. And I'm also slightly biased towards these two. So it's like, I got a good number of characters I actually would covenant. I think a majority of them, unfortunately, don't have anything. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Girl's hat line. What fort is... she's one away from... she's at 5. She's one away from max, but she is at 5. So, alrighty. He bro did not oath. I did not... Yes, I did not go for Kuke on April 16th. Yes, I am. I don't hate her. The event does make her seem very rude and stuff, but it's like at the same time I understand why she's that way. She kind of plays as like the mom that is trying to push you to do your best, even if it means she's got to be a little rough about it. And it's like I understand that, because it's like Dimitri is that way too, but towards his own men. That's kind of why it's like I really actually liked that event a lot, because like Dimitri and Kuklai were ironically very similar to each other. Just who they particularly like focused towards, or focused that kind of like discipline towards, was different. So okay, mom, okay, dad. All right. We get the wife now. It's time, boys. Tied to bar to complete your covenant. Oh, that's interesting. Boom! That is a very interesting way to do that. Look at that smile, chat. We have gathered wife. You needed that. Oh, okay. Surely you already knew, right? There's no way I could leave you even without this ceremony. Aww. This dang smile, though. Yet this music is also kind of silly. I like it's like your nice and sentimental music. Yeah, you've still given me that honor. Does that mean you bear the same feelings as me? Mm-hmm. Let's continue standing by each other's side in the days to come, Commander. Happy wife, best wife. Nice. What does this do? Oh, you can just do it again. Here, you guys get the happy smile again. You guys get the dang smile. Look at this smile. There it is again. I didn't know that's what that did. Oh, it does the whole thing again. I like how you could just repeat it right immediately after that. Does she get a second ring? I mean, maybe. I don't know how this works. That is kind of cute though. Wife is oath, motivation is restored. Oh man. Just do whatever you want, Commander. I'll always be by your side. Aww. Oh, right. Now I can go to level 6, 7, and 8 now. Oh yeah, I forgot they have their own like little weapons too. That's really cool. Oh yeah, and then these things. Isn't this kind of, aren't these things kind of like the girls Frontline 1 style? Like the super chibi kind of look? It's actually kind of funny because the gun is like comically large compared to the rest of their body. This is the attachment you put on every gun to remind all the other dolls who the wife is. I'm just kidding, you don't actually do that, that's mean. the mad lads that put it on every other doll's. Oh, it's only 700. Oh wow, that's actually really easy to do. I mean, that's like that won't take me that long to get there. I also like how the icon is different too. Just the ones of the first game, like straight ripped. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it like if any. Oh, I did it again! Go back, go back. I didn't mean to hit that button again. I meant to hit the this. Like, even if it is, like, it's still one of those things where it's like a nice little nod back to the people who play GFL 1. And I'm pretty sure they appreciate it. Because it's like one of those things that stays with the game. She gets a third, where's the smile? I was gonna say, it looks a lot more modernized. It looks like, well, I actually see what it looks like when I get to Affinity 7, but we're not there yet. But yes, we have now, I now have my first covenant. Does that mean I get like the, hang on. Do I have the fancy profile picture now? Where it's like a really happy girl? It is! Oh, that's cute. You know what, I'll let that run for a couple days. I do have to keep it, well, no, we'll be nice. I'll keep it on for now. I do like the girls a lot. Yeah, I was gonna say, her, like, isn't that the case for most of them, though? Like, a lot of the GFL 1, like, artwork is very different from what it is in GFL 2. Fred, what? Oh, that's just down there now. Okay. I got very confused there for a second. Platoon, formation, time-noted events. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff screaming at me. You're probably just screaming about this. I don't really have any curios yet. I have 2, but that's really... My collection score, what? Oh. Okay. Free stuff. I'll take that. Alright, so, now that we've done that, we've done really all the stuff I can do for now. I don't have a lot of resources to work with on most of our stuff, so let's go ahead and do the supply, get that out of the way. I don't think I can do, yeah, I just gotta wait a couple days for this. So, we're gonna do the supply today, and then we'll go straight into story from here on outward. Man's running low on gifts. Well, I did rush a whole bunch of people to rank, I think it was like rank 5 and 4. So I got a whole bunch of people finished. So, anyway, I'll go ahead and run through these real quick so we can get these out of the way and get these tickets going. And then we can, we'll dive into some story, as we usually do in these streams. Yeah, this guitar is really nice. It's not like anything crazy, it's just kind of nice and laid back. It's very different from Aphelion, because like Aphelion went hard. This is kind of more chill. Well, I say that and then get to this riff, but still. Ooh, that switch there. Yeah, it's more. It's got that. It feels a bit more classy. Yeah. I really do appreciate the music direction in this game. Like, it has been really, really pleasing. Can't wait for the orchestral theme. Maybe. Oh, now it's looped. Okay. All right. Anyway, we got some supply stages to do, and then we can dive into main story. I don't know how long the story is gonna be. Hopefully not too super crazy. I also do like that they have the retrofitting room. Oh right, these are the presets. I wouldn't say refitting room. Refitting is different. I like how it gives 6 slots too. Problem is, I don't have my burn team fully built. Like, I do have at least Centresi, and my Kralik is in pretty good position. My Sharkery, my Cheetah, and QJ are not really fully built yet, though. It's a shorter story. That's not bad. Yeah, it's Loda. That's what it is. I mean, I like the concept of it. I think the problem I have is I don't usually, I don't know. Maybe I'm not that hardcore enough to actually set up preset teams. I mean, like my usual go-to, like my usual team for most general content right now, if it's like actually semi-challenging stuff, is like it's this team. Or if I can, if it's not, it's this. Like it's this, or it's some variant of either this or this. If I can use 5, then she comes alongside. It's nice though. I do have a the corrosive team now with like Mechty, Kukle, Prithia, and Nemesis technically, and I can use Sintarasi for healing if I want to. It's useful for Gunsmoke. Oh no, absolutely. Like I probably would set up teams for that for Gunsmoke. The thing is, I'd have to look at the buffs first to see what it is. Another work site. All right, see you, Sky. Have a good one. So pain to change gears. I think the one thing I would like, if they could, because like, I know the one things that people. Oh, you can. Oh, you can change this now. I was gonna like sit there and be like, I would love to be able to edit this, but no, looks like you can, which is great. Oh, that is so nice. Okay, thank you. I've been wanting, this is like the biggest thing I've been wanting with keys. Because sometimes there's like certain key configs that I use that I'll use on like either bosses or I'll use on Gunsmoke. I think Tololo has one on the Gunsmoke. Yeah, it's this one. So the last Gunsmoke where they were really trying to showcase Kukle and Mechty, I wanted to use this so that way the cleansing would happen and I would get, what's it called, Siege? I think that was what the buff was called. So I switched this one. Actually, I don't need this one now. What is the one I normally put on? Is it this one? Yeah, what place? There we go. But yeah, the fact that you can just edit the keys now, like beforehand, is really, really nice. I'm happy with that. Okay. What are our weaknesses looking like? It's probably gonna be burn heavy. I mean, they are level 30s. I could probably, you know, I could play with my burn team a little bit. They're not perfect, but I can at least run them. They should be competitive enough. Like, my cheat is at least almost like 9k, but I don't even think she's got her keys yet. She's got 4 out of her 6 keys, and I don't even think she even has any of these set. She doesn't have any of these set. What's this? I don't know whose that is. Scorching Protection. Whose common key is that? I will have to figure that out. Is that Krolix? Got from no, it's the unique. These are the rank 5 affinity keys. They have the very unique like background to it. I just don't know whose it is because I forgot who. I didn't pay attention to whose it is. I probably forgot to equip it because it might have been late one night or something. Let's see. I'll bring Krolix. Interesting. I don't really have I built one of these two. I guess I could bring. Is Krolix? I thought it. I was like sitting there thinking it was. Okay, let me slap that on her now. There we go. My Krolix is now at 9,700. Makes me happy to see her that high up. Yeah, I'll just bring Sharkery. It's fine. Alright. This team will be fine, I think. There's no melee vulnerability, which is no, there's one. It's on the Thode. That one Thode specifically. Alright. I feel like I want to use you. No, I'm thinking about it. Cheetah and Centeresi actually kind of step on each other. They're both kind of healers. Did not think that one through. Yeah. That'd be cool, though. People get that. You had a level cheater for this Gunsmoke? Well, actually, I want to use... Well, no, I can use Kralik over here, and that should kill anyway. Yeah. Let me move, And I really can't do much with Sharkery right now. I guess I can put her here. You actually, for once, need a healer. Fair enough. I did bring Sintarasi last time for the last Gunsmoke because I didn't know who really to bring for the, like, others. Like, I had my corrosive team and I wasn't really sure who to bring for Sintarasi, so I was just like, or who to bring for the 5th, so I was like, you know what? Sintarasi can at least do some stuff. So it worked out in the end. What do I want to do with this? I guess I could go... She's gonna gun down this one when Kralik kills this dude, so I'll probably just use this. Well, it's not gonna do much there. She's gonna have an easier time taking that out anyway. You're actually out of range, that's interesting. It's fine. Can I still hit everybody here? Aww. Man. Alright, well, you know what? Let's do this then. I'll put her here, pop this, and then we'll go. That way, at least Kralik has the buffs. Then we'll go over here and set people on fire. That... I don't think he's gonna do anything. Get down. Damage for me to bring a healer on that team. Oof. Not the stinky. Are you gonna stun her? I don't remember. Oh no, you just do monoprotic. Okay. I can push Sharkery further up here. So I really, this is, that's gonna be like so overkill, but you know what? It's funny. This would take him out. Oh yeah, you're just, you know what? Overkill it. No kill like overkill. Murder this man. Listen, you can hit him. That's just out of range, man. That sucks. Not really much I can do with it. I feel kind of bad because like she's able to really do a lot here. I mean, she'll get this guy, but I'm not really gonna care that much about it. We can hit this dude. Kralik can finish them off and then set him on fire. Hey! Yup. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna care that much about this. I really don't need to be taking this like super serious. I'm actually kind of curious. How many people actually play this on like auto? Never actually. Let's just put you here because he can't move anyway, and it's never gonna be a flank. How dare ye! Get stabbed. Stabbed. Fun auto with Vector. Fair enough. See, this is why I like Sinteresti. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're using Kukai for it, it's like, oh yeah, bike go burr. Speaking of times where the bike is actually very useful. Look at this, like, crowded group of individuals. That is just asking for that. I want to use Bird Team. I want to use Bird Team. But use supportive vector. All right, yeah, we can use that. We'll bring the nice. We'll bring somebody else's vector. That's a V2. Look at this person with their like 12.3K vector. You could do Kukei's achievement. I mean, at this point, it's just like, at this point, if I'm using Kukei, this is just purely a dopamine hit. That's really all that is. The high level content is quite satisfying to do on manual. It is. Like, I do prefer playing this game on manual. But then again, like, you guys know me for playing manual, like, almost all the time anyway. Oh, that's my vector. Oh. Well, hey, have the, what is it, free 1K Sardis Gold? There's your 1K Sardis Gold, I guess. I don't know how much it is, actually. Vector ult is gonna be a dopamine hit, too. Oh, yeah, that is absolutely going to annihilate everybody here. Alright, I need you to go here. You're gonna pop this. Tactical nuke incoming! Who do I hit with this, though? Do I hit this one Kreismol in the middle? Yes. Yes, that is exactly what you do. Tactical nuke incoming! Boy! Literally the entirety of them are gone. They are all gone. There were no survivors. This is just the same thing again. It's literally just the same thing again. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow, okay. Not gonna lie, I kinda just wanna see the vector nuke again. Because nothing is more hilarious than just watching the entire map, like, turn into nothing but, what was it, fire? I think, is it fire tiles or just lava tiles? I forget what they're called. Oh, it's XCOM 2 Grenadier. Oh, that's even worse. Alright, now I have to do it again. Now I have to do it again. We have become Death Destroyer of Worlds. That's what we've become. I am become Death Destroyer of Worlds. Literally everything. Burn it all down to the ground! That is nuts. The entire stage is just fire. Look at this! Add to the fact that she is immune to this tile effect. Oh my gosh! And she gets to go again too if she wants. Granted, I don't have anything to shoot at, so they're all just there. Oh, this is friendly fire. Never mind. So this doesn't affect us. This is our tire control. I have to remember that, like, when you have tiles like this, there's like team ownership of the tile. So it's like these characters can just progress without having to worry about it. Burns the enemies as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. There's the you already have the effect that already comes from this. I'm gonna situate you right there so you can stab that man as soon as he spawns in. That is nasty though. This ability is nasty. I mean, it really doesn't matter where I position you guys. You guys get a turn to move anyway. So like, I can put you in the weirdest of spots and it'll be perfectly fine. This is the attack one, right? I always get these two crisscrossed. Yeah, it's the attack. Well, yeah, okay now. Let's just get the... You know what? Kralik, you clean them up. Well, that worked. Can you override tile? Yeah, you can. It's why, like, if you ever like have two different type of like tile manipulators. So, like, for example, I usually use Sabrina. Like, Sabrina and Suomi, they do kind of step on each other with their tile manipulation. So, like, Sabrina's will put a whole bunch of... Is it called freeze? I forget. Frost. She'll put down a whole bunch of frost tiles, and Sabrina will just create Tideway. And whoever, basically, with the last one to apply the effects on the tiles will basically do that. Imaginary friend, imaginary friend, imaginary friend, imaginary friend. This is, I have several questions, chat. Imaginary friend Vector, imaginary friend Kluke, imaginary friend Belka, imaginary friend Ushi, Mechty, Harbsy, Wellrod, and Doris. But yeah, like, if you have... One of the better things, too, is, what's the dude's name with the flamethrower? The boss? I forget what his name is all the time. Is it, like, Oljfet or something? You have to be on Tideway. So, like, what I'll end up doing in some cases is I'll just use Sabrina's, like, this skill to apply Tideway, then just put everybody on it. Yeah, that guy. It was something like around that name. But it's like I do that anyway. Do these do anything special, or are they just... Looks one stack of Nightmarish Reenactment. Attack decreased by 3. Debuff cannot be claimed. Ooh. So this is just damage in general. It's not targeted. It's just straight up if anyone attacks. So basically, one person would sacrifice for the massive AoE here, if they did this. I like how this fight counters quickly for some folks because it lags out the game and crashes. Really? That's actually kind of nasty. Also, these are 30 with 3k HPs. You're not taking that out quickly. Kralik might be able to take... Well, no, there's gonna be the, like, what, 15% damage, or, attack decrease there. And then you gotta go through the 500 and then all that health. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get that quickly. $170 debuff stacks? Wait, really? It's a one-turn debuff. If the attacker doesn't exploit any weaknesses, fires a... Well, I mean, these are all... Wait a minute, these are... you all the same? Oh, so just crawl it. Just crawl it the heck out of this thing. Okay. Oh, I'm still using your... Hang on. Is anyone else's vector so I could spread around the Sardis gold, or is you the only one with that vector? Oh, we have Anthony's vector here. Hit him with the Kralik chair. I mean, it's basically what we're gonna be doing here. We have Sakura's. We can use Anthony's first. It's fine. I think you got our special clothes. It says reenactment. Oh boy. Being close, I would have beat it with the stick. I mean, it's just so, like, perfect for her. What am I looking at? That is slightly nightmare fuel inducing. This kind of reminds me of, was it Blue Spear that had this with the, like, the tentacles? I forget who. I think it's Blue Spear. Or Black Balls. But, hey, yo, chill. Alright, so if I just did this. Yeah, it's basically just everything's getting exploited. Though it looks like she doesn't take any damage. Hold up. Is that the gimmick? Is that like her gimmick? That all of the imaginary friends need to go away before she gets hit? Let me actually read these characters. If imaginary friend is not undead at reconstruction, it restores 25% of HP. If imaginary friend is undead, it cleanses all debuffs, restores all HP in civilian index, and gains mental destruction. Oh, so you need to basically just... You need to basically burst her down. I see. Can I actually... Yeah, let's park you right here. That is actually kind of a nasty, like, whole thing, isn't it? I mean, I could just do this. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you are out of range. So this is gonna be a bunch of debuffing on her then. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Wait, what? Oh yeah, you would get that early, wouldn't you? So then I could just do this. And that's an exploit still. That hits everything. Doesn't take it all out, but it definitely hurts it. How many stacks did you get out of that? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I can't really... I mean, what's the point of shooting these things? Aren't they invulnerable now? Yeah, they're invulnerable. So there's no point in shooting these things. Just like, I wonder actually, can you? Well, you wouldn't be taking damage because they're invulnerable. To get infected. I guess that's a good point. This wouldn't actually give stacks, though, would it? No, it does! But they're not taking damage. They're... Okay. Yeah, there's that combustion. That combustion is actually kind of nasty. I don't really have a good spot for you now, do I? No, my imaginary friends! Don't worry about it. So this is where I can just absolutely open fire on her. Oh no, you are not in range. Let's just fire. Let's have you go first. Just A. You can go first. One fire there. Read the new effect she gets when she's invulnerable. Oh wait, what? When she's invulnerable? Which one? Receiving burn damage considered to have a phase weakness. That cannot be it. Oh no, that's just the burn damage thing. Oh, jeez, okay. How does she get that? It almost kind of makes it feel like the, it feels like the way you're taking her out is through the imaginary friends rather than her. Because, like, there's 9 here, so if you take them all out 11 times and then take one more out, that wipes her out. Granted, you can reduce the amount of times you need to take them out by hitting her too, but... yeah, it almost kind of feels like most of your like actual damage dealt to the boss is going to be through taking out the imaginary friends. Which I guess that kind of makes sense. That's kind of sad in its own way, though. I'm just gonna do a normal attack at this point. I want to save that for when people start getting hit, because Karlach's gonna take a few hits from that dude up at the top right. That combustion, though. Yeah, that combustion played out a lot there. That is nasty, actually. And then, of course, because you're hitting all the imaginary friends, that's taking away her health. That makes a lot of sense. We can actually making event boss mechanics you have to think about. Well, no, I mean, it's not like that's new. Like, you have to, like... I mean, that can even apply to... Oh, that's nice to see that there. That even applies to... What are these dudes called? These two a little bit. You can, if you have these two side by side, you're basically shooting yourself in the foot. Like, the last thing you want are these two, like, close to each other. So you actually kind of have to, like, think about your unit positioning, thinking about who you, how to... You have to split your team up a bit more. Like, you actually have to be somewhat smart about how you do this. Granted, I don't know how it is with like V6 units. I'm sure you might be able to somewhat just bypass some mechanics. But like, if you don't have V6s, I feel that I don't know. I can't really say how much of V6 or F6, whichever one you guys prefer to call it, trumps mechanics like the Bellators. But it's not like that they've not done that before. You have to be a bit smart about how you play. Granted, if you just auto everything, I guess it doesn't really matter. So, alright, let me put the auto on this and just get rid of these two. And then, time for some story. Let's see what this is about. I'm actually curious about this boss now. Data node. Oh, right, these. The little extra stuff you get for this. I'm gonna take all of these, because I like those. There's so little I trust with this game's. Yeah, there are sometimes I look at it and I can clearly see the it has forgotten to do a few things. It just goes straight dumb. But if they're not close to each other, how am I supposed to ult them once and kill them? The users probably. I mean, in that boss fight, like, you could absolutely use the 3-lane key there. Because the 3-lane key will work much better there with how tight that formation is. This guitar though is really nice. All right, we got some story to do. This is screaming at me. Why? Oh, this. Main objective is to regroup. Sometimes they just constantly auto in their turn until lost. Yeah. Yeah. And even then, like, like I said, there's times where I'll do the where I'll see, like, I stopped using it after they did the one like lift tile, and then they activated it, then jumped off. And I was like, what was the entire point of lifting it? Only for you to jump off of it and make yours and lose that avenue of approach. You basically just completely removed like that entire lane that you could have used for movement. Like, it does some really questionable things a lot of times. Alright, we got a lot of... We have 9 stages, it looks like, in total. We got 2 story nodes, which is not as much. How's your targeted study RNG been lately? I have not been doing much of it. Like, most of my... Oh, I had no tentpole. Well, you know what? Boom! Let's get that out of the way. I'm probably not gonna... Well, unless it spooks me here, we ain't gonna be getting it today. I did not. But no, I've been doing mostly character XP and weapon XP lately, so I've not been focused on targeted study. Mostly because I've been wanting to level a bunch of girls up, and then also getting their weapons stronger. And I've been getting Nemesis like crazy. I guess it's the... Is that one of the, I guess, rate-up weapons? How would you even see what the rate-up weapons are on this one? You can't. I've had my share of good ones, but, like, I've been, How do I see how much Stardust Gold I have? Just go storeroom, right? Yeah, like, I'm sitting on a good stockpile of Stardust Gold, so... I clearly have not been doing any calibrations or anything in recent term. So, like, this stockpile is starting to show a bit. I usually am, like, in the 100Ks if I've done some, but I've not really been that concerned about it. But yeah, I've been going through these and this. I actually probably have enough to... Who was I working on recently, actually? I think I was working on, I raised your gun and your level up for Gunsmoke. EP. But Yeah, at this point it's really just neural helixes I need. There's a couple of characters I still need to level, like Diana I want to level. Kushev needs to get to 60. I want to work on Lotta, just because I would like to have like the full Frost team or Freeze team that we can potentially have right now. But like, yeah, I also need to get Vector going. Can I even, how far can I even take you right now? I want to go ahead and actually start leveling her too. I also want to see these. Just kick the grenade! Dang, girl. Dang, girl. Strip just kicks the grenade like that. I like how she turns her back to the explosion, just like how Groza does. I'm gonna get pretty far, it looks like. Maybe in the mid-50s. Yeah, early 50s. Not to know, early 40s. Yep, we're gonna get to the early 40s. That's fine. I'll settle with 42 for now. So I still need another. That's a lot, but that's fine. I'll be able to get that later, and then I'll get her weapon at some point. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll work in my favor. I'll go ahead and get these going though, at least, because the white and the green are always the easy ones to go for. I guess the blue too. I don't even know which ones are best here, but I'll look at these later. I'll develop her a bit later. You need 575k. Yeah, it's a lot. Like, and the thing is, like, the XP, like the character XP is like, you think that's a lot? Then you look at the weapon XP, and you're like, oh my gosh. You need like an absurd amount of weapon XP just to get the gun from like level 1 to 60. It is crazy. Like, actually, how much is it? I'm curious. Because we still have I can look at Svarlog to see what the elite is. Oh, actually, maybe not. It's only 600 here. I'm at level 1. Oh, never mind. Maybe the. I was thinking like it was 700 plus or something. No, it's just 600. That's not as bad as I was thinking it was, actually. Yeah, 680. That's close enough. Yeah. Can you imagine if they raise the level cap on this? How painful this is going to be. Like, it's already much harder to, much more annoying to get this stockpiled up and then watch it all disappear when you level one character. I'm sure probably there's a good number of people that have like maxed out everything, but that's also probably because they've been spending their collapse pieces on stuff. It's only 600k. Well, I was thinking it was way more than that, like 800. But I will take 670k over 800. Like, I was thinking it was way worse than it really was. 600k is only at like 1,000 stamina. That sounds about right. Yeah, because like 100 intelligence puzzles is 60k. Ugh. That is a good point. Ugh. Okay. Do I get? We get some stuff here. Oh, just some standard pieces. That's fine. All right, here we go. Story time, or we just jump straight into combat map? Oh, no, we're not. Alrighty, everything has been overturned. The cycle is set to repeat. Offer a piece of your soul, and you shall be a player on the chaotic, absurd stage. Okay. Okay. That was it. I was expecting a bit more to that. Is this where I go back to just using Kralik and Ulrid, or do we just have some goofy shenanigans afoot? What's going on here? Protect our targets. Well, the hunters, they're not gonna engage. He might. Everybody else is in Overwatch. These might pursue them. I don't know, actually. Well, no, they're going to get attacked first. The Skyfire might do something. Most of these units aren't even going to see anything happen in the first place. Bring the nuke in. She's right here, though. All right, we'll use somebody else's... We'll use somebody else's vector just so that way I can spread the Sardis gold around. So Sakura is getting some Sardis gold, and then we'll have Nanashi get theirs, and then I think that's. I have a good number of people with vectors. Can I actually just see? They're is she Bulwark? Or Sentinel? Oh, that's just what it's called. You can't actually see this, can you? Hey guys, I think we have a bunch of Kukeis. I have a feet. There's a fortification at 6. Whose is this? Who has the fortification? Hold up. Ghost of Taku. Jeez, man. 3.7k attack. God. That is nuts. She is all you need. Yeah, she will tell you that. She absolutely will tell you that. So you have 3 V6. I didn't even look. I saw that one, and that was 1. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, there's 3. Okay. So we have 4. Hey, it wouldn't really. I mean, she is pretty strong. The bike is pretty powerful. I see the Papasha collection is going. I see the Papasha stands in our group here, the Makia. No, I don't know why it's so funny seeing these, like, scrolling down and just seeing like this wall of 1 doll. There's a whole bunch of Tolos. 4 cats. Oh, someone changed their supports around. Mass produced. Imagine all the yeah, that would be nuts. All right. Anyway, let's go back to what I was gonna do anyway. Where is oh, who got rid of their? Somebody got rid of their. Wait, why did my vector disappear? Well, not my vector. There it is. It's fine. All right. We will be using somebody's. I actually kind of don't feel like it's a bad idea. Like, I actually like that people that you borrow from actually get some stuff out of it. Kind of gives a lot more of a nice benefit to having like a friend group. Okay. What do I want to do here? It really don't matter though, to be honest. We pop this and we go for it. These are level 15, so I really don't need. I can just turn my brain off. Honestly, I could probably auto it, but I don't like to do anything with auto. Who do we stab? Who do we stab? Actually, wait. How much of a range is this? It only hits you. We KO somebody by healing them in this place. Let's just annihilate everybody in a 5-block rate. Jeez. Blow up the entire place. Goodbye. The whole place is on fire. Hello, how you doing? Goodbye. Stab. Oh my goodness. It's like Koharu's grenades. I mean, yeah, sure, but at least, you know, it just sets everybody on fire and the whole stage even shows that it's been basically napalmed. So, that skill is nuts though. That is actually like disgusting. Anyway,
After 404's Combat Team A's arrival at the Elmo, word of the loosening of the agreement naturally reaches members of Combat Team B. With Kuke's permission, 404 Combat Team B, being led by Vector, also successfully rendezvoused with the Elmo. Oh, so we're just also with the Elmo. Or they're all just all at the Elmo too. Who's all a part of Team B? I mean, Vector, obviously, but I didn't see who else is on that one. Anyway, and just like that, Hyde 404, while still operating as an independent entity, will utilize the Elmo as a long-term base. Having just completed some combat simulation training, the members of Combat Team B return to the terminal. The progress bar of the monitor is at 100%, and the dense rows of data and statistical charts start scrolling down. Vector stares at the final combat evaluation score with a slight frown. Oh! Well, Rod. Wait, isn't that that's the pistol, right? The really dinky looking pistol with like the like the really big like silencer on it. Is that what that's the well rod, right? Hang on. I don't remember that gun. I think it's that one. Cause it's like that was like I remember what was it? Russian Badger memed the crap out of the well rod. Yeah. It's the bolt action pistol. It's just the really dinky one. Oh my goodness. Alright, anyway. You don't look very happy despite the decent score. Oh, this isn't voice. That makes me a little sad. Candidness is the key to effective communication among teammates. So tell me, why are you dissatisfied with the score? It's not about the score. Malrod, you didn't follow the operation plan we agreed upon beforehand. A good plan should be flexible enough to withstand change. As the mastermind behind the plan, I'm well aware of this. But since you find it necessary, I don't mind doing a full debrief and review. The original plan was to immobilize the enemies with a stun grenade after breaking through the door. Rushi and I would then lay down suppressive fire from the front, while you and Harpsy, I hope I'm saying their name right, would circle around and rescue the hostages. Yes, that's about right. Rewritten events go burr on the voice. Yeah, that's fair. I guess that makes some sense. It just kind of bums me out, because it's like, I really do love the fact that they bother to, like, most games you don't have to worry about it, because, like, well, no, I mean, the 3D gacha games do it a lot more now. Like, I think that's pretty much, like, a normal thing among the 3D gacha games. Genshin and like, the Hoyoverse games are just a unique exception because of, well, if you're playing EN, you know why. But still, like, I'm more used to gacha games not doing that than doing it. So, I mean, it is a little bit of a bummer to see it in this case, but yeah, it's fine. I'm more used to it not having voices than anything else. So, started the event with arguments. Well, yeah, I don't really think they're argumenting, or they're really arguing over anything. Like, they're just kind of like, well, what happened? Why did we do this? You are correct, and you did your part. But your unexpected action affected the whole situation. Ward raises an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Indeed, I decided to deviate from the plan to eliminate a certain unit. I don't know why there was a chandelier in the lab. What? But I bet the interior designer who put it there would be glad to know that their fancy light fixture was the key to our victory. If there were designers on level 2, that is. Has it occurred to you that actively altering the environment could put us at a disadvantage? I think you should make it clear what exactly you're getting at to avoid any misunderstanding. In other words, scattering glass everywhere wasn't exactly conducive to our subsequent actions or withdrawal. Shards of broken glass do no damage to doll frames. Yes, but they do harm hostages. Well, they can. Pardon? Everyone is confused for a moment. We had no medical dolls on our team. If a hostage gets injured and infected under such circumstances, we wouldn't have been able to fully complete our mission. You seem to have overlooked a very important detail. Our hostages were simulated. I mean, she's right, though. Not that I expect falling glass to do that much damage, especially if they're nowhere near the hostages, but she is right. Not to mention, if they don't have, like, shoes on for whatever reason, and they have to walk on the glass, yeah, that would hurt. But, so, like, yeah, they're simulated, but Vector's right here. Or, I guess Vivi is right. Lilrod's just like, yeah, yes, but actually they were simulated. I don't have to worry about that. They aren't real in the first place. It's like, yes, thank you for it. You are technically correct. But she's still right. You're right, but when we're in the real world, our standpoints would be completely reversed. If we don't consider the hostages, we would be the ones who'd end up in a recycling plant. I would hope you don't end up in a recycling plant. Though I suppose the pain wouldn't last the long. That's a sentence. Yeah, it's literally just a simulation. Jeez, calm down. You don't have to be mad, it's only game. No matter how many points we score on level 2, that face though, we would just be T-dolls whose lives are ruined by video games. Mechty probably just sitting in the corner be like, what do you mean? That's not a ruined life. Vector is a pessimist. Yeah, well, would you consider that pessimism, I guess? Would you consider, though I suppose the pain wouldn't last long, to be pessimism? That's like looking at, like, you're in a bad situation, but you're looking at something that would be at least convenient out of that. I don't know. You may need to prepare the head pat suit. For whom? She was even more pessimistic in the first game. I see. Maybe that's why her voice is so quiet. To be fair, that would be quite fitting for me. Also, you really should have notified us before making such a drastic move. If you look at the, I almost thought that it said Vepley. No, if you look at the, No, if you look at the replay, Rushi clearly wasn't aware of your intentions, and so she couldn't coordinate with you despite being right next to you. Even if we suck, we all should suck together. We should all suck together. What? The battlefield is ever changing. Opportunities wait for no one. Surely you know that as well. You can't deny the fact that by dropping the chandelier on the enemies, I greatly reduced the threat they posed as well as the time it would take to mount the rescue, thus increasing the hostage's chance of survival. Even in the real world, loitering at the scene would be more dangerous for the hostages than getting cut by shards of glass. Sucking is a team effort. Oh, yeah, the things she would say, But if the chandelier had been rigged with a bomb or a grenade, things would have turned out very okay. Now you guys are engaging in this discussion is going into very weird directions. So what do you want me to do? Apologize for something that didn't happen but couldn't happen in your it could have happened in your pathetic delusional paranoia. Okay, no, now it is going into an argument. Though to be fair, like, it's just simulation met with, well, what if it was this instead? You can't, like, I mean, this isn't like Fallout where, you know, you open up a door to a place and there's just a grenade on a wire hanging from the ceiling. That's, like, I doubt anyone is, well, I don't know what the Viegers would do, but I'm pretty sure nobody would do that. They'd probably just start using mines or something, or some kind of other, like, booby trap or whatever. She's doing the Russian breaching approach. No, that would just be to play as Fuse and just fuse things. That would also be the disaster because you'd probably just fuse the hostages. Nothing is, how to know you are playing Fuse correctly? You have an 11-player KD on one round. You've wiped out both teams and the hostage. Though sadly, even though you could you boast you wiped the entire server, you got kicked shortly afterwards. That was always a good laugh. Anyway, focus on the results, Vector, like a normal doll would. Sensing the tension in the air, Harp Z wrings her hands nervously. Rushi looks back and forth between her teammates and is just about to say something. Knock, knock. A knock on the glass interrupts the confrontation. The dolls all look toward the sound. Commander? The door slides open with a soft whoosh, and I retract my gaze from the screen in the training room and direct my attention to Vector, who has jogged up to me. What is it, Commander? Are you here to supervise our training? No, I came to talk to you. Still, isn't the score a bit low for you guys? Following my gaze, Vector glances at the data shown on the screen through the glass. Yeah, I didn't handle the problem very well. We have very different habits and ways of thinking. The adjustment process is proving a little challenging. It does seem like the squad doesn't have synergy. Just from that, and like... I don't... Or at least like... If Vector is the leader and like one of the members is willing to deviate without communicating, then there's already some issues there. So it definitely shows. Fuse memes were the best thing to come out of Rainbow Six Siege. Oh yeah, they really were. Even though I never really played him, like it was always funny to watch. Like I'd watch a teammate pick Fuse, he'd go to Fuse something, and then 3 of our teammates are dead and he gets kicked out of the game, and I'm sitting there like, well, I'm the last man standing. Here we go! Dies after taking 2 people out. Though my personal favorite to this day is, I'm spectating a friend of mine playing Fuse, and he's getting chased by a Cav player. He's like next to no health, so he knows he's gonna go down. So he had a fuse charge ready to go for a specific location, but what he decides to do is just go into the room, wait for Cav to follow him, and just fuse himself and Cav. That was the funniest thing to see. But anyway, there is very clearly some team synergy issues here, like Wellrod and Vector kind of clashing already, and then the other 2 seemingly a little flustered at the 2 of them bickering. So, like, I can understand why, you know, we're kind of, like, looking at this like, you know, that things don't seem to be going well. Which is okay, I guess, you know. I don't necessarily know, was this group of 4 together in the original game, or did they have, like, a completely different grouping? That's exactly what I'd expect from a Fuse player. Yeah, he played, like, his main was Fuse. Like, that would be all he would ever do, would play as Fuse. If he's on defense, I don't remember who he played on defense. Because it's been a couple years since we both played. Oh, he probably still plays. I haven't played it in a long time. Ironically, I played both of the Canadians. I liked their kits a lot. Was non-existent. Well, no, I'm not saying like 404B team. I'm saying like when these groups were like, when these characters were like in a group, did any of them work together, or are they all like new with working with each other, is what I mean. Because it's like, it's very clear that this team is very green working together. I wonder if Wellrod would dare argue with Kuke like, I feel like Wellrod would be quickly shut up. Wellrod only does so. That makes sense considering the nature of like the gun, because it was like it's like a spy kind of secret agent doll. You're not usually working as a group. You're trying to conceal yourself, so you don't want to work as a team, or you don't usually work in teams. So that makes sense. But the rest of the group, Rushi, I forgot what her name was, Harpy, and okay, so it just sounds like they're all kind of new to each other, which is okay. Anyway, I don't know if you've noticed, but rather than adjusting to each other, that sounded more like a full-blown argument to me. You heard it all then. Just a part of it, but things were getting pretty heated. The way I see it, you do work well as a team, but maybe things may go more smoothly if you communicate in some other way. Okay, said as much. She told me to find an effective way of communicating with my teammates. But arguing is also a way of communicating, no? Yes, but no. Yes, but actually no is the best way I can answer that. It may be a bit harsh, though, but through an argument, we can all efficiently state our own needs and deepen our understanding of each other. Besides, Wellrod's cutting remarks also serve as a regular reminder that this position of leadership just fell out of the sky for me, and I've yet to prove myself worthy of it. Sure, I guess. I mean, what was the reason she was made the leader? Not that I mean, it's just said it fell randomly out of the, was she just randomly given to it from Kluke? I don't know. Wellrod, the change in the way she speaks was a bit dramatic, but I'm sure she didn't mean it that way. I do wonder what she has gone through. Her tongue is much sharper than it used to be. It still beats my constant self-pity. At least, she worked on becoming more persuasive. You see, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Wellrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. Yeah, so arguments don't necessarily work that way. But right now, both you and Wellrod are still standing your own ground, trying to force each other to accept your respective views. I feel like the best way you could really work with this is, as if you were in the leadership position, you would need to, I would say the best way is to, look at all of their strengths and play to them. Wellrod playing as is more of a stealthy character, so play to her being more of, a from the shadows kind of play style. I don't know the other two, so I can't say, but, I would say she probably would have a lot more fun if you played around to her approach. Maybe, I don't know. Wellrod has less experience with being a leader. Leadership position comes between Vector and Wellrod. Yeah, fair enough. Grows a team leader. Yeah. It's alright. I mean, it's a learning process for them, so it'll be good character growth for them. For actually both of them, really. I hesitate as I gaze at Vector, who is now deep in thought. Vector was appointed as a leader of 404 Combat Team B by Kluke. It's clear to me that the biggest challenge that stands in her way of being a good team leader has nothing to do with her combat performance or battlefield awareness. The problem is her personality and style. She fully acknowledges the problem, but that's all she does. She acknowledges it, and seems perfectly content to resign herself to it. I suppose deep down, even Vector herself doesn't believe that she is up to the task. That's actually kind of sad. Kluke may give her some pointers, but she really isn't the type to give any encouragement. Sorry, that might have been a bit harsh. Since you're the team leader, I'm sure you have your own way of managing your team. Right, back to the subject. Have you seen the message that Kluke sent you? Vector pulls out her communicator immediately. There is an unread message. Mechty's training plan? What? I will be out on a mission with Kluke, and Lourdes and Belka will be also coming with us. Mechty's frame is still under calibration, so we'll leave her behind on the Elmo for now. However, Kluke has put together a training program for Mechty because she's worried that Mechty is going to sleep the whole time we're away and completely neglect her essential data calibration. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kluke already knowing. Sleepo people be like, ah, no, I wanted to sleep. Just 5 more minutes. She said you never replied to the message she had sent you, but she's busy preparing for the mission, so I came to follow up on that for her. You want me to supervise Mechty's training? That's right. I believe Kluke would like Combat Team B to bring her along for your training as well. Kluke being Asian mom, yeah. I need my 11 hours of sleep. Kluke, no. Yeah, exactly. Don't go easy on her. Not even a 4v1 or a relay fight. 4v1 would be a bit too... I've included all the things to note and precautions to take here. In any case, just make sure her head isn't always attached to her pillow. Fine. I hope Mechty won't find the fight against me too underwhelming. Vector's pessimism is a bit of a headache, but since I'm set to depart, I'll leave it till after I come back. Basically, Kuke wants you to take over as Mechty's leader while she's away. So, don't hold back and be as strict as you want with her, Vector. I'll do my best, but only if I can wake Mechty and get her to attend her training. I feel like there's some really good ways that this story will allow Vector to develop as a character. I'm hoping they really harness the potential here. After returning to the training room, Vector informs her teammates of the arrangement made by the commander and Kuke. Oh, looks like our leader has switched careers and become a Oh, the sass. Vector ignores Wellrod, who is still hung up on the argument they were having. Let's call it a day. Submit your reports before 6. I'll read through them and after I finish supervising Mechty's combat training for today. Or simulation for today. Oh, she's cute. It's like a little, I don't know why I'm just thinking like a little Peritia for some reason. It's little Midori. She kind of do look like, oh no. She actually is a cat girl doll too. Oh, it's just small cat. Yeah, exactly. It's small cat. She does look like she needs a head pat. Harpsy speaks up a bit timidly from her corner. What is it? Actually, may I supervise Mechty's training? Oh. Hello. I almost wanted to say hi, Bronya, but I wasn't ready. It's Midori plug and play too. What do you mean, sir? You're actually volunteering for a mission, Harpsy? No, I was going to supervise Mechty's training to begin with, as a favor for Deer. Or I don't know say his name. Bronya with gun. Yeah, pretty much. Why? Because the EW tactical module she is using to debug her data was specifically developed by Tyre at Kuke's request. I also participated in the development of the module. Alright, hang on. Hang on, I have to... Hang on, I have to actually pull this up now. She needs a chat. Oh, that needs to refresh. There we go. We have done it. It's a bit of a bummer though that I actually have to like... I wish there was a way that I didn't have to worry about losing the music. She needs a handle. It's cute though. This is a very interesting group of characters though. I think the one thing I actually really do appreciate is like how they introduce all the characters here and then what is it? I've noticed like, how do I put it this way? I'm trying to figure out how to properly word this. I thoroughly do enjoy it more when games introduced a whole group of characters, but they aren't necessarily playable as soon as they're introduced. It allows you to kind of focus on, like, you know, maybe you'll drip feed them out over time. It's like what Blue Archive does. It introduces a part of the group, but not the whole group in some cases. But it allows them to kind of work on developing the characters, the actual character first, to kind of draw appeal to that character before actually just like saying, yeah, here, there, you can play them now. Unlike Oz. Yeah, Ozzy Lane is... Well, Ozzy Lane took a very different approach, which is fine, because in a way, it kind of plays into their gacha, and they need, you know, and like how they do a lot of things. It does kind of hurt it a little bit, though, because... hang on,
excuse me, the music gets a little bugged when I Alt-Tab to put the hand on. But it's like, I really do appreciate that games do this, where it like allows you to get a familiarity with these characters first before they they release them out. Because, you know, if you're getting thrown at the character, you might be like, well, maybe I like them, maybe I don't. But like, as you go through the stories, you start to actually get a feel for all the characters. Like, I really like Andoris. I think she is a nice character, very, she stands out very heavily among the entirety of, like, Team A. Whereas, like, I think my least favorite of the 4 right now is Belka. So it's like, it still kind of gives those characters their chance to kind of build up and to kind of really see, oh, you know what, I actually like this character in the end. Nobody like Orbiter, not gonna lie. I'm sure some people probably do like her for her own character. I'm actually kind of curious if they end up playing her a bit, if they end up actually changing her a bit. Making it to where she is kind of this character that really likes to be noticed by her sister and want to do her best for her sister, but at the same time, you know, there are certain things that she does care about that aren't necessarily tied to her. I would like to see that, but I don't know enough about Belka to say. She's probably the most, yeah, exactly. She's the most one-dimensional, which is really kind of sad. And Doris is definitely a very... I really do like the way that she's portrayed. Mechty is just a goof. She's a lovable goof. I know some people do find her a little bit annoying, but at the same time, like, she is a goofball. I think the one thing that I've noticed is, especially among people like me who didn't play the first game, is I think for those that actually like read through Exilium, they probably find the way that Kluke behaves towards a lot of her own squad as very like rude. And I have seen a whole bunch of people talking about that, and I did find it interesting, but it's one of those things where it's like you know, you have to look at it from a different perspective too. Like, yeah, sure, she comes off rude, but you have to also think, like, you have to think about her motivations on it a lot more. Much would need to rethink how they write stories if they want to foreshadow characters. Yeah, they would have to. I mean, they kind of still do it, right, though, with at least with Yamato. Like, Yamato is involved, but she's not like super developed yet. The most we know is she's like this really. She seems like she's very aware of everything that's going on and is always prepared. So, to be fair, we would never see Mechty with drinks. Probably. Also, kind of ironic since she's very three-dimensional otherwise. Fair. But yeah, like, I appreciate this style a lot. Like, I've realized, like, the more I've been writing the script I've been doing for the AL video, is I start looking at a lot of the other things, like other aspects of games too. And I really do appreciate how Blue Archive and this game introduce characters over time. You know, like, I appreciate it a lot more that I understand how Andoris and Belka are before even being able to play them. It's a nice thing. It really is. Because, you know, it's one thing to like a character based on just their, like, physical features, you know, and how they look and how they generally behave, but to understand a lot of their personality beforehand also helps drive, you know, appeal for why a person might want to do, like, a waifu pull or something, you know what I mean? That draws a lot to it. Granted, I know I'm probably in the minority of players who actually read story, so that probably is another thing to consider, but I do appreciate that nonetheless. So, anyway. Sorry for that yap there. Since Dar has disembarked and returned to the safe zone, he asked me to monitor the operation of the module. An advanced tactical module. Sounds pretty interesting. Not really. It's all rather well... okay, thanks, RMC. So, you know, since I'm supposed to be doing it, please let me... I understand. However, since Kukai has assigned the mission to me, I must be present. Harpsy, you're staying with me. Harpsy's face freezes a little comically as she struggles to respond. Okay. This is a very interesting cast of characters already. You've got the girl who's so used to being by herself. You have one that's incredibly timid. You have one that's kind of pessimistic. I don't know much about our fourth yet. I'm staying too. Huh? Why are you also staying, Wilrod? I'd love to see for myself what kind of advanced training Team A undergoes. Problem? No. Well, Rod, you don't need to just insert yourself everything. She feels a lot more confrontational. Which is fine, because she's a solo girl. She's used to handling matters on her own. I like B Team more, honestly. On the initial bit, I'm interested to see how they're going to work together. So there is definitely a lot more interest with me on knowing them than the Team A. That said, I do like 3 out of the 4 members of Team A. So I'll have to see how I feel about Team B. That is pretty reasonable for Well to stay. Oh no, it is. It absolutely is. I just also hear that it's all over. What's wrong? In that case, Vivi, count me in as well. I'm sure you have better things to do. I want to spend more time with you, Vivi, please. Staring into Rushi's expectant eyes, Vector lets out a sigh. Suit yourselves. Make sure you submit your reports by 6. Interesting though. But yeah, like I'm really curious how this team's gonna work, going to develop together. Anyway, oh no. Mechty feels a light shove on her arm. Her auditory module, which has been inactive while in sleep mode, activates instantly. That doesn't sound like Kukai. That shove also felt a lot less violent than usual. In that case, I'll just back to sleep. If you don't get up this instant, I'll confiscate all the manga on the floor you hear. No! That's an out-of-print collection, collectible edition of Dalek's Bruh! Dalek's Family. I wonder what that's supposed to be. Dalek's Family, I love that. It's super expensive. Mechty performs a spectacular kip-up from the beanbag sofa. Oh man, that's probably gotta be comfy. She relaxes visibly once she sees who it is. Oh, it's you, Vector. Here, I invite you to praise this beanbag sofa together with me. I spent a fortune on it. It's much comfier than the couch in the lounge. You see, the moment you lie down, and she's out. As much as I want to join you, this isn't the time. Mechty is utterly deaf to what Vector is saying, as if she's just flipped the switch. I really don't want to do this, but according to the guide that Kukai left behind, this would be the most effective thing to do. With a helpless sigh, Vector grasps Mechty by the arm, lifts her up, and shakes her back and forth with great force. Ack! Hold on, something will come loose at this rate. Alright, I'm getting up. What the heck? You're starting to act more and more like, okay, what happened? Aren't we supposed to be best friends with the Beanbag Club? This is why I like Mechty. She's so relatable sometimes. You have 7 hours to complete today's combat simulation training. If you don't complete it in time, Kukai will be notified that your training is behind schedule. It's fine. Kuke isn't even here. I'm sure even the training conference will be postponed. Hang on. How do you know about my training program? Kuke asked the commander to task me with supervising your training before she left. Even though I don't really think someone like me is in any position to supervise others. Oh, come on. She actually recruited a snitch? She even kicked up such a big fuss and got the commander involved? Wait, don't tell me. She's also given you the switch that determines my fate. What switch? Oh. No, she's like, crap! She's like, why did I say it? Why did I say it? No, no, she knows! I wonder if there's ever gonna be like a not like Mechty emote or something. Or not like this, but it's Mechty. By the way, the anniversary message, Mechty literally gives us a high school DxD mug. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Come now, Vector, don't take everything so seriously. Remember the first tenet of our beanbag club? Never do anything now that can be put off until the last minute. Oh my gosh. 7 hours is a really long time, you see. I don't remember joining any club. Get up. Kuke didn't mention it in her message, but I'm guessing I will be held responsible if you don't complete your training in time. Seeing that she can't weasel her way out of this, Mechty slides off her beanbag sofa reluctantly. Trying to guilt trip me now. Damn it, Kuke is becoming more and more like Leva. Ah, Mechty. Morning. Isn't it almost afternoon? You guys on Team A sure are laid back. No, just Mechty. It's really just Mechty. Maybe Honduras a little bit, because that's just how she is. Mechty looks around the training room wordlessly and turns towards Vector. So just how little does Kuke trust me to have arranged such an over-the-top surveillance team for me? Maybe the two of us are the only ones, are the ones she doesn't trust. I can't read today. Whatever. Harpsy, make the preparations. Okay. Harpsy links Mechty to the control terminal. She hesitates for a moment after entering level 2, but then proceeds to activate the module. Turn on the monitoring device and project her level 2 onto the screen. Do we need to be that thorough? I believe by supervising, Kuke meant watching her every single move like a hawk. What's the matter with you today, Harpsy? Why do you seem so tense? Do I? Poor Harpsy. Look, Vivi, the image on the screen looks a bit strange. Prompted by Ruchi's exclamation, Vector looks towards the screen. It is not showing the scene of a combat simulation. In the center of the black screen, an hourglass icon keeps rotating, and lines of text start emerging. Constructing world framework. Formulating achievable objectives. Sowing tiny seeds of malice. A happy ending. Reticulating spines. No. What is this? Just then, a new image appears on the screen. The city from a bird's eye view is deserted. It seems desolate, dilapidated. The image lurches, then starts diving downward. A black spot on the ground grows ever larger. As the camera dives, new text appears on the screen again. The once prosperous and beautiful city fell into decline under the ravages of invaders. As a guardian, it is your unavoidable duty to eliminate them. Young one, go and create a legend. This sounds like the opening of some kind of, like... It feels like some kind of anime or something, honestly. The subtitles disappear, and as the camera approaches the ground, it gradually becomes clear that the black spot is, in fact, a doll armed with a gun. She's facing a horde of enemies that are ready to attack. Oh, that's Mechty. Feels like something that GDD would make. Yeah, probably. It's not a bad idea to gamify training. Well done, Harpsy. Mechty, what's going on? Uh-oh. It's starting. Let's talk after this game. The Mechty solo? Nah, we're not gonna do that. I have to win within 5 turns. Mechty has AoE, but none of these guys are really that compact. Might be able to AoE these guys into oblivion, but that's about it. Alright, who else has a, who else in the, grouping of Haikuke? Are you not are you... Oh, you're in this category, okay. Well, do I use this one? I've not... Got a whole bunch of them here. Alright, let's see how a normal one does. So I don't know whose this is. They have 8,200 combat effectiveness, though. Not that it really matters. This is a very low level. She's not pure damage. I mean, she does pretty good. This nuke is ridiculous. Granted, I guess we haven't really been fighting on enemies and on evil level, evil playing ground. So, of course, it's gonna seem like she does a lot of damage. You're just gonna shoot me, though, aren't? No, you have to be in the zone first. These little robot dudes always throw me off sometimes. I have to get used to how they play. I'm gonna just park it right over here. Don't mind me. Well, never mind. Her explosive nature caused that to happen. You do not have any AoE. You know what? Actually, can I just like place you here and just blow everybody up? Witness me! That is ridiculous. That ability is so powerful. Anyway. After making quick work of the enemies, Mechty holds up a big V sign. Oh, like peace. Okay. At the same time, the words level up pop up over her head. Harpy, get her on comms. Right. On the screen, Mechty jumps as she is startled by something, then turns around and leans in closer. Wow, so the monitoring device looks like a flying camera on level 2. It's even equipped with comms. Disguised as a familiar that follows a girl around. A distasteful yet classic trope. Or trope, that. Looks like you've been reading the manga I gave you, Harpsy. So I'm guessing I'll have to enter a contract soon enough, eh? No, please don't. Harpsy. Alright, I'm gonna be real. Harpsy is currently number 1. She's adorable. I think Harpsy is currently taking the number 1 spot. Yeah, exactly. Panic. Head pat again. I have to alt tab to do that, which is what sucks. Because then we lose the music, then everything freaks out. I would head pet if you here. We'll do this. Does this count? It's a lot easier to do it this way than having to alt tab and like freak everything out. Remember the last time contract you signed, Mechty? It kept you from the command. Did they? Was that really how that contract worked? I thought that was more the commander had to do it. It feels like only the commander would sign that, honestly. I don't think the dolls would. Maybe once they left Griffin, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Harpsy definitely is turning in my favorite already. What? What's this all about? Under Vector's impassive gaze, Harpsy finally stops wringing her hands and starts fiddling with the edge of her coat instead. Mechty never in Griffin. Oh, I would never have known that, though. But what I meant is, like, I don't feel like they would have signed the contract. It's a plugin that introduces video game mechanics into combat simulations. The plot is generated by an advanced AI. It makes training more fun and interesting. I don't think we will find anything fun and interesting once Kuke finds out about this. I know you've been spending a lot of time on forums for game devs lately, but this mod wasn't your idea, was it? It's... She gets so flustered easily, it's adorable. Oh, it's my idea. I asked Harpsy to whip this up. Don't you find the training these days really dull? I just can't get fired. Well, I mean... You're probably like one of the few people that would actually be that way, I think. Maybe some of the other like handgun dolls and maybe Sharkery would probably like that. But I don't think most of them care that much. But is it really a good idea to turn combat simulations into games? Actually, I've actually done my research, you know. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to click that. The concept of gamification has been introduced to many jobs and business activities these days. Experimental results show that it significantly improves employees' enthusiasm and productivity. I mean, if you consider it like simulator stuff and whatnot, maybe, I guess. Though I would definitely say, like, if this is going to keep her motivated to do her training, I mean, it seems harmless? I mean, granted, we all know this is going to go some weird direction, but it's still the case where it's like, this feels like this would be a good thing for her to have, because she's going to be, it's going to keep her wanting to do the training more. For the sake of 404's training efficiency, I don't mind volunteering as a lab rat to test this out. Where's your proposal? Huh? Your investigation report and analysis. It's one thing that you didn't tell me, but you actually put it into practice before clearing it with Kuke. Well, if I'd told that tyrant right from the start, my ingenious plan would have been nipped in the bud. But training shouldn't be a game. Vivi and I have played a video game about warfare before, but it can't really be applied to training. Since it's for training, I'm sure Harpsy has considered the issue of applicability. To lump her in with a certain dork on Team A, who only thinks about slacking and playing, is doing her a disservice. I wonder what Kluke would think hearing that sentence. She's probably gonna look at her and be like, thank you. Hey, I can still hear you. I'm not questioning Harpsy's ability or Mechty's. The issue here is that you shouldn't have kept us in the dark about this. Anything can happen in such an unstable operating environment. You are indeed very perceptive of potential dangers in certain situations, but don't forget, this is just a game plugin. Dolls don't take any damage in virtual space. Why don't you give your worst-case scenario algorithm a break? She's like, Harpsy gradually starts to regain her composure. She peers at Vector woefully. Rod's face appears calm, but her eyes still flicker with emotion. You see, on top of reaching an understanding, you also need to reach a consensus. You must also get Welrod to trust your concern and judgment if you value cooperation. But right now, both you and Welrod are standing your ground and trying to force each other to accept your respective views. To reach a consensus, maybe I should yield a little. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, you could find a common ground, at least. Come on now, let's not argue. I'll tell Kuke about this later. She'll probably tell me off, but no biggie. If I don't start playing training, nice, I'll get a demerit for falling behind schedule. In other words, in the end, Vector let out a soft sigh. Fine. Carry on with your training. I doubt we'll be able to contact Kukle or the commander anytime soon. Alright. But I'm also taking part. Vivi? Well, I don't mind. This is interesting. You gave me such an earful, but you just want to play as well. No, I'm just worried you'll run into problems that you can't solve. Also, if I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to report to Kukle on its implementation. Oh, how very serious and responsible of you. It's actually, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Harpsy, lock me in too. Okay. I'll change it to 2-player mode. This is actually kind of interesting. I actually kind of find it funny that they're doing this. Anyway, the overgrown weeds and cracked soil beneath Vector's feet stretch all the way to the high walls surrounding the city in the distance. Using the watch-like operating device fixed on her wrist, Vector opens the area map. On the map, the red cursors representing her and Mechty are drawing closer together. Vector, over here. The wind carries Mechty's hollow. Vector studies her surroundings. Her attention is immediately drawn to a red telephone booth not far from here. She then catches sight of Mechty, who is bouncing up and down right next to the phone booth, waving her arms around. Her hair is frizzy and messy, like a bunch of weeds. Yeah, it kinda is. Vector the Brave. Are you Vector the Brave? What is that title? Are you ready to set upon this adventure with me? I think I am? No, you're not. But that's alright. Mechty the Great Prophet will guide you. Oh my. Mechty the Great Prophet. Okay, now I need to see how Mechty and Dushevnaya would be in this situation. they're both dorks. Come, head inside. Mechty points at the red phone booth. What's this? You'll find out when you get in. Vector is... I just combined Vector and Mechty's names at the same time. Is ushered into the phone booth, which looks decidedly out of place with its surroundings. Then, at Mechty's insistence, she picks up the receiver and puts it in against her ear. Why does this feel like it's going to be the TARDIS? After a soft click, a mechanical female voice comes from the other end of the... Oh, wait, no, it's this. Saving game. Do not disconnect. Saved. You are fully restored. Vector hangs up and exits the phone booth. She realizes her HP bar is full again. So it's a save point. I was like, is either a TARDIS or a save point at this point? Supreme Leader, Great Sage, and now Great Pro... Yeah, exactly. We have so many titles. Dorks Frontline 2. Exilium featuring Vector and Mechty. I really do like how they're doing this, though. It's kind of a nice thing. Save points are super important. You can only level up and restore to full health at save points. Whoa, how come you jumped 3 levels in an instant? Your level is now even higher than me, the Great Prophet. I killed several Elids on the way. So you get more XP from farming Elid mobs. That shouldn't be the case. Are you really Mechty? Of course I am. Why do you ask? Your energetic demeanor and genuine effort in problem solving are incongruent with my neural records. I told you as much. Gaming can boost enthusiasm. If you were this enthusiastic in real life, Kluke wouldn't have... The sound of a bullet slicing through air. Okay. Sniper, 11 o'clock. The 2 dolls dive to the side of the road. The next second, a bullet hole appears on the spot where they were just standing. Vector promptly draws her submachine gun and aims it at the source of the shot, but she freezes at the sight of their attacker. The doll standing on the slope not far away sports corkscrew twin tails that are most familiar to Vector. Relax, that was just a greeting. Oh, okay. Number 90. But her attitude is utterly unfamiliar. Where is she? Why is she also...
in the game. That's not Rushi. Or Ruche, I don't know how to say her name. Ruche? Something like that. I hope it doesn't turn rogue later. I mean, now that you think about it, the whole, what is it, imaginary friend thing is a little creepy when I thought about that boss. I'm actually kind of curious what that's going to end up being with this. What? Who are you? Marina Crystallis lies just ahead. It's not a place meant for morons like you. Oh, okay. I've seen too many who risked everything trying to make a fortune, but ended up paying with their lives. Rishi, who bears the name tag number 90 above her head, continues her monologue as if she hadn't heard Vector's question at all. You're right, Rishi doesn't talk like Kukai. What? You don't know about Ruina Crystallis, I guess is how you say that? The technology of converting collapsed crystals into crystal energy has won this worldwide renown. Won this city worldwide renown. Just how ignorant are you? Collapsed crystal energy? Crystal energy has made Ruina Crystallis the most prosperous and affluent city in the world. It is the best place for us crystal hunters to find jobs. Unfortunately, the largest arterial crystal pipe in there exploded, and the radiation released led to the creation of countless invaders. It was all because of the wanton destruction that caused the Ruina Crystallis. They caused that Ruina Crystallis is in the Story of a Saint. I keep misreading. Rishi's tone and gestures become increasingly impassioned. It's almost as if a spotlight is shining on her as she soliloquies. But even as a set of ruins, the remaining collapsed crystals in Ruina Crystallis still attract countless fools who dream of getting rich overnight. If you are just headless flies driven by greed, I advise you turn around and scram as fast as you can. What the hell is she on about? You're not headless flies, you say? Then who on earth are you? After that, Rishi freezes like someone has pushed a pause button on her. She just stares at them unmovingly. Two lines of text appear in front of her out of thin air. It's literally like actual NPC dialogue. Oh, this is great. We're not headless fly. Well, we can't even choose it. We have the guardians who have come to save this city. She seems to be automatically filtering what we say. These two lines are responses? Or maybe. Oh, maybe. What? Maybe we're in a cutscene and those two lines are choices that will set us on different plot branches? Arabe. Yeah, exactly. Except the choices would be way worse in that case. In that case, Rishi, no, this number 90 must be an NPC? NPC. Mechty, have you encountered this when you used your plugin previously? Nope. The plots were all really simple. It's either slaying a dragon to save a princess or collecting little beasts as pets. Huh. The number of references in this is great so far. Why don't we just ask Harpsy, the creator of the plugin? Harpsy, what's going on here? Even the little drone looks like... The drone even has all the color palette and general features of her. That's amazing. But the surveillance camera simply flutters around them, giving no response. Strange. The comms line disconnected? Huh? Then let's just randomly pick an answer. Mechty reads the two lines quickly. Let's not beat around the bush and just state our identity. We are guardians who have come to save this city. Ah, that sounded pretty badass. Rishi comes to life again after receiving a new input. Guardians? Could weaklings like you actually be guardians? Since you're guardians, I have no reason to stop you, though I seriously question your ability to save Ruina Crystallis. Yeah, this is really starting to feel weird. Also, we need to give a Destiny Ghost. It's a little too round, honestly, to be a Destiny Ghost. How dare you question us? To prevent you from a humiliating death, I have some information to share with you. Invaders will regenerate infinitely in the radiation, and can only be eradicated by using a secret weapon that can cleanse the radiation. The secret weapon is in a research institute in this northwest corner of Runa Chrysalis. I have guided many people there, but none have returned. I love how she has to constantly just say it's a secret weapon. She can't just say what it is. If you're sure about this, follow this road and head north. There is a border terminal, which is the only entrance to the sealed city. And here are some supplies for you. Zone map, outskirts of Runa City obtained. Ammo times 36 obtained. Main story quest updated. Head to the Research Institute in Runa Chrysalis. As the mechanical female voice speaks again, the dolls feel a sudden vibration on their wrists. Now go and complete your mission. Stop taking up space here. With that, Riche freezes again. Almost at the same time, a frantic voice shrieks from the surveillance camera. Vivi, that wasn't me. I would never call you a fool or a moron. Delete that from your neural logs. I actually find her assessment quite pertinent. Vivi, don't worry. Even I could tell that wasn't you. Get Harpsy on the line. Okay, but promise me you'll delete that. Harpsy, here you go. Harpsy's voice now speaks from the camera. Vector, why did the comms line get disconnected just now? It didn't. To enhance gaming immersion, voice input is automatically disabled when entering a cutscene. A cutscene. So that number 90 really is an NPC. Yes. The creative AI implanted in this plugin can only write very simple things in the early stages. After a period of time, it will learn and upgrade itself by reading the subject's neural logs. Maybe this is why Mechty had never encountered any NPCs before. Oh, okay. That would explain the imaginary friend thing. By reading the subject's neural logs. That's right. Due to a lack of R&D funding, some of the settings as well as the NPC models and appearances are randomly extracted and recreated from dolls that have taken part in past combat simulations and their neural logs. So that wasn't really Ruche, but merely a character with Ruche's appearance data. The personality is based entirely on the plot generated by the AI. A carbon copy in terms of physical appearance, but with a completely different personality. No, I want Ruche to play this game. I feel like she probably would find this really weird. It would take her a bit to get used to it, though. Oh boy, that's pretty interesting. I'm getting really excited about what's gonna happen. Does this Runa Chrysalis she mentioned exist in reality? No. The AI just grabbed some information about collapse crystals and made up the rest. Perhaps to ease Vector's concern, Harpsy adds cautiously. Don't worry. It's all just for internal use. None of it is uploaded to the network. Our data is totally safe. You hope. Understood. Hector nods. I have no more questions. Let's go, Mechty. Now that we have the new map, we should continue to explore. You seem to be even more fired up than me, Vector. See, gamification does work. Perhaps, but being more fired up than you isn't something that warrants much praise. She's not wrong. She really isn't wrong. Being more fired up than me, that says something. Yeah, being more fired up than you is not a hard task at all, Mechty. Oh my goodness. Following number 90's instructions, the two dolls enter the border terminal without much hassle. The deserted building appears spacious and empty. A gloom of the unknown lies beyond the turnstile. Wow. It looks almost like a passage that leads to some kind of alternate dimension. Watch your step. What? Mechty dodges aside out of reflex. When she looks back, she realizes it's just a broken lid of an eyelid. Huh. Now that I take a good look, the whole place is littered with eyelid remains. I have a bad feeling about this. Once we go through this passage, we should be in the city. Vector peers at Mechty's health bar. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. What? What's the grayish-white thing underneath our health bar? It goes down periodically. Oh, that's... All of a sudden, a piercing howl interrupts her conversation. Vector's eyes flash as she darts a glance behind her. Okay. Dog, enemy attack! Interesting. We are facing an unknown number of enemy units. Let's keep our distance for now. Those footsteps. It sounds like there's quite a few enemies. Let's just handle them to our best of our abilities. Okay, I'll take this side. Almost kind of makes me feel like I actually should probably play canon, but I don't... I mean... I think my problem is my Mechty should be able to handle this. It's just she doesn't really have... There's no weaknesses here. I mean, there's a couple of medium ammo. I think that's what they call that, medium ammo. Because this would be small, medium, and heavy. And then just shotgun is its own thing. And melee is its own thing. Okay. Yeah, this is like, let me try it. Let me see how that goes. Let's bring another vector into the fray here. I'm gonna snag this one. Okay. What do we got? Yeah. I'll see how this is. I'll see if this is hard or not. I imagine with level 60s, this should still go pretty quick. Not to mention, like, Vector could just completely nuke a whole bunch of things anyway. Though sadly, I kind of need to use her normal attack here to take this guy out. And I can just go over here and just nuke everything. I feel like because of just Vector's ultimate, it's not going to be hard to do this anyway. Especially if they're level 60. Also, yes, this music is very new. Yeah, you have to be in turbo mode for that. Bang. The last Elid is shot through the head and topples to the ground, even while it's lunging forward. Standing in front of it is Vector, who didn't manage to raise her gun in time. Her figure remains still on the trigger. Who didn't? Wait, what? Oh, it must have been Mechty then. Your hat was close. Are you okay? Vector straightens up. She curls her fingers and uncurls them again tentatively. I was unable to move due to some kind of force, but I seem to be okay now? Oh, that's because your stamina bar was down to 0. Stamina bar? You know the grayish-white thing that you were just asking me about? Any big movement like jumping, rolling, etc. consumes stamina. If your stamina bar is empty, you won't be able to move, and we'll have to wait for your stamina to recover. To do that, Mechty the Prophet suggests you move and kite your enemies while recovering your stamina. Don't make any big movements unless you absolutely have to. I see, but how do you define big movements? Any movements other than walking. That doesn't seem very reasonable. What are you talking about? This is the essence of any kind of game. Stamina management is the key that sets noobs and pros apart. You still have much to learn, newbie Vector. Ah, yes, thanks, great prophet. But in reality, unless there is some kind of malfunction, dolls don't experience some such interruptions to their power supply before their battery runs out. I can't think of any real benefit this mechanism brings to actual combat in the real world. It's a simulation. They're gonna drive that point again, huh? Well... that face. Mechty seems to be devoting a lot of computational power to pondering this question. Her brow furrows deeply. It can reduce unnecessary maneuvers, conserve energy and power? See, at the end of the day, energy and power aren't infinite. Oh, I mean, it is kind of accurate to have a stamina system, because it's like, you're not gonna, like, if you're in the middle of, like, actually, what's the best way to put it? Like, if you're the guy that's, like, running, like, a super heavy sword or something, you can't just, like, swing it like a madman and expect to never get tired of it IRL. It makes sense that the stamina system exists. It's just goofy. I just don't think these dolls, they don't think about it that way, though. Pyro Wife and Sleepo People. Yup. Good old Sleepo People. This has actually been a really interesting... I really do kind of like seeing this side of Mechty more, though. I actually really do appreciate it so far. It's like the... You only saw what little of Mechty you could through the Kluke, through Aphelion with Kluke interacting with her, but this is kind of like... I know it's Vector's... It's more of Vector's event, but it kind of feels like Mechty is currently steering it, which is kind of nice. I personally disagree, but I will note this down and let Kuke and the commander be the judge of that. Ugh. We're having so much fun here. Why do you have to keep bringing up the bad ending that awaits me? As they converse, they step over the remains of the E-lid and head towards the turnstile. Neither of them notices its almost imperceptible twitch. The turnstile or the E-lid? Sleepo People. I feel like you needed to hear it. Irashaimasen in that. Irashaimasen deshita. Yokoso. Well, it should just be Irashaimasen. I don't think there's the deshita. That's not necessary. With a soft click, Vector and Mechty exit the phone booth. Oh, okay, they saved. Before them lie the familiar weeds and cracked earth. The bloody text "You died" remains hauntingly fresh in their memory. Oh! Oh! F. Wait, why are we here again? You return to the last save point only when you die. So, clearly we just died. How? I have no idea. I was talking to you, so I didn't see anything. But something probably ambushed us from behind. Just... at the same point I have to imagine, these two... Everyone on this side of the camera is going to witness all the horrible ways that they both get wiped out. Harpy's gonna be like traumatized from that or something. Meanwhile, Railrod's just gonna be like, I could have seen that coming. No, go that way. Not what I would have done. Just then the surveillance camera pipes up while circling around them. Vivi, I saw it. It was the Ela that you shot down. It was feigning death. It was the one who attacked you from behind. Ela? It feigned death? We've been had. I should have known there would be such sneaky ass moves in this kind of game. Yep. Hang on. Am I being ignorant here? Have you ever seen an Elid that knows how to feign death? I haven't, but that doesn't really rule out the possibility. Yeah, that's true. When it's a matter of life and death, even the poor Elids have to pick up some cunning tricks. Well, I mean, like, they're supposed to be based off of animals, right? Like, I imagine like if it was a possum or something. Possums do that. They played us like a damn fiddle. Yeah, exactly. Harp Steve is backseating. I don't think she's... I would say she's not backseating. It's just more of like, oh yeah, here's what happened. It's like when you're playing those games where it's like you expect to die a lot, and it's literally like when you get taken out, it literally just puts a message on the screen that says like what took you out and what to do about it. That's basically what Harpy's doing at this point, or Harpsy. If that's true, then all commissions that involve Elids would double in price. This time, it's Wellrod who speaks through the camera. Vector, isn't this one of those like extremely unlikely hoods that you're so obsessed with? This shouldn't be so far-fetched according to your logic. She's got you there. She's not wrong. The derision in Wolrod's tone does not escape Vector, but she makes no rebuke. Instead, she pulls up the game interface. We are missing a certain amount of ammo and 531 XP. Is this a system error? Nah, it's probably a penalty for dying. It keeps throwing me off when the drone disappears and it's like behind Mechty's head. Penalty for dying? Just as we get drops as reward for killing enemies, if we die, we also lose supplies and XP. But the supplies are usually retrievable at the location of our death. Wouldn't they be seized by the enemies? Huh? That'd be way too infuriating, no? Those are players' hard-earned supplies. If any game implements that, it'll flop real hard as soon as it launches. That one baby zombie in Minecraft that has your diamond armor and diamond sword with sharpness 5 that keeps murdering you every single time you raise out of your bed. Yeah, sure. Totally. Totally, it'll flop real hard. We're not even, not even the chicken jockey. No, not even that. Just the tiny little piece of crap that just sits there with all of your armor and the sword just proceeds to annihilate you every single time. I've seen this also happen in RL Craft, mind you. It took my friend. It took him. It took him like 45 minutes in a complete utter war with that little zombie just to get his stuff back. That means your bed is gone. Nah. It's just you have to keep punching him until eventually he keels over. In RL Craft, though, it doesn't really work out. In most cases, you're just gonna get one-tapped by the baby zombie. Especially if the sword has, like, supreme sharpness on it, because that's how RL Craft works. The amount of damage Supreme Sharpness 5 does is terrifying. So yeah, sure, Mechty, that's... Games totally should never implement that. Totally not speaking from experience, too. Well, I mean, I guess the one good thing out of that is because the zombie picked it up, it doesn't actually have it. I don't think it despawns unless the zombie somehow, like, gets itself killed in a spot that you'll never find it. Though, it might actually be an interesting gimmick. Feels like the game is dragging us around by the nose. Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Sometimes when you just can't beat the game and you're so angry you just want to quit, you think to yourself, oh, I should at least pick up the loot before quitting. Then once you've done that, you think, since I'm here, why don't I give it another go? Maybe I'll beat it this time. Then before you know it, a whole night has passed. I mean, that depends on the player. Personally, I know there's a YouTuber I follow who, instead of going back to fix the thing, what usually ends up happening is a Wii Remote goes through a wall, or it gets shattered into a billion pieces. And then he has to go buy another one. Or the helmet loses durability and gets burned by the daylight. That's a good point too, yeah. Unless it's one of those like mod packs that makes it to where like the sun doesn't actually burn up the zombies. Sumomoy, basically. No, if you've ever wanted to experience true video game rage, look up a YouTuber by the name of Poofesher. I think it's Poof, like he went poof. Poofesher. That man single-handedly is keeping the Wiimote and like the people who make Wiimotes for like the Nintendo Wii afloat in 2025. I think he's at like 50 plus Wii remotes destroyed or something like that.
Anyway. Oh boy. So, the game is exploiting the player's fear of loss and competitive nature to keep them addicted. Let's go retrieve our loot and make our way to Ruina Crystallis. I'll watch him. Yeah, no. Like that's just how he is. Like you'll get if you ever do watch him, you'll figure that out very quickly. He's just the poor man does not do well with rage. I have to be careful this time around. We'll be fine now that I know that Elids can play dead now. But it's so annoying to have to fight them again. Remember to shoot them once more after they go down to ensure that no Elids are playing dead. Hi chat, has Vector come home yet? Yes, Vector has come home. I feel like that money would have been better spent on anger management classes. Well, it would, but he's also got like, what, 2 million subscribers? So it's really disposable income. Plus, if he's smart with his taxes, he could write that off as business expenses. Because it's technically equipment. Though you could arguably say that the wear and tear argument doesn't really work, considering he is, well, I don't think I really need to explain that further. So, yeah. The Wii videos are really funny. Technically, the Wii Remote is investment. I mean, it really is. The guy has got to keep buying them to continue doing what he does for his channel. This gets views. I mean, it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, the guy actually like he's destroyed TVs. I think he's destroyed like all the possible types of things that comes on Wii, like the Wii Remote itself, nunchucks, the little steering wheel that comes from Mario Kart. Like it is terrifying the amount of stuff he has destroyed. Yeah, I got it. But hey, I mean, it works. I mean, to be completely fair, there was back in the day when there used to be a pretty big YouTube group that was relatively popular. There used to be a series called Rage Quit, made by a specific person in that group. Rip that company though. Well, actually, I don't know what they are. What it is now. I think I saw some posts for them or something. Anyway, then let us begin. This is more or less just the same thing. It's just gonna be the same thing every time. Just nuke with it. I should use this one again. I think I've used this one already. Yeah, I think I have. I think that's somebody else's. I think that's somebody else. I think I've used that Vector already. Because I remember this is a very unique outfit. Anyway. You can play your cards or you can destroy a remote multiple times. Yeah, probably. If you're pretty smart at knowing how to fix it. And I imagine if you have like a 3D printer, you could probably, you know, a lot of the Wii Remote is plastic parts. You could probably just replace the pieces that you break. As long as you keep the internal circuitry intact, it should be fine. I mean, all I literally just need to do is click here and everything pretty much dies again. Is it possible to, like... Hang on. No, I can't do it there. It has to be here. I love how, like, ridiculous this is. How many tiles is this thing again? Within 7 tiles. That does not look like 7 tiles. That feels like 9. She gets to go again, right? Oh, that's a clever way to do that. I like that, actually. Hey, look, we got our equipment back. It's literally one of the pickupables in the game. 7. It doesn't look like 7. It really doesn't. I'm not like being nitpicky. It's just ridiculous how big that area of effect is.
That was close. I was starting to think that I would lose. That was a hard game.
You killed one thing, Mechty.
That was training. Never mind. Let's go see what else we can take. Okay, I'll have a look over here. Mechty and Vector start rummaging through the pile of elites scattered all around for supplies. The searched elite corpses disintegrate and fade away. Oh, yeah. Ammo, 63 obtained. Times 63 obtained. Healing potion, times 10 obtained. Item, crystal bracelet obtained. Zone map, Runa Crystal's urban area obtained. New zone unlocked. A cheap bracelet made of inferior crystal fragments. Judging by the description, it seems pretty useless. If it's useless, it's probably an item that can be related to the plot. Can't go wrong by keeping it with us. Say, this has been quite profitable. With all the XP, we can level up twice in a row. But we're constantly at risk of losing the XP before we find the next save point. Victor, you'd be wise to not treat them as yours yet, so that you won't feel sorry if you do lose them.
Well, I have to remember you're a pessimist. Because you're already making the assumption that you're going to lose them. So you'd rather cope with the fact that it's not... No, I feel like you should treat them as yours, so that makes you play more cautiously and makes you think about, you know, how to avoid, you know, losing it in the first place. I'm waiting for Mechty to be actually, like, really savage, just say skill issue or something goofy like that. Though Mechty is too nice of a character to do that. If we lose them, we can always get them back. It's just a bit of a pain. You can always start again in games. You can always start again. Does that mean you don't always give it your all? Well, no, not necessarily. Exactly. Oh, no. I always put in an effort. Vector stares at Mechty with a look of disbelief. Then all of a sudden, another thought seems to have struck her. If we die again while in the process of retrieving our loot, will we still be able to recover the things we were trying to retrieve? I haven't really come across that situation, but speaking from a gaming experience, probably not. Harpsy, is that right? The camera hovering in midair bobs up and down twice. That is indeed the case. I based it on a game with similar mechanics. Basically, you can only recover the things you last dropped. So if your inventory is empty to begin with, you won't be able to recover anything. But you basically lose nothing, though, if your inventory is empty. In other words, players are very likely to end up with nothing at all. Yeah, if you're not careful, then that's true. An extremely limited amount of save points, save-based recovery, enemy resetting, drops penalty. So far, I find the design and features of this game that are beyond the scope of training a little too harsh and cumbersome. If you consider everything except for enemy resetting, you will basically have dolls in a nutshell. Which is actually kind of realistic for you, minus the enemy resetting. Everything else, though, no, that's you guys' normal lives. You only have so many places you can upload your NeuroCloud. When you get knocked out, you go into a new frame with the NeuroCloud snapshot you previously had, save-based recovery. And then, of course, whatever information and stuff you had on you at the time when you do get knocked out is lost. No, I'd say that's pretty accurate for you. It's more accurate than a human. It's way more accurate for a doll than a human. I wonder how many people actually thought about that. Huh? I was just trying to match the level of difficulty of the module. Also, Mechty said that these were all standard setups for games. Standard setup for games. The stamina system, though.
Doll frames have power, do they not? I would consider that a stamina system. You can't just constantly run, go nuts and do everything and expect yourself to not ever run out of energy. So, no, like I said, if you consider everything save for the enemy resetting, it's basically a doll. It's kind of ironic, actually. I didn't think about it until I really put my mind to that there. I'd assumed you would at least consider how to incorporate training into the game, but from what I see, you have simply shoehorned it into a framework without much thought. It's funny seeing the drone here because it keeps looking like Mechty has cat ears, just really dark cat ears that don't match her hair color. That's where you are wrong. Suffering is the essence of this sort of mechanism. Only through a trial of hardship does the fruit of victory taste sweeter. I don't have a module installed for ingesting food. Thank you. Vector, you don't get it. So, what else do I not know about the essence of this kind of mechanism? You're missing the point, Vector. You've been approaching this with a negative bias and much reluctance from the get-go. It's only natural that you struggle to experience the fun that I'm trying to explain. You gotta relax. I think you also completely failed to comprehend my concerns. No, I totally understand them, but since we're here, we should just chill and enjoy the game. You... Vector's brow furrows, then she lets out a heavy sigh. Never mind. At least in terms of combat, both the breakout and the beginning and the ambush we just went through match the settings of the module. There are some things that didn't make much sense in other aspects, but they're not impossibly far-fetched. Wow, sounds like you played some impossibly far-fetched games. I just find it very bizarre that these games demand dolls to behave in a way that follows human physiological habits. I literally just said stamina works the same way as you, it's just instead of humans having stamina, or instead of dolls having stamina, it's energy from a battery. Like, it's... I can see the point that Mechty's making about the bias there. She's not necessarily looking at things from every point of view, which is a little bit of a negative for her being the leader, but it's alright. But that's part of what I think she needs to learn, though, which is hopefully she gets that. Can you explain it in a more understandable way? Basically, back when we were still at Griffin, Rishi and I took part in a gaming tournament for some monetary reward. The event was quite heavily promoted. I wonder if you remember. Gaming tournament, that does ring a bell. Apart from dying in combat, players in the game could also die from hunger and hypothermia. That wouldn't be so strange for humans, but we are dolls, so we tend to overlook such problems. If this plugin also incorporates the same mechanism that makes it possible for us to die from lack of sustenance or low temperatures, then it would make it even more difficult for us to beat the game. Hold on. Don't tell me you're thinking about the Ah, yes. Classic case of we have to censor the name because we can't... you can't mention it directly because copyright. I actually have never played The Division. I've heard it was pretty good. Some people do like it. What? You didn't participate? Nope. I remember. A doll player did actually freeze to death. I think she went by Pink Nyan Nyan Punch. I'm going to assume this is a doll that I do not know. Unless that is Mechty. Which would be really funny. What a tasteful name. Oh, yeah, never mind. Never mind, it's Mechty. Right, we'd better get going or the elids here will respawn. You're right, let me check which way we should go. After scrutinizing the map for a while, Vector plots out a serpentine route. That's her gamer name. That's hilarious. It is a collaboration story in GFL 1. Oh, that's actually kind of cool then. So is that like that was is that a nod back to that game too? I do like it when, like, as much as I have not played GFL 1, like, if it made a reference to its own game, that's really funny. Or, I guess, to its past, that's really nice. It's making sure to play off of that. That is canon. That's great. I love that. Alright. Looks like we'll be spending quite some time on the road. The Research Institute and the border terminal are on two diagonally opposite ends of the city. Oh, that's really far. How long will it take us for us to get there? Running across the map is always such a chore. Can't we just travel along a straight line here? Mechty points at a straight passageway leading to the northwest area marked with a dotted line on the map. The mouth of the passage is right ahead of them. Underground transportation hub of Ruina Crystallis. Are you sure? Anything underground always sounds particularly ominous. The value of training is demonstrated in dangerous places. We're not tourists, so what's the point in spending so much time on the road? You're right, it's more important to complete the training. That actually makes some sense. One of the best ways to get used to a game's mechanic is to force yourself into a really, really rough encounter. I learned this in Wuwa. I learned what happens when you come across a giant rock man who's glowing red and is apparently level 90. I have a feeling some of you who play Wuwa already know who that is. Keep in mind, I was level 40 at the time. Did you beat him? Yes, I did. Because the only reason I beat him is because the clash mechanic makes it to where he takes so much damage. Oh gosh, the one hit would kill me though. Which one? It was in the north, like where the general is supposed to be in the north, right? I forget what the name of that place is called. But it was like up on the top of a cliff. There's like the it's near the heron, because I needed to take out the heron for I think the drops it gives, because my parry girl needs them for her ascensions or whatever they're called. Yeah, red mist elites, exactly. Thank you. There's more of them around. Oh, I've been told. I think there's like 29 or so of them. Wait until you see the snowcat. There's a snowcat? That's actually crazy. Okay. I mean, like, it was kind of cool, because it was like, I didn't realize that enemies could be like that high level against me. Well, yeah, the golem. It was the golem. I think what was also funny too is like what I unlocked, I'm like level, I am currently union level like 31 right now, because I did a whole bunch of exploration. I wanted to do exploration on my own instead of oh, I just realized. Let me go ahead and let this thing, that way there we have music. I want to do a whole bunch of exploration because I felt like that'd be better to do not on stream, so we could focus more towards story and combat and that kind of stuff, instead of me running around being like, what does this do? How do I find that? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. No, I've been doing a lot of exploration, so that way I can be in a good position. That was kind of a fault I had with Genshin, and that's kind of why I think I dragged my feet a lot on that game, was because I literally just like I would barely play it unless I was like streaming or recording. Did you encounter any enemies higher than level 40? Yeah, aside from the golem, there was 3 stop sign boys. And I went. One of my friends who joined me on co-op took me to meet a bear. A like level 100 something bear. Thankfully, I was playing Chisia, so I didn't have to worry about much. I realized how like kind of crazy ranged characters make how much ranged characters kind of trivialize things. The bear one. Oh, it's level 120. Fair enough. Does Hawk play Genshin anymore?
I'm mostly just checking what's going on. Haven't really been playing it too much lately. You shouldn't count at the level 120. I don't remember what level the bear was. I think it was the big boy. Because, like, even my friends that were joining me, like, they got, well, one of them didn't want to fight because they just wanted to watch me kind of suffer. But ironically, I didn't actually lose to the bear because I was using Chisia. But I would occasionally watch the other one run in, start fighting it, get slapped by the bear once, and just instantly get KO'd. And I was just like, oh. Man, I'm glad I'm not a melee character right now. But yeah, I've definitely encountered those enemies. It's been an interesting process. I haven't seen them all. I think I've only seen like 4 or 5 of them. So there's a good chance I'll probably encounter more over time. Also, there's a really, really weird and creepy place towards the south of the map. It's like this giant, there's this giant valley area. And there's, like, this vortex in the middle with a bunch of, like, whitish, blonde, gold birds flying in a circle pattern. It's kind of creepy. That's Axmar. Yeah, I was in that area. So I was like, I actually kind of liked how the environment is. There's some places that are really cool looking, and there's other places that are like really kind of creepy. So, but yeah, we'll see some of that tomorrow. But yeah, I've done a good amount of leveling on my characters, so hopefully that'll get us through a whole bunch of other things. It's an exploration quest to clear out the fog. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah. We'll be playing that, like I said, I'll be playing that tomorrow. We'll be able to go through that story a lot more, and I think we should have a good time there. I'm hoping I can get through most of 1.0, if not all of it. Which wife we gather tomorrow? Oh, I will say, I have been holding all of my pulls for Wuwa. I think I'm sitting at about 30, 40, like, general banner pulls, and I think I'm probably around 40 to 50, like, rate up banner pulls. So we'll see. Did you get Vector by the way? Yes, we have Vector. We are very close to the weapon pull too, so we'll see. No, not the pulls. Well, what wife we will encounter tomorrow? Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, well, there's a good chance we might get Zani or whatever her name is. I think it's Zani. Is it Zena? No, Zani. Zani. I think it's Zani. I don't have her name down yet. Though I probably won't be able to use her for a while because I've been told the Echo set is not anywhere close, so it's all right. Anyway, Vector and Mechty feel their way forward in the gloom of the transportation hub. If we die again, let's not go underground again. According to the map, this is the fastest route to the Research Institute. The route above ground is too meandering. But at least we're much less likely to get surrounded and brutally killed by enemies in the dark like just now. Don't you think? I didn't know our night vision was disabled. Our most recent death cost us 1500 XP, 110 ammo, and 25 healing potions. All of our effort down the drain just like that. Don't just assume we're definitely gonna die. We've gone through this part before, so we can just counterattack following the enemy's sequence of attack, right? Then have you memorized the enemy's sequence of attack? Well, 2 came from straight ahead, then 3 from the left, and then 1 from behind? Wrong, there were 2 enemies attacking from behind. The one who grabbed you crawled up to us on the ground, while the one who attacked me was hanging from the ceiling. Vector feels the doll behind her shiver. That sounded like something right out of a horror game. But since you memorized it, we should be fine, no? There's no telling if we will encounter more enemies after that. You're right. Games like this love kicking you when you're down. Seriously, this AI has really got the sadism of certain game devs down pat. Sadism. Going by your own logic, I thought this would also be a so-called essence of these games. It is only an essence after you beat the game. Before that, it's all the devs' sadism. Oh my goodness. Vector understanding the concept of spawn camping. I mean, to be fair, like, that is kind of how, like, a lot of, you should approach those, like, the rogue, what is it? Not roguelike, sorry. What's it called? Souls-like? Yeah, Souls-like. Souls-like is a lot of that, isn't it? Like, you have to really learn where things are, how enemies behave, their attack patterns to kind of mitigate the damage you can take from them, or practice dodging and whatnot. Like, that's kind of what those games are like, right? Aside from all the other memes and shenanigans that go on. Wait, are you going to go through the story and not go directly from 1.x to 2.0? Yeah. That was the plan, Farrell. I wanted to actually, I'm way more of a story guy than most people probably think. Souls game is like a memory exercise. Yeah, I think that's pretty much that's what I think we're going at, right? That's what I would assume. But yeah, I'm a lot more of a, I'm very much like, I play a lot of games for story. So I want to experience it all chronologically. All right, nice. Yeah. I can't wait for it too, because I'm told like 1.0 was rough, but post 1.0 going into, what's it called, Renacita or something like that. I don't have the, sorry if I'm butchering the names of locations and Wuthering Waves. I don't know them enough. I literally started playing last week. But I've been told the story gets pretty solid. So I can't wait for it. Kind of like Mega Man and Contra. Yeah. Like, once you, and even then, like, Wuthering Waves, like, some combat against some of the bosses and stuff feels the same way. Once you figure things out, it's just a matter of, like, making sure you always keep going at it. And death is normal. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's kind of why it's like, you know. I played a bullet hell called Rabby Ribby. It's like that, too. You have to learn those patterns, and failure is just basically, like, the learning process includes failure. So it's like, once you finally win, even if it's like a close win, it shows that you've at least learned enough to figure things out, or you just got stupid lucky. Hopefully it's not the latter. But no, when you really practice enough with those, with games like that, though, it really gets all the more satisfying when you get really, really comfortable with that game. Death is just a normal thing for, you tried and it didn't work, or you did something stupid. It's alright. Never played Toho in Lunatic Mode, Hawk. I mean, Rabby Ribby actually got up to that point, too. Like, I would honestly say I haven't felt like, I didn't feel as pushed on a bullet hell until I played Rabby Ribby on one of the higher difficulties. Like, it does get there. Which is actually terrifying. Anyway. It's just exhausting. I feel like I've reached the point where I just quit the game and go to sleep. But this is your training. Oh. Vector ignores the reluctance in Mechty's voice and continues onward. As darkness hampers her vision, her auditory module becomes exceptionally sensitive. In this cavernous underground transportation hub, even the softest rustle sounds incredibly loud. Vector suddenly comes to a halt, causing Mechty to crash right into her back. Ah, that hurt. Why the heck did you stop all of a sudden? Hush. Stay quiet and crank up your auditory module's sensitivity. Are you being all secretive? Mechty rubs her forehead and does as instructed. A buzzing noise like the flapping of bee wings grows clearer and clearer from ahead. Is it coming from here? Vector places her hand on the wall next to her and feels her way down inch by inch. What? There's a vent here. The sound is coming from inside. Mechty, back up a bit. Okay. After a burst of gunshots, something plate-like falls to the ground with a clang. The opening should be wide enough. Wait, you're going in there? Have I seen Yukari Yakumo and Toho 7? I mean, I know Yukari enough. I haven't played in a while. I think, I'm gonna be pretty rusty with what their patterns and stuff are gonna look like. But it's been a bit. Mechty working hard for my next covenant. Yeah, I really do like this side to her. Like, being able to see her, like, not kind of getting bullied by Kluke and taking more of, like, Aphelion was definitely, like, steered by Kluke and Dimitri. This one, despite being like Vector's debut event, is kind of more, it feels like these two are co-piloting. Though it does feel like Mechty takes a stronger role here at the start. Might be just how Vector is, being more of like the pessimist and not exactly the most outgoing character. It's just stage after EX for that game. Wait, which we talk? Sorry, I'm confused. Mechty is learning from Laffy. Maybe. I want to see what is making that noise. The sound is too rhythmic. It's just suspicious. To prevent us from encountering anything unexpected again while we're on the way to recover the supplies we've lost, we must eliminate all unfavorable conditions in advance. You have a point. This could be a hidden stage or something. Then make it quick. I'll wait here for you. Yawn. Mechty lets out a massive yawn. She seems to have grown tired of being energetic. Have you forgotten who's supposed to complete her training here? I haven't. But what if we wipe in there? All our worldly possessions will get swallowed up by the system again. That's why I told you not to think of them as yours. If we wipe, we'll just start again. We can start again however many times we want since it's a game, right? Wow, I can scarcely believe Vector actually said something so reckless. I'm just doing my best to comprehend your idea of fun. Look, I'm trying real hard. After turning a few bends along the ventilation duct, the two dolls' vision becomes clearer and clearer as their eyes capture a little bit of light. At last, they reach the other end of the ventilation duct. Vector dislodges the metal plate by force, and light floods their vision. Metal buckets and storage boxes are scattered all around in a space which is neither big or small. Several switches are mounted on the walls, and several generators are locked behind metal fences on either side of the passage. This is a generator room? But these generators aren't running, so where is the power coming from? What's that mechanical sound? Could it be that? Vector looks towards where Mechty is pointing and sees an electric cable traveling down the wall across the passage. The cable is connected to a glass container device. A sparkling crystal is suspended in the glass container, slowly rotating while emitting a rhythmic buzz. That's... Just as they make to approach it, the sound of a glass container crashing to the ground suddenly comes from behind them. They quickly dart behind a pillar and raise their weapons. The person who has suddenly appeared behind them is currently grabbing at her own face with both hands, looking utterly terrified. Ah! I've been spotted! She's even crying! Hawk handled now. Alright, fine. We'll do it just this once. There. I gotta refresh it again because it breaks. There we go. I honestly am, this is definitely my favorite of the group so far still. She's precious. Though I don't have anything against Vector. It's more of just like, I like her character so far. It's cute. She's just your kind of, like, what is it? The usual, like, timid character that's also slightly a cinnamon roll. Alright, I gotta kill the sound for a second. Sort of the downside about doing this, though, is that I have to, I really wish there's a way I can just play this Windows so I don't have to, like, lose the game doesn't lose focus and stop playing audio. Anyway, I've been spotted. Is that Harpsy? It is Harpsy. Never kill wobbles in the air as if in protest, but it makes no sound. Spotted lab rats will be eaten. What should I do? What should I do? The NPC named TMP appears to be in a state of extreme panic. She keeps pacing around the pillar in the passage of manically. Then, all of a sudden, she stops. I need to calm down. Calm down and think. Alright, I have to find the anywhere door. If I find the anywhere door, I'll be able to leave. She looks around. Her face lights up in glee as her gaze lands on one of the storage boxes. Found it! We're all glad she won the Survive Frankfurt award. I'm assuming that's the award for going from GFL 1 to GFL 2. Also, for the division collab, Skikon and Kalina were supposed to have connection issues at the start and were thus unable to play. Ubisoft had to change it so they were ganked at the start. RIP. We can't call her Cinnamon Roll. That title belongs to someone else who's canonically Cinnamon. GFL and a GFL. Neural Inception. Yup. TMP steps right into the box and closes the lid above her head in one fluid movement. If I fits, I sits. Vector strides forward and flings the lid open. A scream that sounds almost like a groundhog immediately comes from the box. Ah, I got found again. I'm getting eaten. It's so loud. My auditory module. Vector, do something. As the scream persists in the background, two choices appear again appear before the two dolls. One of them better say head pat. A. Close the box and let her calm down. B. Use item. Crystal bracelet. Oh. No head pat? 0 out of 10, worst game. So this is where you can use it. Vector taps the icon of the crystal bracelet on her watch and confirms that she would like to hand it over to Harpseed, who bears the name tag TMP above her head. I'm getting eaten! I'm getting... Oh, that's... The bracelet icon in TMP's hand materializes into an actual bracelet. At the sight of the bracelet, the girl's panic is immediately replaced by joy. You're okay, Oliver. You are the very picture of health. Like she named the bracelet Oliver. I see. I'm so glad you didn't get eaten by monsters. Now we can get out of here together. Make sure you hold onto my hand and don't let go. 2, but Crimson, no, do not, do not. No. The accident wasn't your fault. It's been 10 years. You have to let go. Oh, man. She puts the bracelet on her wrist fastidiously. Wow, that's a word I don't expect people to use. Then she gives the two dolls a solemn bow. 3 night, but no! you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Oliver. Sorry for mistaking you for scary monsters. Oliver was all I had even before becoming a lab rat. We loved going on treasure hunts in the city. Oliver said we were just picking up trash, but I often found treasures. Sounds like a scavenger, but what's the deal with this lab rat business? Then one day someone told us that he could offer us unlimited food and a safe place to live, but in exchange we must do him a small favor by trying out some colorful candy and drink. Did he happen to drive a white van? We agreed, so that person let us stay in the cage with lots of other lab rats like okay. They were all covered with sparkly crystals, so oh no. Oh no. Put her inside a box and bring you just carry the box with you while she's just in it. This sounds like Cheetah, actually, with the candy and stuff. Oh yeah, that's it. Wow, thank goodness it didn't break. The jar is surprisingly sturdy. TV picks up the glass container with the crystal lying by her feet and lifts it up for them to see. He said this crystal is super useful. It generates heat and power and can do anything.
When I left the cage, I took some with me. As a gesture of my gratitude, I'll give this to you. You can also take all of these. Their watches ping with notifications. Collapsed crystal times 3 obtained. Crystal-powered flashlight obtained. And a broken pocket watch obtained. This is all the treasures I have. All the treasure I have on me. Oliver and I will be resting here for a bit. Until next time, kind strangers. After delivering her lines in rapid-fire mode, TMP falls silent. Oh, she came, she monologued, she scrammed. What a perfect NPC. Utterly no nonsense. Whatever the case, this... Vector waggles the flashlight in her hand. Shows that we can hand in plot-related items to NPCs in exchange for items that can help us along the way. The broken pocket watch probably also has its use, but there's no guarantee we'll run into the right NPC. Crystal is so it is very concerning. Uh-oh. Uses the old name of the girls. Wait, so number 90 actually was her old name? I guess that makes sense. Guns do have those that kind of schemas on them. Walter White, is that you? I am the one who knocks. PP90. Oh, I hadn't seen her gun yet, so I don't think that would make a lot more sense. Okay, I got you. Because it's like, without them having their guns on them, you wouldn't be able to really... Well, I mean, you could tell Vector. I don't think Vector is really hard to... I don't think it'd be hard to tell who Vector is. Wellrod is just... Yeah, Wellrod is another good example of... Oh, well, I know what gun she's based off of, because her name is literally the gun. Anyway. Don't overthink it. We'll encounter them when the time is right. At least we have a light source now. We won't be so easily ambushed by elids that jump us from the shadows like before. But we won't necessarily beat them, even if we can see. One step at a time, I suppose. Now let's go get our stuff and continue on to the city. Mosin and Nagant, yeah. There's gotta be a few where the name is like actually hard to tell. Like, I feel like Leva and Lena aren't exactly... Maybe I don't know the story behind it, but Leva and Lena I don't feel like are... I could be wrong. I'm sitting here thinking, is there any ties I could draw to them? It's just you look PP90 now, design is funny. The actual gun PP90? Or are you talking like her GFL 1 model? Oh! No. That ironically looks very close to the Keltec. Well, it gives me... I think I feel like there's a lot of... Is this like... Oh, yeah, it's the folding submachine. Yeah, it's... I'm sure the Keltec had some inspiration from this, but probably was built way better. Well, Gen 3 is pretty nice. The Gen 3 Keltecs are really cool. What actually is the... What's the caliber on this gun? 9 by 18 millimeter. Okay. I actually wonder, what was the Keltec inspired by? I'm assuming it had some... P11 and P... Okay. Ladder, PF9... Okay. Really? They just decided to make something more... Okay, so they... never mind. It looked like it was inspired off of it. Like, because like, it's the folding guns that do that kind of thing. Looks extremely rudimentary. Thought it was the P90. That definitely is not the P90. Leva is EMP45 and Lena... yeah, but I mean, like, can you tell, like, their names... Lena is originally UMP9's name. She was a civil doll. But, yeah, like, what I mean is, like, if you were to just say Lena and Leva, and then not without thinking about,
You know, or what gun are they tied to? Would you be able to tell what they are? Like, granted, in my case, I look at that and I think I don't know what these girls' guns are. Granted, I know them because, I mean, I've seen enough videos of them, but still.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, because it's like there are ones where the gun is literally part of their name, but there's other. Well, granted, that is how it pretty much was in GFL 1, but they still kind of incorporate that here in GFL 2.
What gun do you think Sinteresi is?
Good point.
That is kind of cool, though.
I know it was originally Vena. Well, yeah, because L's don't exist in, or not L, sorry, not. Yeah, L's don't exist in the Japanese alphabet, so it makes sense. Reina. They have to. I know it's the whole joke about like they have to emulate the R's, the L's with R's, but that's the closest sounding thing to an L. As sad as that is sometimes.
Girls has a step removed from the OTS.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't like OTS like what was it? OTS 14?
Yeah.
Grounding Vector. Huh. Honestly, I feel like that would have been... do you guys feel like it would have been cool if it was Vector? Well, actually, Chris would probably be a little bit too dangerous because that's an actual company name. Never mind. I was thinking like Chris, like the actual Chris Vector name would be pretty cool. But now I think about it, no, it's a company name. They probably can't do that in the first place. Because I think they have to ask for permission for gun stuff anyway in the first... just to do that stuff. Anyway, I can finally see clearly.
Vivi, I think, is fine. Ugh, so many enemies lying in ambush. All units be cautioned and take care not to be ambushed again. That enemy seems pretty dangerous. Maybe we should gang up on it. Agreed. That's what I call a tacit understanding between members of a fraternity. What? Okay. Call her Vivi then. Yeah, I know. It's more of like, I was just thinking, like, it would be interesting to see they went by other names instead of just going, like, just being straight Vector. But it's okay. It's not like that's a bad thing that she's called that. Alright, well, I don't know who I haven't picked yet. That's the sad thing, is I don't know who, this one. I don't know which one. Let's gang that. Yeah, let's gang up on that enemy. Just immediately drops in and drops the sun on the map. Literally, it's literally just, I'm gonna walk right over here. Let me just activate this button. And then we drop the sun on the map. And... just... There are no words. That skill is just nuts. I'm sure at higher level enemies, it's not gonna look as impressive, but still, we sunk 3 of their bros and they dropped this. Yes, thank you for making that reference. I forget which one who said that in his group. Anyway, with the help of the flashlight, the 2 dolls promptly dispatched the invaders in the transportation hub and recovered their loot. Watching her XP bar slowly grow, Mechty lets out a long exhale. I'm kind of in the mood again. Something's not right. Huh? I recovered less than 2/3 of my previous XP. I also have fewer supplies than before. What about you? I don't really see much of a difference. On top of the loot, I have a feeling that something important is missing. Something important? If it's all simulated data here, so you shouldn't lose anything. If you lost important neural logs, your neural module would also flag it. That's true. But I'm absolutely certain that this isn't all the loot. Could be a bug. Bugs are pretty common in games. Just ask Harpsy for a patch update. Harpsy, can you take a look? Sure thing. Leave it to me. While you're at it, also check the surveillance connection. Your voice is getting fuzzy. Okay. Committing war crimes in Nam. I mean, like, that's, like, how else would you describe that ability, like, in 1 or 2 words? It is basically dropping the sun on the map. Like, it is like, napalm, nuke, dropping the sun, any of those things pretty much are accurate. When they finally emerge from the underground transportation hub, the sunlight is so strong that Mechty has to squint her eyes. We're finally out of the dark and miserable place. So this is the city proper of Ruina Crystals. It doesn't seem all that different from the satellite cities we visited before. The image is taken from our neural logs, after all, but there are differences. Look over there. There are colorful glass pipes of varying thickness and lengths as far as the eye can see. Some of them lie under overturned floor tiles, some are poking out of the broken walls, while others are completely exposed outside. Most of them are cracked and broken, like icicles piercing the city. I wonder what these colorful glass pipes are for. This must be the crystal pipe explosion or whatnot that the NPC Rushi mentioned. Crystal pipe, Rushi. Ruche, I don't know say her name. While Vector is still deep in thought, a mellow voice speaks up from behind. Those are crystal... Oh, hello. Those are crystal pipes. They're for transmitting crystal energy. I wonder who this is supposed to be. And Doris. And Doris, who has appeared behind them at some point, claps her hands and blinks. Her lips curl into a prim smile. Ever since people discovered how to convert collapse crystals into energy, the city began laying pipes made of this special material on a large scale to transmit energy to every corner of the city. The city was therefore named Runa Crystallis, and the pipes were also named crystal pipes. These rainbow-like crystal pipes were essentially the arteries of the city. Right. Are you crystal hunters? Crystal hunters? No. You managed to reach the city proper. You may not be crystal hunters, but you're no ordinary people either. We're nothing extraordinary either. We're actually guardians. Guardians? I love how I just realized guardians in this. Did you get your one? Yeah, we have Vector. We got Vector, wrong guy. Also, hello. FDG. She kind of does act like a mom, so that isn't too far off. Just she doesn't go around calling the commander boy. As much as some of you probably want her to. I'm just kidding. Impressive. No wonder you suffered no injuries on your journey here. Well, that's not a What is it, Vector? Feeling a tug on her sleeve, Betty looks back at Vector. Don't you think there's something strange about her? Strange? Yeah, you're right. It's like talking to Andoris in the flesh. That's not what I mean, but have you noticed that our interactions with other NPCs are done through multiple choice questions, whereas she's been able to converse with us freely? Maybe it's just a fluke that her pre-scripted responses match the conversation? Let me try again. Mechty clears her throat. Andoris. My name is G36K KSK. Damn, she actually registers what we're saying. She's different from the previous NPCs. We better be careful. And who are you? I'm a mercenary dispatched to Runa Crystallis to search for and rescue survivors. You're here on your own. I came with a company, but the intelligence we received was inaccurate. The number of invaders drawn here by the leaked crystal energy far exceeded our expectations. Out of the whole company, I'm the only one left. Sad Andoris. Yes, please! Yes, please! Wait, did you try pulling for Ulrich? No, I didn't at the time. I wanted Suomi. I kind of liked Suomi a lot more than Ulrid, and I didn't really have a lot of whatever collapse pieces at the time for both of them. And I think around that time, I was kind of being a bit more tight with the with my funds, so I really couldn't do much. I'm sitting here, I was like, when did I start playing this game? And like, I don't even remember when I started playing. I'm like, when did it was February, maybe? No, I don't remember. I don't remember when this game came out. Shoot, it's been a bit. I think at launch. Yeah, it was the day of launch. I just forget what day that launch was because it's been a bit. Was it December-ish? Oh, yeah. It was around that time. Because I remember I just got back from the holiday, and I had a couple days left because I was just doing some. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It started like the first week of December. Yeah. Okay. No. Now I remember why. I didn't have the budget to get both Ulrid and Suomi if I wanted to like whale or something. So mostly because I had just spent like a lot of money on the Constant Memory project. So it's like I couldn't have done much there. So anyway, out of the whole company, I'm the only one left. G36K KSK. I'm just gonna say Antoris. I'm not even gonna bother with this. Frowns slightly. I'm just trying to gather as much of my companions' possessions as I can. Just give some closures to their families. The two dolls fall silent as they return her resolute gaze. Something just feels off. Have you got any ideas? Not really. It's too much of a pain to think. I just want to get this over with and get some rest before Kluke comes back. Have the motivational effects of this gamification thing worn off already? Well, even a gamer girl would get bored after playing for so long. Kluke? No, nothing. You're gathering your fallen companion's possessions, you say. Have you found anything yet? No, it's like trying to find needles in a haystack. Possessions. As Vector ponders this, she suddenly thinks about... I was going to say broken pocket watch. Yep. Maybe you could take a look at this. Vector taps her watch to give the broken pocket watch to Andoris. Light particles gather to form a physical object in her palm, an actual pocket watch. This is... She opens the pocket watch with great care, and her eyes well up with tears. This belonged to a friend, thank you. Doris turns the open pocket watch to show Mechty and Vector what's inside. A photo is engraved on the inside of the cover. The subject with blonde hair and green eyes glares at them with scornful eyes. Who's this? It's Wellrod. Vector eyes the hovering camera with some trepidation. It's for the plot. I hope she doesn't mind too much. It's for the plot. Thank you. This is probably the only thing I will be able to find. He's basically just said the game is just like, yeah, well, Rod's dead. Out of all of the rest of the group, well, Rod's just dead. One of them is a player. The other two are NPCs. Well, Rod just got taken up by invaders. Thank you. This is probably the only thing I will be able to find. I don't have anything to give you in return for the favor. Nothing at all. I thought we would gain some kind of new skill or amazing items, like an armor of revival or something like that. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any armors of revival, but I could join you and lend you my strength. Companion! Support character says join the group. Meanwhile, Alice out of nowhere is just like, bum, baka, bum. Holy crap, this could happen? I suppose a support character is an NPC that assists players in combat. Bingo, 10 points to Vector. Fabulous. Well, someone will fight in my stead, Mechty, please. Though, I wonder if this Andoris also crashes very easily. You shouldn't rely on her too much, whether she's prone to crashes or not. You've got to complete the training on your own merit. Don't worry, support NPCs are only there to balance out the game difficulty. Yeah, but that also means the game is harder. Vector peers at the smiling G36K, then at Mechty, who is looking around with some excitement and frowns. She tries to suppress the sense of disquiet she's feeling and looks down to consult the map. We're still distance away from the Research Institute. I hope nothing will go wrong. Well, now that you said it... Come on, you can't just say it like that. I know you're a pessimist and all, but that's not making it easy. Mommy has joined the party. You said the thing. Yeah, exactly. She said the thing. She just basically jinxed herself. It's over. It's over. Flag. Yep. Jinx joined the game. The red flag has been triggered. No. Remember, this is the supporting character. When she starts going into a very, like, in very crazy depth over her backstory and talks about all the things that she wants to do in the future, that's when you know. While Harpsy is focused on checking the codes on the terminal, Warrod and Rushi are watching the surveillance feed from level 2 on the monitor. At the sight of her own portrait of the deceased, Warrod crosses her arms and scoffs in distaste. Oh man, I wanted to see more out of this. I hope there's more to it. Don't let it bother you? Harpsy said as much. It's all randomly generated. You saw how odd I was. Don't be ridiculous. You think I'd be bothered by that poor facsimile, okay, of me? I'm actually more curious about who's behind the design that made me exist in big data in such a disrespectful way. You're totally stamping your feet, yet you still won't admit you're angry? Don't worry, Vivi and the rest of us won't tease you about it. Who's scared of being teased? Look, well, Rod, it's for the plot. As she said, it's for the plot. All I'm saying is the random function of the plugin could use some optimization. Yeah, sure. Let's take the inverse of this. It should have been her, not me. Her. Do it for the vine. Well, yeah, pretty much. Oh. What is it now? They got killed by invaders again. Oh, turns around and snickers when she sees the you die on the screen. Our poor players. One constantly hesitates out of cowardice. The other is lazy and complacent. This outcome couldn't be more predictable. Hey, you want to know something though, well, Rod? At least they're not canonically dead. Huh? But I think they're already working really, really hard. No. Something's wrong. Harpsy muttering interrupts the conversation. About a frantic typing follows. Rishi and Wellrod exchange a look, then walk up to Harpsy. What is it, Harpsy? What's wrong? There's some kind of anomaly in the data. The code that determines the drops is a bit different than what I wrote. It got overwritten. Uh-oh. Oh, so that's why they didn't recover all the loot. Who would overwrite the code? I don't know. Harpsy's input triggers pop-up windows on the screen, each bearing a large red cross that flashes continuously. Even Rishi and Wellrod, who know little about programming, can tell that this means that Harpy's attempt to overwrite the code has failed. I can't do it. Any permissions are completely locked. I can't make any changes. Who on the outside could possibly bypass my access permissions? No. Could it be a virus? But it wasn't connected to any external network when developing and running the program. I mean, viruses don't necessarily need you to connect to the internet if they're already built in. Don't let these distractions befuddle you, Harpsy. I think it's time for the two dolls, lost in their fantasy of playing Guardians, to wake up from their dream. Alright, I'll contact them and tell them to disconnect from level 2 right away. Harpsy, I keep saying Harpy, not Harpsy, clicks the comms button on the terminal, but the error pop-up appears on the screen again. Columns are jammed. Jammed. Anything else that seems out of the ordinary? Let me see. The Dandelion, get off our game! That actually would be really funny if it actually was Dandelion. But at the same time, I don't think she would do this kind of ruse. Harpsy types away out on her keyboard. As rows upon rows of text scroll down the terminal screen, Harpsy knits her brows. Blech. The drops aren't the only thing that got overwritten, even their neural data. Uh-oh. Neural data? Every time they die, they lose a certain portion of their neural data. The data flow is untraceable. It could be some kind of virus. At this rate, the virus will completely take over their neural modules. What? Stay calm, will you? Don't sabotage yourself by panicking. Harpsy, can you handle this virus? I don't know. I tried to trace it, but the virus is probably capable of hiding its tracks, so I couldn't. I can't issue the command to terminate the program either. What should we do? The only thing you could do is restore, but if they're connected, that's not a good thing. Fortunately, panicking won't help you trace the data flow either. Calm down, Harpsy. You are one of the creators of this module and plugin. No one knows it better than you. To be fair, Dyer probably knows it better than me. But if we ask Dyer for help, Kluke will also find out. Then the cat ears on Harpsy's head droop instantly. I actually kind of wish they actually animated that a little bit there. This moment the game shoes in. This event is sponsored by ExpressVPN. That wouldn't help them in the first place, though. I always kind of laugh at all the VPN commercials. I feel like one of these days, I would laugh if I ever get if anyone ever reaches out to me about like that kind of a sponsorship, because I'd be like, okay, I have a bunch of questions about your VPN. And before they're like, wait, this isn't just a content creator. He's an IT guy. Oh, no. To be fair, though, VPNs have some good uses for sure. There are definitely a lot of advantages to them, but there's also... They overhype themselves a bit. Is payment VPN even more helpful than a free one? Depends on probably the system. Open source ones probably are pretty solid, if there are any, but at the same time, you know, VPNs, just because you have a VPN doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be safe all the time. It just delays things. Hawk sponsor would be War Thunder or World of Warships. You know, I'll make you guys laugh a bit. I have gotten an email for a sponsor before, and it was one of the few that I basically looked at, read it for a bit, laughed, and then said no. I didn't actually respond to them, I just ignored it. Actually, Furukawa, it was them. Yep, it was them. Yeah. No. I've gotten a request from them a couple of times. It was really funny. I looked at them and I just looked at the email and I was like, oh, okay, so this is how they do these. And then I was just like, yeah, I'm not really interested in this game. I'm sorry. I'm sure you guys have some success because you've been around for as long as you have, but I'm not interested. Not even really surprised. Yeah. You really shouldn't be, because it is kind of a game in that same, in the same gacha sphere, just not necessarily like the usual gachas that I cover on my channel. The other people they sponsor, they probably got sent big bucks. It wasn't actually that big. Like the rewards were pretty minuscule. I mean, it would definitely be enough for people. Like, if you were doing YouTube as like a full-time thing, absolutely. Like, it'd probably be something you jump on and be like, hey, it's a free couple hours of my time, some editing, maybe, free couple hundred. It would depend. It also depends on how much you did too. But if you did like a lot of things for it, like they had like a whole bunch of like tiers and stuff. The offer will 100% dim. Yes, exactly. It 100% depends on your channel size. Like it wasn't pretty good. Like if I it's probably a good thing I'm not motivated by like revenue on my channel. And that I kind of see that, like, I look at that more as like a nice, like, oh, hey, cool. You know, I got this or something. No, it's, I kind of feel bad for the people that like try to do YouTube as a living. Cause it's like, man, that's gotta be rough. Anyway. Let's check the ship girl story. Cuts the rage shadow. No. I would never do that. I would never do that. Anyway. I know Kluke is scary, but Vivi and Mechty's safety is more important here. I know. It's not like I don't care about their safety. She is just... Stop being adorable. It's hyper-predatory monetization. I've heard some interesting things about World of Warships recently. Some people aren't exactly too fond of it nowadays. Anyway, seeing that Harpsy is on the verge of tears, Walmart bends down and rests her hands on Harpsy's shoulders. She looks directly into her eyes. If you're certain you can't solve this issue on your own, then get in touch with Dyer. Taking responsibility is indeed a daunting prospect, but remember, you are not alone. Robert's firm hands may have steadied Harpsy's nerves a little. She tries to collect herself and nods frantically. Sorry, Harpsy. I was also a bit beside myself, so I just blurted that out without thinking. No, I shouldn't keep hesitating. Alright, save the self-reflection for later. Now, let's get moving. Rhoda claps her hands. Harpsy, contact Dyer. Rushi, send a message to the commander and Kluke to explain the situation. Fastening up ourselves should spare us from the worst of the storm. Okay. Got it. That was a story note? That was short. Okay. It doesn't have much competition. Yeah, and that kind of can make them stagnate a bit. This did not have any dialogue, but I'm going to, or any any initial dialogue before, so I'm just assuming these two are alone. Alright, who else can I get, like... I feel like I should do this a lot more on streams where there's any event stages, because, like... yeah, it's not a lot of Sardis Gold, but being able to give people Sardis Gold just for simply... How many can I add? I can only use one doll support, right? Is it always only one? Also, holy crap, that's a lot of... Like, I don't think I can, like, draw out you. No, only... Yeah, okay, it's only one. Rip. I've never actually bothered to use that many of them, so it is what it is. User participation shows off the viewers' dolls. Well, I mean, it doesn't really show much. It's just like their doll. That's really it. Like, it would mean a lot more if the I really do like that you can do this. It would mean a lot. Can I actually like zoom in right here and then? Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Can I actually move the cam? Oh yeah, I can. Like, it would mean more if there was, like, cosmetics and more cosmetics and stuff you could put on them, but with, like, only a handful of skins that exist for the characters, no other, like, major features you can put on them. I guess you could change their gun. I guess that's probably, like, the most you'd be able to do is change how their gun looks. That almost pretty... Oh, I didn't even see the Elmo in the background! I was too busy looking at the dolls to even notice the Elmo back there. Holy... Huh. That's something. Right. I wish there was also a way to, like, readjust your perspective. I think this is the closest to it. It also shows their wellness for the V6s. Yeah, if there are any with them. Hello and welcome to Vector. If you've never experienced Vector, here's what it simply is. We drop the sun on the map. We literally dropped the entire sun. We did it. Oh, one's alive. Oh, he barely lived, though. Oh, you can't do anything. You know what? Go turbo mode. Drink. How much damage that should do to you? Not that much. Do this for no reason. How did they steer the Elmo around the... Good question. That was a lot of damage, actually. I mean, it was a low-level character, mind you, but still, I wasn't prepared for that much damage. Mechty takes in the defeated enemies all around her and expresses her heartfelt admiration. Some of them had fallen head first into the pit, while others are hanging onto the guardrails. Where's the one that does the cliche Wilhelm scream? Oh, such a... She's literally just, like... I'm just sitting here thinking now, like, they're in, like, Andoris and Vector are in the middle of fighting, and you just, like, Vector goes to turn and look at both Mechty and Andoris, and, like, Mechty is just, like, being carried on Andoris's back and just passed out. Ride wife. No, we're not going there with that. Because then someone in chat's gonna be like, it should have been me, not her, me. Oh, such ruthless firepower, such agility, the ferocity of a $1 army. Have I pulled an SP version of some SSR unit? Alright, Mechty, you get a few more points for that one. You flatter me, I am simply performing my duty. She's even as gentle as Andoris. Isn't she too perfect? Not that there is anything wrong with the actual Andoris. Just leave all the combat to me. She literally is her. Wow, I've been waiting for so long and finally someone says this to me. This is... She's actually crying. This is indeed the dependable junior that I've long dreamed of. Not that I'm complaining about the agile Belka and Andoris. I was gonna say, I was like, I think you actually do like how Andoris is normally anyway. Vector looks at Mechty, who is hanging onto G30 like a rucksack with a hint of helplessness, literally. Are you planning to make her carry you the whole way? What's the problem? It's not like walking is part of the training. I think a chewing out by Kuke is inevitable at this point, but if she sees you like this through the surveillance recording... I don't think it's her. I'm less curious about how Kuke is gonna react to that, and more curious as to how Andoris is gonna react to that. That's what I want to know more, is how is she gonna react to that? Not Kluke. We already know her. That is a known ending. There's a reason why Mechty has already said it's the bad ending that is an eventuality. What I want to see is how Andoris reacts. It's like I already know Kluke. Belka we already know, because Belka's just gonna be like, you know, big sis. She didn't do her stuff again. She's so useless. And then Doris. I really don't know what would happen in that case. Though what's probably likely to happen, I'm going to assume, is this is a program that's gone rogue, and at this point, maybe the recording gets corrupted or something goofy like that. Anyway, it's just a matter of a 500-shot drill turning into an 800-shot drill. Quantitative change often leads to qualitative change. She might start tormenting you by targeting your precious collection instead. Suddenly remembering her large collection of special edition manga and merch, Mechty lets go of Andor's demurely. Cloquet is away, but she still stalks me like her own shadow. Ugh. Alright, let's go and retrieve our loot. Mechty and Vector walk toward the two beams of light not far away. The loot enters their respective inventories in a burst of light. Noticing the problem, the two dolls look up at each other almost at the same time. I think you're right about the deducted loot. We only got back less than half of our XP and supplies. Harpsy, have you figured out what's wrong? The camera hovers smoothly next to them. It makes no response. Harpsy, what's going on? We're not in the middle of a cutscene right now. Why are the comms being jammed? Vector, this harpy or whatever that you keep talking about. Who is it? Uh-oh. Well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's... Vector suddenly realizes that something is terribly wrong. It's Harpsy, imprint model T MP. She repeats the familiar name slowly, but Mechty just stares at her even more blankly. Harpsy? Who's that, a new friend of yours? You don't seem like the type to go making friends with Oof! She doesn't seem to be joking. Making jokes takes too much effort for Mechty. It's not my imagination. Huh? I'm not imagining this feeling that something is missing. You've been saying some really strange stuff since a while ago. Mechty. Vector interrupts her. Try to disconnect from level 2. But we're not done yet. Do as I say. Try to disconnect. Sure. After trying multiple times, Mechty looks at her in confusion. I can't. What's going on? Either something happened out there, or something's wrong in here. Mechty, remember when I said I had a feeling that something important was missing? I don't think I was imagining it. What did we lose? I don't know what I lost, but you definitely lost something. Vector tells Mechty about Harpsy. But I still can't recall her. The data is lost, so that's not surprising. What happens is how to prevent further data loss. Say, do you think that has to do with the deducted loot? Like, every time we die, we can recover fewer and fewer things, and as a result, we lose our own neural data or something like that. There's no evidence that the two phenomena are related, but it is very likely. Jeez, what kind of horrific bug is this? That is actually really horrible. It's pink nyan nyan punch. Yeah, exactly, Crowsley. Oh, state. That's a T. That is hilarious. The more memories they lose. Yeah, so even if their inventory is empty, they still have something to lose. That's actually terrifying. I don't know, but from now on, we can't treat this as a game where we have infinite lives. The more we die, the more we lose. What? Then maybe we should just stay where we are and wait for the rescue. That does make sense. It will certainly reduce our chances of getting hurt, but then we'll also be putting all the pressure on Harpsy and the others to solve the problem. It can't be helped. Our comms are jammed, and we don't even know what's going on out there. Are we really just going to sit here and wait for our doom? What ideas have you got? Turning into Superman? Vector lapses into deep thought. After a while, she tears her eyes away from the weeds growing out of the cracks in the concrete on the roadside. I'm thinking, to end a game other than breaking the connection by force from outside, maybe beating the game in here is also a solution. But wouldn't that get increasingly risky under these circumstances? I still think it's better to find somewhere safe and hunker down. We have Andorus with us. If this were still your regular training, I'd have a problem with her presence, as she is basically helping you cheat. However, she can relieve some of the combat pressure for us in these desperate times, and before she suddenly gets eliminated. Vector glances at Endors, who's standing behind Mechty. Perhaps because she is standing with her back toward the light. Her face is obscured in shadow, and her smile is barely... That is kind of menacing if you think about it. Like a dutiful NPC, she has remained silent throughout the two dolls' conversation. Besides, we still can't be certain if the data loss is caused by dying or something else. The sooner we can exit level 2, the better. She's just standing there menacing. Yeah, basically. There are things even you don't want to forget, right? Mechty purses her lips and tears at her hair in frustration. Then she lets out a sigh. Alright. I meant to complete the training anyway. Having you talk to me so earnestly instead of just yelling feels pretty unsettling. You prefer Kluke's method? Huh? No way! Why would you have such dangerous thoughts? Are you sure you don't? Wait, what? Oh, I see what you mean. Of course not. You can't be more wrong. Beat the game, yeah. Let's go then. It'd suck if Kluke deletes all the anime that I've saved at the outpost. No, my anime and manga. No, my gacha game. Oh, Mechty, never change. No, not the anime. Yeah, exactly. Mechty does feel like the person that would be like, if she's caught in something, she'd be like, quick, delete my browser history. She's like, quickly, go delete my browser history before Kluke finds it. Oh boy. The satellite city streets, in their memory, were at least somewhat orderly. But here, large chunks of broken crystal pipes are scattered everywhere. Uprooted sidewalk slabs reveal barren yellow sand beneath, and as they walk along, the view looks no different than from the yellow zones. We'll reach the research institute once we cross this district. Wow, this looks as if Ultra... And some monster had a brawl. We're quite close to ground zero of the arterial crystal pipe explosion, and the high concentration of collapsed radiation attracted many invaders and elids, so this place practically got razed to the ground. In other words, there could be a lot of enemies lurking about. We can't afford to be careless. That's true. I love how, I still find it really funny how these kind of, like, anything from, like, that side of the world has to, like, censor out the exact name, so, no. It's like, yeah, people are already we're already gonna know what they're referencing, but it just makes it so silly that they have to censor part of it. Because otherwise, oh no, it's a brand and it's copyright. I mean, it makes sense, but still, it's so goofy that that's all it takes to, to censor it. Oh, man. That's true. We can deal with anything unexpected better if we proceed in an inverted triangle formation. I could take the rear. No, you lead the way in front. Mechty and I will cover the rear and flanks. Understood. Endorse nods demurely and walks ahead with her weapon held at the ready. You seem wary of her. An NPC that can accurately analyze the current situation, choose between remaining silent and talking freely with the players, and can also make tactical suggestions. She's basically a fully sentient doll. Are the support characters in the game you play so advanced? They could be. I don't really remember. You mustn't let your guard down around her just because of her strong resemblance to Andoris. Besides, she is completely different from Andoris. Maybe it possibly could be that a crazy thing would be that they have chosen Andoris because it's always seen, like, Andoris is the kinder character. Like, Kluke being mean is already an expected thing. I don't know. It could be that they simply chose this model for convenience because they've learned enough about the character that they would probably be more trustworthy towards it. And now that the suspicion is raised, who knows? It would be almost as if Kluke met both of them and was being very nice to both of them. Like, it's not gonna work. Mechty already has been, like, these two have been around Kluke enough to know that. Whereas if she chose Andoris and was being nice to them, well, that kind of passes because it's Andoris. Like, it's a lot easier to be nice than it is to be rude. For something that doesn't know anybody, I guess. I don't know. That or the AI generated thing earlier has learned and has made this kind of NPC. Possible. We haven't seen any other NPCs yet to make that that kind of indicator though, or to make that kind of like inference. Tell me about it. Unlike Andorra, she's insanely strong and oof. Though it would be much easier to tell her apart if her personality is significantly different from the real deal, just like Ruche and that of number 90. I've been meaning to ask, is this Ruche my teammate? Well, hey, look what she lost. We finally figured out what she lost. Or maybe the AI wants to take over their neural. Oh, that would be creepy. The dolls get taken over by this thing. Ooh. It's like that's basically like Cabal. Ugh. Mechty's eyes, which she could barely keep open most of the time, widen in shock. Ruche, you don't remember. Not only is she your teammate, she's also your best friend. Best friend. Corkscrew Twin Tails, always twittering by your side, and what else? I don't really know the story between you two. That would be sad. That actually reminds me of like the ending of Charlotte, where the guy finally reunites with I forget it's been so long since I watched the show, but reunites with the girl, and he completely forgets who she is. Vector racks her neural cloud, but she can't find any trace of the name. In her incomplete neural log, someone runs over with a recruitment brief full of red crosses. The same person calls out to her through the thick glass while she's soaked in corrosive liquid. But the person's face is utterly blank. Vector freezes in bewilderment. I only found some broken memory fragments. Mechty glances uneasily at the camera that has been following them in silence, then awkwardly tries to comfort Vector. It's gonna be fine. Once we get out of here, we can reload our neural backups. A building ahead of them collapses all of a sudden, emitting a deafening noise. A long-haired girl emerges from the swirling dust. She stumbles in this direction, followed by invaders that are chasing her relentlessly. Long-haired girl. No way. Help! Multiple enemy targets spotted at 1 o'clock. Exact number unknown. They are moving towards us at a high speed. Engage in 8 seconds. Hold on, that's... Worry about that later. Prepare for battle. Alright. Who else gets... Let's go here. I don't think I've done this one yet. Actually, no. We've not done one of some of the business... some of the schoolgirl clothing. Alright, proceed to drop the sun. The cat ears, though. It's alright now. There are no more invaders. Endos gives the cowering girl a gentle squeeze on the shoulder. The girl, obviously very shaken, is still trembling all over. Above her head is the name. Yeah, I knew this was coming. I was like, this is gonna be the girl that's on the complete opposite. I was like, this has to be Clue K. That would be hilarious. Above her head is a name tag that reads 416. Vector, I'm not reading this wrong, am I? Her name is indeed 416, not you're dreaming or you've gone blind, right? You're reading it right. I bet the clue guy. Read it. Why do you want me to read that so bad? We need the hands. Okay, fine. We put the hands on. There, we put the hand. That's on her face. We put it on her hat. It's on her hat. Has done this exact thing. I mean, she has, technically. I'm pretty certain she did it towards the end of, I think. Wait, you say girl, exactly, do you mean GFL 1 or GFL 2? I'm like sitting here like, did she? I know she was a bit, like, well, no, she was... GFL 2. I'm like sitting here trying to remember when. Does this in her affection quest. Oh, well, I've not read that yet, so that's a bit of a spoiler, but it's alright. I kind of figured that, like, though, because, like, she's definitely a tough girl. Throughout most of the story. So I was like, the only other place I could imagine is if she had some bonus dialogue or it was an affection story. And I've not gone through the affection stories. Maybe that's something I should do. Especially now that I have a covenanted Groza. The self-learning AI can become sentient the more it learns. I've seen too many sci-fi to know where this is going. Okay. It could, potentially, yes. But it still has a mountain of... I mean, granted, this is the work of fiction, so who knows where it goes. But in all honesty... it could very much be possible that it figures out how to do that, how it figures out how to pass Turing tests and whatnot. Though I still find the Turing test to be really funny. 416 cranes her neck and starts bawling. Fat tears roll down from her eyes. Her usually cold and haughty face now looks almost pitiful. I know it's not the real deal, but it sure is impactful. I didn't expect we'd run into another NPC so close to the research institute. The two dolls walk up to 416, who suddenly jumps to her feet and grabs Mechty. Mechty's like, I don't know how I'm... Now, this is the face of, so about the bad end I was about to have. This bad end just got twice as bad. This is how it feels from the other side. Well, I don't think Mechty's ever been like this with Cool K like that. Mechty's probably just more like, this is a very weird feeling right now. I almost forgot my sister. Please save my sister. I beg you. Okay, no. What would be really funny is that they role reversed. So Belka is actually like the really confident and strong one, and 416's Belka. So 416 becomes one-dimensional, and Belka is basically 416. That would be the best way to do this, would be to flip them. Because one, that's hilarious. Two, it would be the biggest shock for both of them, and it would give them something to remember. Anyway, I beg you. Well, sister? Ow, my arm is gonna fall off. Over here, follow me. Rostin lets go of Mechty and runs back in the direction she should come from. Sheesh, her personality is different, alright, but she's still got the same monstrous strength. Hurry, we're going after her. It is surprising that there are still such well-preserved houses in this city. There's even a sofa. I want to sleep. Immediately drawn to the sofa near the entrance like a nail to a magnet, collapses into it. And Doris follows them into the house and stands quietly in the corner. That's just awkward. So soft, so comfy. Doesn't even compare to my beanbag sofa, but it gives the couch and the lounge a run for its money. Come, Vector, savor this hard-earned moment of tender coziness. No thanks. Get up, we have stuff to do. If you mean the cutscene, you handle it. I'm very sleepy. Let me and she's out. You can go to sleep, even on level 2. Vector shakes her head in mild disbelief and walks up to 416, who is now by a bed in the room. She has to admit that the calm and quiet atmosphere here is quite relaxing. She decides not to bother waking Mechty. Big sis, are you okay? Don't scare me. As Vector approaches the bed, 416 unfreezes and starts crying piteously while holding the hand of the person lying on the bed, who happens to be... Belka? Yep, I figured as much. The one lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her face pale is none other than Belka, but the name tag above her head reads GRG28. Hearing 416's voice, she musters her strength and opens her eyes just a crack. Big sis, you're badly injured. I tried to find some medicine in the research institute, but I ran into invaders. These people saved me. You... Don't talk, big sis. Excuse me, do you have any medicine with you? The watery green eyes turn to Vector, and she suddenly understands how Mechty feels. Impactful indeed. Under 416's imploring gaze, Vector taps her watch and gives her a healing potion. Thank goodness, big sis, they have medicine. I'll give you some right away. She tries to prop GR-G28 up from the bed, but she may have aggravated her wounds as she starts coughing violently. This is hilarious. They're literally flipped. Is this Akagi meeting Akagi? This basically is, yes. But instead of it being the same person, it's completely different roles. It is still like, this makes this more hilarious because of like, this shows that they're, oh man, I love this. I actually like this a lot. Oh man, okay. Big sis, are you alright? And Mechty's out like a lamp. Or out like a log, sorry. It's so noisy, what is going on? Mechty sits up from the sofa and rubs her eyes. She looks over at the bed. That's Belka. She rubs her eyes again. Lukai is holding Belka in her arms. Hang on. You hear that sound effect? That's the sound of Belka in the real world screenshotting the ever-living crap out of that picture. Belka is going to have that screenshot printed, framed, and also stored digitally in 17 different places. So she will never forget that. What would be really funny for us would be to see this as an actual artwork, which they do sometimes. They're both NPCs. I know, but Lukai is bawling while clinging to Belka. No way. I don't care if it's real or not. I gotta capture this absolute masterpiece. Where's my terminal? Mechty over here being like absolute cinema. Oh man. Mechty pats herself down frantically, but then she remembers she's on level 2. So she taps her watch. Oh, there's a screen cap and recording feature. 416 dresses her, Lukai dresses Belka's wounds lightly. Belka finally directs her attention to Vector. You have my gratitude. May I know who you are? We are well, I only have one choice there. Vector reads out the only option she's given. We are guardians. Guardians, you say? Starts coughing. Just don't get so worked up. I'm fine, I'm okay. Allow me to introduce myself. 416 and I are both researchers at the National Research Institute, number 3's laboratory. I was in charge of the project to convert collapsed crystals into crystal energy. You could say we're the ones responsible for the crystal pipe explosion. Sis. I have always known that crystal energy is not completely clean. Moreover, the safety of the crystal pipes is also very unstable, but we yielded to the authorities. Not only did we not put a stop to the experiment on crystal energy, we even pushed it little by little to the point of no return.
Kuge stands it should have been me. Vector recalls T and P, whom they met earlier, and draws the mental connection. Fortunately, we have a remedy. 460 used her own funds to develop a substance that can completely purify collapsed particles, the purification solution. Purification solution. That must be the secret weapon that number 90 talked about. Yeah, that makes sense. We have stockpiled a certain amount of purification solution in the Institute's laboratory. We just need to put the solution to the diffuser in the Institute's launch center, and we could purify the city. The problem is, the launch center was destroyed, and the automatic security system within the Institute was activated. We can't get through. However, the Runa Crystallis airbase is in the northeast corner of the city. There's a helicopter there with a diffusion device installed on its tail. If you load it with the solution and fly around the city, you can also complete the purification. Zone map. Runa Crystallis airbase obtained. This is it. Mechty, this is how we clear the game. But a gunshot erupts from behind. Like a slow motion scene in a movie, Vector watches the bullet burrows out of her chest and passes through Belka's forehead and leaves a black crater on the wall. The shot NPC seems utterly unfazed. She continues to rattle off the pre-written... She continues to rattle off the pre-written script with great emotion despite the bullet hole on her head and the continuous gunfire. But Vector can no longer hear what she's saying. She turns around with great difficulty, only to see a smiling Endorus with her gun raised, and Mechty, who has flattened herself on the sofa in terror. Mechty, run. Vector. Orbs of faint light appear where Vector has fallen. Mechty knows that they are Vector's dropped items. What is the outside world like? I knew it. This had to be the AI, or whatever this is. It chose the best character to take over to seem friendly. Mechty is gonna have freaking trauma from this. What is the outside world like? Show me more. Oh, got that. Endor stretches out her hand and the lights fly into her palm like birds returning to the nest. The figure immersed in light begins to transform little by little. Endor's limited face is as calm and serene as ever, but the color of the hair by her ears starts fading. Her body also droops like melted wax. And then, it looks almost as if a pair of invisible hands are gently lifting her up and resculpting her. After the light has faded... Hi, how are you doing? After the light has faded, she appears before Mechty like a patchwork portrait, with all the colors and characteristics of different 404 members. Oh, okay. Not enough. Not enough at all. I can figure. No! Do not attempt to fix her! No. Who are you exactly? I don't like this name. It sounds like a tool. I want my own name. Yeah, you can see like that is actually a little. This is like Endorus's top of her head. Mechty's hair, like. Endorus's body? I don't know. That's hard to say. I'm not that good. The eyes, I think, are Endorus's, actually. I think Endorus has that ring. Endorus's ass. We don't know that. But yes, you could definitely see various parts of the characters in here. A new name to mark a new life, isn't that right? Who the hell are you? That's right, your name is Mechty. Mechty, it means dream. An eerie smile creeps across that uncanny patchwork face. I was born out of your memories, your dreams. You can call me Koshmar. Koshmar. Okay.
やっと終わった帰ったら一日寝てもいい
But I have this weird feeling Mechty's gonna be like, I'm not sleeping for the next week. And she's just like hunched over in a corner in the fetal position. Bro, chill. Bro, chill. Remotely controlling the terminal in the training room, Dyer checks the code of the module and plug in row by row. Harpsy also nervously keeps her eyes glued to the terminal screen, not daring to relax at all. Nightmare in Russian, thank you. I appreciate the translation there. Meanwhile, Riche and Wellrod are keeping a close eye on the situation on level 2 at the surveillance monitor. What should we do? Vivi doesn't remember me anymore. Oh, that's sad. I knew that was gonna happen. That is actually sad. The data loss is only temporary. Once she's out of there and re-downloads her neural backup, she'll be the same old Vector. I know, but it still hurts that Vivi is treating me like a total stranger. Tears are a sign of your incompetence. If you keep crying, you will only put more pressure on Harpsy and Dare. What? Have a bit more, like, come on. It's not her incompetence. She's actually upset about it. Come on, Wellrod. You got emotional when you were written off as a dead character. This is her time to be emotional. Lighten up a little bit, please. I'm sorry. At last, movement can be heard from the terminal nearby. There's no virus at all. How can that be? The problem is the highly intelligent creative AI that you implanted. Its deep learning ability allows it to continuously read Doll's neural data and continuously improve its own framework autonomously. It has now concluded its first cycle of self-completion. Compare its base code with what was originally written. Isn't it much more complex? It does seem to be the case. That's why you couldn't find this so-called virus. Making hell, the creative AI is artificial intelligence. Dolls are also artificial intelligence. You put two AIs into a single vessel, and are you trying to teach them what survival of the fittest means? It didn't occur to me. Poor Harpsy. Well, about being socially awkward. Well, it's a little bit. It's a little hypocritical too, because it's like, like I said, when she was being written off as a dead character, she got very emotional about it. Yet she got mad at her. Yeah, not her. Sorry, Riche about it. Skynet. Christ, bro, what? So what Harpsy did here is she created a doll and made it learn only via combat simulation. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's also just the natural curiosity of an AI anyway. Never mind. According to my speculation, the goal of this AI is probably to seize their neural clouds and take control of their frames. If this continues, I'm afraid it will backhack the main control system sooner or later. When that happens, not only will their data be at risk, but so will yours. So this is a pathetic usurper. Now that we know that what we're dealing with, we just have to launch an EW attack to wrestle the control back from her. Electronic warfare, I'm assuming, is what EW stands for. And Bob's your uncle. That's a phrase I didn't expect them to use. It's not that simple. This AI has already merged with Mechty and Vector's neural clouds to a certain extent by seizing their neural data. Even if we manage to wrestle the control back from her, the remnants of the AI's data will stick around in their neural clouds. If we don't do a thorough job of getting rid of the AI, they'll basically be walking time bombs. Is there no other way? Dyer ponders in silence for a long while on the screen. There is a way, but it's incredibly risky. I can't make the decision alone. The door slides open with a whoosh, followed by a set of angry foot. Uh-oh. I follow Kuke into the room. eyeing the floorboards that she has just stomped over with concern. Okay, Commander, what are you... We were gone for just a few hours and you've already created a gigantic mess for us to come back to. Her eyes sweep fiercely over everyone present before finally settling on Dyer on the screen. Solution. Stop wasting time. Alright, here's the solution. Mom's home. No, that's Groza chat. Meanwhile, on level 2. If I respawn at the save point. A dozen invaders are outside, staring hungrily at Vector in the phone booth. She checks her inventory and sighs at all the empty slots and her pitiful amount of ammo. I'll get swarmed the moment I step outside. I won't be able to save even myself, let alone Mechty. I'm on my own. I really am utterly useless. Oh. Intense gunfire erupts Vector's moping. She watches as the invaders outside are shot in the head one by one. The area around the phone booth is cleared in no time. Vivi, are you alright? Sorry it took us so long to get here. A girl with corkscrew twin tails throws herself at the door of the phone booth, scaring Vector by squishing her face right up against the glass. I'm just imagining just like a... You arrived right on time. Good thing you haven't lost the ability to make sound judgment. I'm glad you didn't rush out to take on these invaders, let alone give them and let them give you a thorough beatdown. It's safe now. Come on out. You. With a frown, Vector opens the door and exits the phone booth. She dodges she's flying tackle and makes her way over to Harpsy. Harpsy wrings her hands nervously. Vector, are you okay? You seem to be the real Harpsy. How did you get in here? Vivi, you poor Ruche. Ignoring me, eh? It looks like our almighty team leader has lost her memory of more than one teammate. You're right. I can't bring up any data regarding the two of you in my neural cloud. Vivi, you don't remember Wellrod either? Never mind. We're here precisely to resolve this problem. Laura looks at Harpsy, who is sitting next to Vector. With a nod, Harpsy tells Vector everything in a soft murmur. So, Dyer's recommendation is to defeat that AI, take what she drops, and recover the data I've lost. At the same time, I must clear the game to put an end to this endless cycle of dying and respawning, right? That's it. Dyer's already obtained certain permissions, and will help us by using cheat codes. The limit on the stamina bar has been removed. This is way too risky. It shouldn't be such a big deal if it were just me and Mechty, but now you're putting yourselves in danger too. Vivi, how could you say that? I was gonna say, she's gonna be upset over that. What do you mean it wouldn't be such a big deal if it was just you and Mechty? You're our very important companion, the leader of us, Team B. That's right, that's right, us. Without you, it wouldn't be us anymore. You, aw. Vector looks at Ruche and finds herself speechless. I really don't have any memory of what you're saying. That's okay, I'll help you recover it. I can't recall anything at the moment, but I have a feeling. You must be someone whom I know very well. Ruche freezes for a moment, but then she beams. Yep. Ruche, I will fix you. Alright, enough catching up. And don't be so pessimistic. Now that the high and mighty team leader is here, we may actually stand a chance. High and mighty team leader. You don't mean... Elsewhere. Mechty. Oh, right. Never mind. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is Mechty about to get literally chewed out here while they're fighting? Elsewhere, Mechty, who has been frantically avoiding Koshmar's pursuit, is cowering inside a concrete drainage pipe. Can't find me! You can't find me! You can't find... All of a sudden, a shadowy figure leans into the pipe. Eep! Mechty is so terrified, her neural cloud is on the verge of shutting down, but once she makes out who it is, she lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you, fake Luke. Oh
No! Oh no! Oh, that's even worse! Oh no! You called her fake! You called her fake! Oh no!
This fake Lukai is looking at her with wide. Oh, it is the real one, or it is the fake one. Unimpressed, Mechty shrinks back and waves her hand at her, as if shooing away a puppy. Go away, you out-of-character weirdo. You're gonna make me get caught by that Frankenstein. If only Tyrant Lukai was here, she would kill that Frankenstein easy peasy. Hey, why are you pulling me? I'm not going out there. Follow me, I know a safer place. Lukai with a smile, though. Huh? A monstrous strong hand grabs Mechty and pulls her out of the pipe. Mechty is getting a bit disoriented. Am I still in a cutscene? Maybe Koshmar is just the boss and the NPC is now taking me to some safe house so that I can regenerate or something. It's much safer here. Much safer so that I can beat you! Before she can react, her view is suddenly turned upside down and she feels herself being thrown headfirst into a cramped space. Ow, that hurts! What? What do you think? Don't you feel right at home in this trash can? Fake Lukai lifts her chin. The face that looked so pitiful just a second ago is now full of disdain. Hold on, that tone. Since the OOC NPC is now getting out of character, she's actually resembling the original character more. This is getting a bit confusing. Mechty! It's the real deal! Lukai! Stay away from me, you're filthy. Whose fault's that for dunking them in a trash can? With a look of disgust, Lukai shoves a hand in Mechty's face to stop her incoming embrace. Level 2 is all simulated anyway, the filth isn't real. You're sullying my visual module. Such familiar and comforting mockery, whatever you say. Now that I think about it, why are you here? What about the commission? The client canceled the mission on short notice, so I came back. What else was I supposed to do? Visit the yellow zone with the commander and enjoy the collapse storm? You know you would have wanted that. You know you would have wanted that. You know you would have wanted. Don't you? No. You would have wanted that. But now you're upset because your date got interrupted because this happened. You're not. Don't. But you had to ruin it, Mechty. Yes, exactly. Her date with the commander was ruined. That's why she's very upset. I just didn't expect to receive such a huge surprise while on my way back. Lukai sneers coldly. Mechty gulps despite having no saliva. Let me explain. I just wanted to explore a new way of training. I'll give you plenty of time to explain, but not now. Her tone implies that this is far from over. We take care of that distasteful Frankenstein first. And we'll let that chimera of an AI make your already dumb neurocloud even dumber and give you an excuse for your future dumb shenanigans. I'm just imagining her grabbing her by the collar and dragging her on the floor, being like, I'm not, while she says this line. And the funny thing is, Mechty is just like laying there limp, like, well, it's over. It's Jover, chat. It's Jover. You are made of stupid. Yes, exactly. Okay, I want to cover. Help! We got the two. Yeah, exactly, Planesfox. That would have been like the ultimate. I feel like at that point, like, that would have been just a case where Lukai just straight up annihilates Mechty. And they have to, like, put her in a new frame and everything. Is this communicator secure? Dai said he set up an encrypted comms channel that the AI won't be able to tap, so it should be secure. Oh, it connected. Mechty, can you hear? If you had called any later, I would have counted you out. See you at the save point. RFC's like, ah! Put someone with a fully functional language module on the line. Oof. RFC promptly shoves the commander into Vector's hand. Okay, it's me, Vector. Let's cut to the chase. Have they briefed you on the situation? Yes, I'm all caught up. Eliminate the AI, recover neural data, clear the game, and end the cycle. It's crucial that you follow the exact order. If you clear the game first, you won't be able to get back any of the stolen data. I suggest you obtain the purification solution first so that you can clear the game right after killing the AI, thus minimizing the time between those two steps and reducing the risk of having the plan derailed. Understood. Boom. Before she could finish, the sound of a building exploding and collapsing could be heard from the other end of the line. Ah, okay. Koshmar is coming. Why are you screaming your head off? Is your gun a prop? Koshmar. That Frankenstein gave herself a name that means nightmare. What a joke. I'm gonna turn this into her nightmare. Fierce gunfire erupts from the communicator, interwoven with piercing, anguished screams. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Don't just stand there, run! How are things on your end? The Frankenstein keeps coming after us. Need us to come back you up. Did you not understand what I said? Vector, take your Team B and get your hands on the purification solution. Mechty and I can keep Koshmar busy. Ah, Kukai, invaders ahead! Shut up and shoot! Vector. Understood. I'll be sure to complete the mission. I don't know what Mechty's more scared of, Kluke or Koshmar at this point. A three-dimensional image of the Research Institute building is displayed on the screen of Vector's watch. According to the topographic map and the intelligence provided by Dyer, the Institute's security protocol has been fully activated, but more than 75% of the building is damaged, so there are plenty of poorly defended openings. The West Garage is where we are right now. The West Garage, where we are right now, is one of them. I feel you needed some punctuation in there. Have you gotten an entry route? I've planned 3 routes based on the distance, time, and number of enemies we will encounter. Personally, I recommend Route C, which is to go along the outer edge of the West Corridor to the exterior of Zone Z, where there is a gap where the wall was blasted open. After entering Zone Z from the gap, we turn right, travel 200 meters, at which point we will come across an air-rated passage that goes all the way down. We follow the air-raid passage down to level LG10, crawl along the ventilation duct there to the 5th window, and we will arrive at right above the laboratory where the solution is stored. What's your reason for choosing that route? It's relatively safe. It's a little convoluted, but the defenses along this route are the weakest. We may run into security droids on patrol near the gap leading into Zone Z, but that's it. As for the patrols within the lab, the enemies are in the open, while we have the advantage of surprise, so they pose no threat at all. Railroad plants a hand on her hip, looking the very picture of confidence. Well, Rod, yes? You don't have to keep reiterating the loss of your neural data. No, I just think that you're capable of making detailed plans and having a commanding presence. You're more of a team leader than me. Huh? Don't say that, you're great too, Vivi. There's no need to spare my feelings, I'm merely stating facts. However, you haven't considered a potential problem. Go on then. Vector points at herself. You. Robot can't help but show a hint of surprise. Since I lack sufficient information on both you and Ruche, it's impossible for me to assign roles and coordinate effectively based on your strengths and weaknesses, so I would like to hand over command of this operation to you. You mean, I'm to be the team leader? You are a more suitable candidate under these circumstances. That? Yeah. Wow, look at that. Will she remember this? That's the bigger question. Kukai is more scary. You can see Walrod's spy specialty here. Yeah, you can. British Hipper is planning. I guess? I guess I could somewhat see it. Just like Nemesis on RE, yeah. Anyway. Vector appears more certain than usual. Is there a problem? Surely this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Challenge or not, I will fulfill my responsibility. Following the entry route planned by Wellrod, Team B successfully reaches the ventilation duct just above the lab. They peer into the lab through the cracks of the vent. The room is unoccupied. Only a handful of equipment is still running and making some rickety noise. No enemy units in sight. No sign of the target item either. Once we're in there, Harpsy and Richer will search for the solution. Make sure your respective search areas don't overlap. Vector and I will keep moving and be on the lookout. Roger that. The four dolls enter the laboratory through the vent. As Vector gets a better look at the layout of the lab, a certain fragmented scene flashes by quickly in her neural cloud. Vivi, what's wrong? Richer asks, sensing her hesitation. This scene feels oddly familiar, like I've been here before. Familiar? Oh, you mean the simulation training we did this morning? It does look a bit similar, but there's no hostage to be rescued this time. Simulation training. Have you also lost this part of your memory? You almost got into a big fight with Railroad because she didn't stick to the operation plan. Ahem, you could leave out the superfluous information. Railroad, who is standing guard nearby, suddenly coughs loudly. Have you found the solution? Guys, I think I've got it. Harpsy calls out from one end of the laboratory. Next to her is an open electronic cabinet with glass jars filled with green liquids neatly stacked inside. Oh, that's great. Well, that was seemingly easy. It is kind of funny how Wellrod has like this, she's probably the most prideful out of the entire group. Like, she will not cave at all. That could definitely be an issue, but hopefully, you know, like, I'm kind of curious how they're going to develop her at this point. Just then, the alarms start blaring. That's loud. The door is blown right off his hinges, and a large number of security droids surge in. Enemy targets spotted. Spotted us, find cover. The group takes cover behind a large piece of equipment as bullets rain down like a torrential storm, slamming into the machine with a deafening roar. Seizing the brief moment when the enemies are reloading, Wellrod peeks out from behind cover with her giant shield. However, after only a few shots, she's forced back under another hail of bullets. Damn it, the enemy units in the game can actually share information with each other. The approaching enemies give her no time to finish her sentence. Other than Harpsy, who is protecting the solution, the other three dolls desperately fight to keep the enemies contained within the barricade. So end these droids. What if I draw their fire and you guys make a run for it through the vent? No, that would be certain death for you. And quite frankly, you alone won't be able to stall them long enough for all of us to make it safely through the vent. Then think of another way. We can't do this all day. Our only choice is to clear a path with grenades and charge through the main entrance. The weight of Railroad's hand is suddenly gone. When she looks up, Vector has already grabbed her riot shield and charged out of cover. What are you doing, Vector? The enemies instantly shift their aim and unleash a relentless barrage towards Vector. Make for the vent. The one person who has the least risk. Yeah, that sucks, but it's all right. I can't do anything about it. Here. Is it really that loud? How loud is it? I have the like audio on my end lowered. It actually is. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me tank the game audio then. How's that? Is that better? Or is that still loud? It is it's a looping sound that I can't say I'm fond of. Hopefully this is a lot better, because I basically like brought it loops. Yeah, I mean it's looping. You can clearly hear the loop. Anyway, Warlord grabs this discarded. You guys can hear me though, right? I want to make sure. Yeah, they do overstay their welcome. It is kind of an annoyance. She fires a minigun. Yeah, that would be the case. Grabs a discarded plate. Grabs a discarded metal plate from the ground and holds it in front of her. Hear you just fine. Good. Awesome. What about you? It's just a game. Dying once is no big deal. Then she sprints towards Vector without a second thought. Why did you act without permission? I'm the team leader here. Oh. A thunderous explosion drowns out all the other sounds. Several culture tanks in the laboratory shatter on impact, sending torrents of incubation fluid surging out, knocking over every security droid. Warlord loses her footing and nearly falls, but Vector, who has anticipated this, catches her firmly. Go! From the corner of her eye, Warlord spots Ruche and Harpsy already crawling into the ventilation duct. Without hesitation, Vector grabs Warlord's hand and pulls her toward the exit of the lab. So you actually had a plan. Sorry, I know it's risky, but it was an opportunity that I had to seize. Oh, hey, look! It's basically the start of this entire event flipped! No, I should be the one to apologize. Huh? You'll understand what I mean when you have your neural data back. More sporadic gunshots can be heard from behind them. Both of them get put into each other's shoes here, so that definitely made them both like, huh. Looks like your culture fluid cannons didn't get rid of I didn't get rid of all the vacuum or something. Well, unfortunately, all the other characters are not in the game, so we are left with... Actually, it's... Technically, she's not even here. Oh boy, well, I don't think I've used this one yet. I have not. That is a very, well, it's level 60. It should be fine. These guys are level 20s. Alright, we're putting this... I hope this one's fine, at least. Oh yeah, we're fine. I see Leonis. We did it. I'm sitting here just like, well, who would I have in this upcoming fight? Because I'm going to assume it's the whole group. Both teams. Anyway. Having successfully acquired the purification solution and withdrawn from the research institute, Team B is now moving toward this northeastern corner of the Ruina crystals under the cover of night as quickly as they can. Harpsy, can you contact Mechty and Kluke? Their comms channel is still online, but nobody is answering. Keep the line open. Okay. Harpsy sends another comms request. Unlike before, when her requests were met with nothing but a long, tedious dial tone, the call is answered almost instantly. This is Harpsy. We've secured the purification solution and are heading toward the Ruina Crystal's airbase. Purification solution? Since the signal is unstable, the speaker's face isn't shown on the screen. Uh-oh. But the voice belongs to neither Kluke or Mechty. I see. Huh? Wait for me. I'll be right there. Uh-oh. The call is terminated. Harpsy looks over at Vector in alarm. That was neither Kluke nor Mechty. It could only be Koshmar. Then Mechty and Kluke must be in big trouble. It's pretty obvious from the call that Koshmar is on her way to do Ascend. Even Kluke couldn't beat her, so what chances do we... Calm down. Worst case, she defeated Kluke and Mechty. But as long as we haven't cleared the game, the respawn cycle won't end. Once they respawn, they'll come back us up. So don't worry too much about them. There were just the two of them, so they couldn't even utilize basic teamwork. So they couldn't even utilize basic team formation. Their defeat was hardly unexpected. Now that we're all here, as long as we stay on our toes, defeating Koshmar isn't entirely impossible. That's right. Besides, that's just the worst case scenario. What if things went down better than what we were assuming? Has the amnesia actually cured your paranoia? Hey, maybe you should stay like this. Vector shakes her head. Whether it does me any good or not, I need to recover all my memories of you. I don't want to misplace any of it. I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. You can actually kind of see I think they kind of are warming up a little bit here. It was like for the first time there. Like the exchange between the two, between Walrod and Vector right here was relatively calm. Granted, they were probably more just business oriented here, but it was still the case where it's like they were actually supporting each other's sentences. So it's not like they were clashing or like trying to, you know, trying to push their viewpoint onto each other. This right here felt like that they were actually, you know, in sync. Why is there such an enviable sense of rapport? Well, hey, look at that. Between the two of you now, what happened between you two? Nothing. Put a lid on your pointless curiosity. Look, Vivi, is that the helicopter that she mentioned? A battered military helicopter sits on the small tarmac. A reticular device is still hanging from its tail. That should be it. Inspect the engine first. Make sure it is fit to fly. Okay. Rushi climbs into the cockpit to inspect it. After a quick check, she hops back down. The engine is in good condition, and there's still plenty of fuel. The helicopter even has an autopilot function. Oh. Though the two managed to dodge the attack in time, the helicopter is now riddled with bullet holes in an instant. Oh my, did I miss? The girl hovering mid-air lowers the gun in her hands, but the 7 guns floating around her remain trained on Vector and Rushi. How can she control so many guns at once? Hang on, is she wielding my PP-90? Next time I'll take better aim, okay? Give me all of your data, please. That way I will be complete. Her voice is undoubtedly that of a young girl, yet it is light and airy, with an upward lilt tinged with mockery. That's a new word for me. Vector stares at her for a while, then she lets out a chuckle. Why are you laughing? No wonder Kukai called you Frankenstein. Frankenstein? Your appearance, weapons, everything about you stems from Mechty and Mind neural data on the 8 of us. Vector shows no fear of her weapons. She paces before Koshmar with deliberate ease. Still hovering mid-air, Koshmar follows Vector's movement and turns her body slowly. Even if you read all of our neural data and seize our frames, you will never be perceived as a complete doll, or a new Koshmar. You are just an amalgamation of patchworked parts. You don't even actually exist, let alone have the ability to be complete. I don't exist? I will never be complete? Lies! That's right. You don't exist. Well run. Oop, I clicked too quick. All of a sudden, Vector ducks down and the sharp crack of gunfire erupts from behind Koshmar. Bullets tear through her limbs and abdomen. Caught off guard, Koshmar immediately flies up to dodge the attack from behind. When she turns and spots Walrod and Harpsy firing at her from behind the helicopter, her face instantly contorts in fury. You ambushed me. What do you mean ambushed? You literally attacked them first! You ambushed them first! How do you mean they ambushed you? You're the one that came out of nowhere. They were already here. You knew they were here. Think, Koshmar, think. How do you get ambushed? Are you that bad that you get ambushed by the ambushed? How does Walrod rapid fire? It's a bolt action pistol. Simple, she just has 16 of them. Don't actually imagine that. No, she probably doesn't. Just reciprocating the courtesy you showed to our friends. sobs. I want to have my own frame like the rest of you. I want to experience the outside world. I can have my own data, all this data, it's all me. Kloshmar lets out an anguished shriek. The floating guns around her start spinning and firing wildly in all directions. Spread out! Amidst the chaos, a stray bullet strikes the purification solution that had been strapped to Harpsy's arm, sending the glass container tumbling. The fluorescent green liquid instantly catches Koshmar's attention. Purification solution. She halts her reckless barrage and aims her gun at the container. Oh no! Vector lunges to shield the container, but Koshmar's already pulled the trigger, and the bullet shoots straight towards Vector's head. Vivi, look out! The loud noise is followed by a dreadful silence. Vector opens her eyes. The glass container in her arms is intact. And she isn't met with the dreaded "you died" text. Then that gunshot. Holy shit, what kind of what kind of ultimate kill stealer are you? You even managed to hit an airborne bullet! Starting from tomorrow, you're adding 200 shots to your dynamic target practice. I was complimenting— Ow! Hearing the familiar voices coming from behind, Vector turns and sees Kluke landing gracefully after vaulting over the railing, alongside a stumbling Mechty. Vivi, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Vector grips the container lightly, her fingers still trembling. If you're okay, then get up right now. Fight isn't over yet. So I have 3 people to work with. Alright, we are going to borrow someone else's. This is shuffled. This one, I think. Okay, then I'll use my Mechty and Kuke. They're about as good as they can be for now, though Mechty is arguably lower. That's everybody, I think, because the other 3 characters of Team B aren't available yet. Belka isn't here, and neither is Andoris, which we don't even have anyway. Unless chat wants me to use another character. Poi. Use Poi. Wait, who's Poi? Cat. Oh. Cat. That just synergizes with this group, though. We use Big Cat. We have Crit Cat. Yes, my Crit Cat. My 94.2% crit rate cat. Derosian team. Yeah, this is gonna be, we're gonna call this Rasputin formation, where you are burning, where you are both poisoned and burned at the same time. And shot at. And run over, and hit by a bike. Did I mention burn? Oh, and exploded. You still have a 5.8% chance of not crit. Yes, I know. I'm very aware of that. Well, now I have a reason to use this. So this is where I'm just gonna do this, and then just use this, and then just... Oh, I can't target her. Man, she's untargetable? That sucks. So I can only at best hit 5. Bruh.
Oh, wait. You just lose all of your... Let's not do that, actually.
了解
We'll just do this, then. Here comes, like, the billion... Oh, that's an AoE, too, isn't it? Does that cause retaliatory fire? No, it doesn't. Or it's out of range. We're gonna be here a while, boys.
わかった
I think she has enough. Well, they're all down already. Wait a minute.
こうですか
Wait a minute. 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 Oh, do I have to do this? Alright, that's fine.
そのどうってことないわ
Oh, wait. Okay, no. Here. Blonk.
どうってことないわ
I didn't think about the fact that there's so many people tied in one spot, so that ultimate's gonna have a lot of fun there. Koshmar cannot withstand the combined firepower of 6 dolls. The floating guns around her are shattered one by one. At last, she can hold out no longer. She plummets from midair, hitting the ground with a brutal thud, then becomes motionless. Quickly steps forward, firing a couple of rounds into her body just to be sure. After confirming no further movement, she signals the others, and one by one, they emerge from cover. Is it over? But the helicopter got shot into Swiss cheese, so what do we do now? Elrod, Ruche, go check the status of the helicopter. If it's not usable, check the other aircraft. No way this helicopter is the only functional aircraft on the entire airbase. There's actually a distinct possibility. Ow! Why did you bonk me on the head? Shut up already. Go with Vector and recover your neural data. Koshmar will be back after she respawns. Haven't we destroyed all the nearby save points while we were on the way here? She won't get here that soon. If you think you can escape your punishment in reality, you're being delusional. Any more procrastination will only double the punishment. Mechty pouts and shuffles closer to Koshmar. Strange. Why can't I recover? Whoa! Koshmar, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly lifts her head. Did you forget? They feign death! Mechty yelps and jumps back in fright. But Koshmar ignores Mechty entirely. Instead, she turns and bolts towards Vector, who is holding the purification solution, her movement swift and her intent crystal clear. Ruche and Welrod, who had been inspecting the helicopter nearby, are drawn to the commotion by Mechty's startled cry. Huka and Vector are the first to react. Without hesitation, they draw their guns and open fire on Koshmar. A fresh burst of bullets completely sever Koshmar's already dangling left arm, but she doesn't even flinch. With her still functional right hand, she brushes against a shadowy, decorative mark on the side of her right thigh. Electronic currents crackle around her. Then, with a flash of white light that illuminates the darkness, the shadow solidifies into a drawn blade. Without slowing, she lunges at Vector with the weapon. Not fair, not fair, it's not fair! If I'm stuck here, you're not leaving either. Crap! There's no time to dodge. The raised blade gleams coldly under the moonlight. Bang. What? Why bang? The small figure suddenly barrels into Koshmar from the side, knocking her away from Vector. Vector immediately ceases firing, but not before a stray bullet strikes the body of Koshmar's assailant. You. Koshmar instinctively clamps down on the doll who had crashed into her, and in the struggle, her blade veers slightly before plunging downward with full force. Oof. Mechty. Damn it, this is supposed to be a game. Why does it hurt like a bitch? Well then! Mechty collapses like a marionette with its string cut, her form dissolving into scattered fragments of light.
Gosh darn it, the nearest save point is so far away. I guess I'm not coming back. Victor, I'll be waiting for you in the future. The light completely fades away. Don't just stand there, shoot her to bits! In Kuke's sharp command, another hail of bullets rain down on Koshmar. Bullets tear through and riddle her body. As Kuke gives the final order, Koshmar's body gradually breaks apart into smaller and smaller fragments. Yeah, I bet you're not liking that, are ya? Koshmar's anguished screams fade, and at the same time, the fragments of her body begin to glow. Stop. The dolls cease their attack. The broken pieces dissolve, unraveling into delicate threads of light that peel away from Koshmar's remains. The strands unravel faster and faster until wisps of soft luminescent blue surge into the air, forming a vast ocean of light above the base. Part of the glowing tide drifts into the distance, while the rest rushes straight towards Vector, flowing into her body. That's... oh, these are her memories. This is a very cool illustration, actually. Isn't this like the I think they also incorporated the concept of a neural network in the background. Isn't this how they usually do draw neural networks? Yeah, I like how they did that. Let's see if you lost her memory. Neural TMP is using a leotard. We don't really get to see her full, well, we don't really get to see any of their full models. At least not at the moment, which is fine. I can't wait to see these characters out. But yeah, it is emotional knowing Vivi lost her memories and saw this one. Yeah. I mean, the good thing is at least she's seeing this now, right? That's... The waves of light flood Vector's mind. She can't help but bend forward, sinking to her knees. In front of her, 4 hands overlap. Following the arms upward, she sees familiar features begin to take shape on 2 once blank faces. The fragments have returned to their rightful place. My neural data. Vector looks up toward the sky. There is no more trace of Koshmar. The members of Team B rush up to her. Vivi, how do you feel? Did it work? Have you regained your memory? It's okay, we still got our neural backups. Vector breathes in deeply and takes Ruche's and Welrod's hands. I got everything back. I'm just a bit disoriented. Thank goodness. Ruche embraces Vector tightly, while Rod and Harpsy also look visibly relieved. Does anyone remember that there's a second phase in our operation? If you want to fight Frankenstein again, by all means, keep the group bonding session going. Kluke, shut up! For once, shut up! Oh. It's because they ruined your date, isn't it? She's not wrong. She isn't wrong, but still. Alright, we have more important things to do. Usually hastily lets go of Vector. Vivi, I checked with Velrod. Even though the helicopter got shot full of holes, it's still functional. Even the autopilot still works. The world of video games sure is miraculous. However miraculous it is, I've had enough of it. Vector holds out the glass container that she has been protecting in her arms. In that case, see you in a bit. No residual anomalous data in the neuromodule. No data conflicts or losses detected. All modules are operating normally. Right. Okay, Harpsy. You can go ahead and destroy that plugin. Make sure you leave no backup, alright? Sure, plot twist, she leaves a backup and that becomes a doll that we just get somehow. Harpsy ends up feeling bad and wants to give the doll a real world life. They fix her somehow. And before it's a Gen 3 doll, it probably could end up being that way. Sure. Now that crisis has been averted, can I log off? I've got other stuff to attend to. Go then. Dar's image disappears from the terminal screen. I glance at Mechty and Vector, who had just climbed out of their repair pods. Then I pat Kukle on the shoulder. Don't get too worked up. Just take it easy, yeah? I will keep it under control. Kukle clears her throat and fixes her gaze firmly on the two dolls. Now, you may now explain yourselves. I'm listening. Well, it's as you saw. And what exactly did I see? Don't be nervous. Talk me through it slowly. We have all the time in the world. Or would you like a drink to soothe your vocal module? Should I fetch Andoris? You don't be like that. If you want to snap or shout at me, just do it. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm still in the virtual world. Besides, you know I can't drink coffee. Are you telling me what to do? No, not at all. I wouldn't dare. I just think I prefer the OG version of Kluke. If memory serves, that would be the one you call Tyrant Kluke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A chuckle slips out, earning me a mildly disapproving glance from Kluke. I was wrong, Kluke. I shouldn't have asked Harpsy to create that plugin without permission. What else? And I shouldn't mix training and games. Wait, please don't be like this. It tilts her chin up and shoots Mechty one more sharp, murderous glance before turning to the trembling Harpsy. Just as she was about to speak, Vector interrupts her. If I had run a tighter ship, this wouldn't have happened. As leader of Team B, I bear full responsibility for this incident and will submit a complete review and self-reflection before dawn. Are you planning to take blame for Harpsy? No, but at the end of the day, this all happened because I failed to discipline my team members properly. It's Team B's management issue. Let me handle it. Kluke gazes at Vector, then glances at the members of Team B, hanging their heads behind her. Remember to include your proposed solution to the problem in your review. Understood. Mechty, you're coming to the shooting range with me. The shooting range at this hour? It's so late. I know it's my punishment, but we leave it till tomorrow? You're about to get the biggest murderous glare ever. Kukle reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small switch. Uh-oh. 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 It is compact with a round button resting right under her fingertip. Mechty immediately flails her hands in panic. I'm coming, alright? Then I'll be going with Mechty. Commander, would you like to join us? I understand the meaningful look that Kluke is giving me. She wants Vector to handle Team B's internal affair on her own. Vector might find it awkward if we stay. At the same time, my instincts tell me this is the moment for Vector to reach a consensus with her team. But can she really do it? I look at her, both worried and hopeful. At that moment, the still inexperienced team leader meets my gaze and gives me a firm nod. Sure, I'll come too. What? Even the commander will be supervising me? Mechty. We'll see if you dare slack off again with 2 pairs of eyes watching you. Now let's go. Plot twist. Somehow things get worse. Mid takes the lead, pulling Mechty out the door. As I walk past the Vector, I give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She looks up at me with silent understanding. The footsteps in the hallway gradually fade into the distance, and the remaining members of Team B let out a collective sigh of relief. I was so scared I didn't dare speak at all. I'm not surprised, you scaredy cat. Like you were any better, you were also staring at your toes and avoiding Kluke's eyes yourself. I was resting my eyes. Oh, sure. I seriously wonder how the members of Team A hang out with Kluke on a daily basis. Thank goodness our Vivi is so much more approachable. Thank you, Vector, for stepping in when Kluke was about to dress me down. I wouldn't know what to say at all. No, I wasn't trying to defend you. Huh? Even though I sensed that something wasn't right, I didn't insist on putting a stop to it. And your disregard for rules and protocols is all because I didn't set a good example. I must take full responsibility for everything that happened. We didn't disregard. Seeing that Walrod still intends to argue the point, Vector cuts her off firmly. Disregard is exactly what it is. Vector's gaze does not waver this time. She looks Walrod straight into the eye without any of her usual moroseness. Interesting. Walrod, this is no small matter. Strictly following protocols and abiding by the rules are the foundation of the team's ability to function effectively. But procedures and rules shouldn't be stagnant. Even if they need to be adjusted, the changes can be thoroughly tested. Otherwise, they'll end up like a chandelier crashing down in the middle of battle, hindering the team or worse, hurting someone. Do you understand, Walrod? An awkward silence fills the training room again. Vector lets out a soft sigh. Then again, maybe using what happened on the battlefield as an analogy isn't very appropriate. In combat, you don't always have time to react or test a strategy. Sometimes spontaneous actions can turn the tide of battle more effectively than rigidly sticking to a plan. Alright. Now that I've been in your position, I realize that when the moment comes, I should rely on my own judgment as well. I shouldn't have been so quick to attribute your actions to a blind desire to score highly, nor should I have rushed to justify my own idea as the best solution. I'm sorry, Walrod. That was my mistake. Look at her! There you go, Vector!
The air grows still for a few seconds. As she looks into Vector's apologetic eyes, Walrod slowly speaks. Back at that lab, when you suddenly rushed forward and shattered the culture tanks, it really caught me off guard. Did you ever stop to think whether your riot shield could withstand the impact? Did you know what was in those tanks? What if we had been knocked over by the liquid too? Those questions hit me all at once, and I just got really, really mad. And then I thought, maybe this is exactly how you felt when you saw me shoot down the chandelier. Hey, good! Then when we were discussing the simulation training afterwards, I also didn't take your reasoning and standpoint into consideration. All I cared about was defending my own judgment. As Walrod continues, her face gradually turns red. Her voice grows a little abashed. So, you don't have to take all the blame so eagerly. I'm not. Alright, let me summarize things. Following the plan is important, but adaptability is just as crucial. The robots, they're learning! Alright now. If that's all we'd write down as our conclusion, I doubt Kluke will accept it. Then what should we do? Maybe we can approach it like this. From now on, during every after-action review, we add a situational thought exercise. Using the battlefield map from the mission, we analyze and discuss the potential unexpected actions that each team member might take. But we don't always encounter the same scenarios. Well, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, that's not what they're going at. Basically saying things that you can... It gives them... What's the better way to put it? It's better to... Doing that would allow your teammates to get a better idea as to what you're looking at and what your perspectives are. From there, they will learn how you act, think, and strategize. They will understand you better, and those actions will not take them by surprise as often. More so, they might even adopt your method of thinking, putting you guys all together in sync. That makes more sense. That's a good idea, yeah. Everyone will begin to understand how each of you guys will start working as a well-oiled machine rather than 4 individual cogs trying to rotate something. Yeah, it's a thought exercise, exactly. But it's still that it's mental training for them all to understand each other, which is what's important. That way, whenever someone makes a sudden move in the field, we won't waste valuable time being surprised, or worse, let emotions get in the way. We can't control the ever-changing battlefield, so we have to learn to adapt. Oh, I see. After all, when we're on the battlefield, opportunities wait for no one. Seeing the amusement in Vector's eyes, while it raises an eyebrow. I think this is doable, and your paranoia, well, it's not entirely baseless. I also think it's worth a try. Then once my proposed solution gets approved, we can begin our new training sessions. But before that, Harpsy. Yes. Having her name suddenly called, Harpsy jolts, her cattail sticking straight up. You are also required to write a self-reflection. Furthermore, due to the lack of proper respect for rules and protocols, along with poor judgment, starting now, everyone, including myself, will conduct a full revision of 404's Code of Conduct. I expect to see everyone's review and report on the previous training session in my mailbox by dawn. Am I understood? Yes. Looking at the new, now motivated team, Vector lets out a small sigh of relief. I suppose I did the right thing. My teammates and I have finally have a consensus, Commander. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Outside, the night has deepened, but the lights in the Elmo training room remain bright, just like every other night Team B spends hard at work. And yet, tonight feels different. With the mission cut short. Oh, hi, Belka. This is Belka and... Oh, please. Please. Please tell me Belka somehow gets to see Kluke holding Belka. Please. Please. I need this like comic relief for this. With the mission cut short, Belka returns to her room after signing off and flops onto the bed with a disappointed sigh. Staring at the photo of Kluke stuck to the ceiling, she puffs out her cheeks in frustration. What's up with that client? I was supposed to have at least 72 hours of uninterrupted time with Big Sis Kluke. Now that we're back at base, she's run off with Mechty again. Belka throws a few half-hearted punches at her training sandbag, where a picture of Mechty is taped. Oh, poor Mechty. I mean, she sometimes kind of deserves it, but still. Mechty, the biggest obstacle to my bond with Big Sis. Beep, beep, beep. There's a notification on her terminal. Oh, please tell me Mechty said... Please tell me Mechty made it up. Be the third... Yes, be the third wheel. Who's sending me a message at this hour? Oh, this is... In the photos and video clip on her screen, two figures can be seen leaning closely against each other. Not just anyone. It's her and Kluke. I had no idea what this is, but Big Sis Kluke looks so cute making this face. Belka presses the replay button again and again, watching the clip over and over, completely absorbed. It takes her a while to even remember to check the sender's name. The sender is Mechty? What does she mean by this? She hesitates briefly in confusion, but the moment her eyes land on the video again, she can't help but giggle. Who cares? Just for today, you can be the witness of the love and friendship between Big Sis Kluke and me, Mechty. Honestly, I would have found it really funny if they gave a illustration for that. That would have been really funny. But we don't always get what we want, and that's okay. I have a slight feeling that Kluke will never figure out. But I feel like at the same time, that's probably for the best. Otherwise, there would be a very, very, very beaten up and in pieces Mechty on the floor. Bad ending for Mechty, good ending for... Well, I mean, to be completely honest, that was... It's kind of actually thoughtful of Mechty to not only look at that moment that as it happened, but to also capture it and then send it to someone she knows would appreciate it. She didn't have to go out of her way to do that at all, but she still did it. It's very thoughtful and considerate. Even if she doesn't really treat her nicely all the time. Ask someone to make an art for that scene. Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about that one. I know a few artists that do like Girls Frontline. I'll ask them what they think about it out of hilarity. But I'm not gonna force them to, because they are very busy people. Yeah, it feels like Belka noticed that too. She did. I think she did. I just don't know what to spend this 2K on. You know what? Vector, come here. Let's grab these. The dolls are all good, girl. They are. This music is really nice. Yeah. I honestly kind of really enjoy how it does have its like high energy moments, but it's a really calming song actually. Like it kind of feels like this is like the song you would play when you're like preparing like a loadout for like a mission or something. Like I can like envision that a bit. It's just something that's like really chill while you're preparing before like a big fight or something. It's not a bad song at all. I'm really happy with it. Yeah, exactly. Ace Combat Hanger song, exactly. It's just something that's kind of like chill. It balances out the intensity of like a shooter or something like that by being like that low chill moment before that moment. XCOM loadout screen. XCOM's loadout screen before like a fight actually is relatively tense, but it makes sense. That for that kind of situation it is. You play Ace Combat a little bit. Was not a huge fan of it. Then again, I think it was just because I didn't fully get the controls. I didn't crash instantly though, if that makes sense. Or mess up anything. Or am I thinking the wrong game? Hang on, am I thinking... was it Hawks? Hang on. I think it's on my Steam. I think I played it. I don't remember if it was that game or something else. I'll have to take a look at my Steam later. But yeah, like, it wasn't that bad at all. Oh. It's not that late. No way is it that late. Yeah, it's not anywhere near that late. We're fine, we're fine. Alright, how much we got? 11:30. Not a lot, but I mean honestly. What? Oh, yeah, I'll do that later. Like I have a bunch of singles at this point. Oh wait, I forgot I have these. I don't know if I want to use that for that though. That's kind of more like an outfit thing, isn't it? Yeah, it'd be more of an outfit thing. Alright, let's see if I can do singles, because we're only at 20. We'll try for it. Let's see what happens. We'll do some singles to see if we get lucky. If we don't, we don't. What is it? Blue. Aren't you gonna surprise there isn't a separate, like, icon for just blue only? Get Vector to V1. No, I'm getting her gun. We gotta get the gun. Though I'm pretty sure I'd be... Oop. I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get it quickly. Because, like, it's not gonna take that long to get it. I just need to get a little bit more of collapse pieces, which isn't that hard to get. You get... This game is very generous. No, I've not done the boss fight for her yet. It comes down to if I have a lot of time for it. That's really the rough bit for it. I have 4 more pulls. There's a chance. Odds are more in my favor that I pull here than I don't. But I also could... This would be the longest one I could get. Nice. Wait, is it generous? Yeah, it's pretty generous. I would say this game's very generous.
I'm not talking by Gacha. I'm talking like the collapse piece generation. I've never seen a blue door before. That is very different. There it is. All right. Did we win? Bro, what do you mean? I'm like, that's like pull 55. If it isn't, it's all right. Here's Planeta. No, it's gonna be Mosen's gun if it is. But what I will generally say is, oh, nice. Not hers, but I need another one of those. Yes. Yes! I needed that. I actually needed that. Actually, wait, is that better on Sharkery or is it Planeta? Because I was gonna actually level that up. I was gonna level up either Planeta or that one for her. Planeta is better. Ah, dang it. What's a... Oh, yeah, I could see why. Sharkery has a good, very, very, very good kill capability. Especially when she reaction fires off of people being hit with overburn. She could still use Planeta. Well, here's the thing, though. It's like, do I want to wait for another? Like, I can get one of these right now if I wanted to with the triangle pieces. Stop being cute. I'm kidding. Don't stop being cute. People will actually like you being cute. Before her mod key? I mean, I haven't really developed her at all, though. Oh, that's right, they had the icon here for this. But yeah, like, I haven't really focused on her in a while. I give her a good amount of time, but I know she's pretty solid. Extra action and a kill in turn. Yeah, she had, like, this alone gives her really good kill capability. Just because of the fact that, you basically, like, I mean, you can pop this once, then pop this, and there's a good chance that whatever she's shooting at, one, it's gonna get overburned, then it gets the, she gets the second shot off on her. It's basically, on it, basically attacks twice, like, it's nuts. Other AR character. Yeah, but I don't know who I'd use it on. Because usually when new characters, like, if you, like, most of my characters, I generally have their weapons for. I'm not really hurting on not getting someone their weapon. Like, we're doing fine here. Granted, most of these are just calibration ones. It's not like I'm going that hard. Except for that one. The game just decided to give me it. But it's like, a lot of these other characters I've not really developed yet. But yeah. Plus burn key, Kyonju shreds. Oh yeah, it's like, I'm at, like, when I read that, this key. Oh. Well, I need to go the other way. When I saw this key at the start of, sorry, not that one, this one. That was already crazy. Like, that's gonna be huge. So I look forward to getting that when I actually start developing my Kyongju, or Cheonju. However you say her name. I don't have her name down still. So, alright, well, it's not the end of the world. At least the good thing is, it's easier to get the weapon. It's only 70 accesses, which isn't that hard to get. And like I said, this game's pretty generous on getting you collapse pieces, so I'm not too worried about it. I usually will probably get this pretty quick, so I'm not worried. But yeah, I'm more than likely gonna have the weapon before the banner's over, and 2 weeks. Yeah, that actually 2 weeks. That's probably a good amount of time. Because I usually build up a good report or a good supply. So I'm not worried about it. Anyway. Must have everyone around between 7 and 9k. Just like, oh yeah, I need to focus on building more of my units up. That's kind of what I'm doing with Cheetah now. I want to get Cheetah, Nemesis, Sharkery, and I would actually like to get Dayan and Ksenia built. Because I actually do think they'd be interesting to try out more. I also have a slight bias towards Nemesis, so it is what it is. But like, I'm feeling pretty happy with where a lot of my like well-built dolls are. Sinterasi is probably I think my lower end, but it's alright. Most of my other characters are pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with it. Actually, Kralik is about to pass Sinterasi. That's actually kind of funny. And she doesn't even have most of her neural helix yet. Okay. Even burn. Yeah, Vector is gonna be fun with the burn team. And burn team is like the other team I've got built up. I would love to see the Hydro team kick in. Because right now all I really have are these two. There is her, but we don't talk about it. Just Lectons are... I know how that feels a bit. At least I got a good number of these now. So, anyway. That was a pretty good story. Definitely a little bit crazy towards the end there. It was really actually kind of cool seeing the model for, I don't have her, Rothmar, I think that's how you say her name. Seeing how, like, she was just this amalgamation of every single one of, their sprites. Koshmar, thank you. It was cool to see that, like, how they had her, designed, at least. It was a little bit weird to see, like, the rest of the body, but it was almost as if, like, I mean, it really showed she was incomplete. Because, like, the rest of her body was, like, very weird. And the rest of it was really just, like, the face was really well done. It's just the rest of the body was incomplete, but that makes sense because she wanted completion. So, yeah, that was really a very, very fascinating part of that particular story. I found it was actually kind of sad to see them lose their memories and then see the characters, like, see all of them react to them losing their memories. It was actually kind of sad, but there was definitely some good moments in there, like the Belka and Kluke and reversal was really funny, and I'm actually kind of glad Mechty sent that to Belka. That was actually kind of endearing. So. But yeah. Kashina, that's her new name. Don't change my mind. What do you mean? She's like far from Kashina. Get into the Crossroad challenge. I mean her mechanic could be like, I will see how they handle her on challenge. But, she could definitely be a pretty nasty boss to fight. I would actually like to see that. Though, at the same time, I would actually be really interested if they end up doing something with her in the end. And end up actually turning her into an actual existing doll of some sort. Probably a playable one over a, like, major antagonist. So that would be really funny, because then you could use Koshmar to fight Koshmar if Koshmar was a boss that you could actually keep playing. Or fighting against. So, she's gonna be hard as... I mean, it depends on how they design her, like, weaknesses. Because, like, you take away a lot of her damage if you play against the weakness exploits. So that's, like, the thing I'm not that worried about, which is nice. But it's still one of those things where it's like, if... depending on how the buffs work and how all the pieces align, yeah, she could be a player's worst nightmare or a I wouldn't say a pushover, but wouldn't be that hard. We just all agree to call Blue Spirit Black.
It is really funny that they that Dimitri gave her that nickname. So anyway, that is all for this evening. I hope you guys did enjoy. Had a lot of fun with this story. A little bit of a bummer that I didn't get the weapon, but hey, at least we have. I mean, the weapon won't be hard to get, and we already have vectors, so I'm pretty happy with that too. But the most important thing, of course, I want to see it. Let me see it on her hand. There it is. It's on her hand. Oh, it's on her hand. We have done it. So I am happy to see my girls finally get her covenant. Eventually, I will have something else for some of the other ones that I would love to see covenanted. But for now, this is all I can do. You can see it in the dorm as well. Yeah, I know. It's a really nice feature. So, yeah, it was a nice stream. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. For those that are interested, I will be doing Wuthering Waves tomorrow, around the same time I started today. And then on Wednesday should be Blue Archive. If you haven't seen the schedule, it is on my... if you look at my YouTube community posts, they're right there. If you are on the Discord, I think I've already made the announcement. And if you follow me on Twitter, it's already there too. So I'm trying to keep up to date on... Or trying to keep having a schedule posted so that way people know what's going on my channel for this week. So... But yeah, that is the plan. Anyway, hope you guys did enjoy this evening, and I will see you guys all in the near future. Groza, you want to say anything? Well, I wouldn't say you want to say anything, but you're probably just going to smile at people. Right? Yep. This is why she is wife. Alright. Have a good one, everyone, and see you all real soon. Laters.